Please, without naming any company names.
Okay. Back in October 2018, I purchased a hand stick rechargeable vacuum cleaner for my daughter. She'd moved to a new house. In December, I arranged for one to be purchased online for my mother, who's 92 years old. Now, my mother has a cleaning lady that comes in once a week. And when I was round her apartment in June, the cleaning lady said to me, there's a problem with the vacuum cleaner. She said it's not sucking up properly, it's spitting out grit and fluff all over the place. Now, I know for a fact that the cleaning lady cleans the vacuum out regularly. She washes the filter because she'll leave it out to dry, and then when I call round, I put it back into the vacuum. Anyway, I had a look at the vacuum to ensure there weren't any blockages, that it wasn't dirty, etc. It wasn't. So I said to her, right, I'll take it back.
This was your mother's vacuum. When did you buy it? Did you say December 2018?
Hers was December 2018, and I bought one for my daughter in October 2018. So one was basically 6 months old and one that's 7 months old at the time.
And how much were they each?
They were two different prices. One was $173.94, and the other one, I think it was $153.94.
Okay.
They're the same sort of model, but as you know, these companies tweak their models every so often, so they're basically the same product. So anyway, I've decided to take my mother's back. This was bought online, but the company has a high street presence. So I brought it back to my home. I was talking to my daughter and saying, Mum's cleaner's not working. And I was telling her what was happening. And she said, I've got exactly the same problem in mine. I hadn't used it for a couple of months. And I said, well, you should have said something, basically. She said, I've gone back to using my other cleaner. So I said, well, bring it over and I'll have a look at that as well. So I had a look at that, made sure it was all no blockages, filter was clean, etc. So I said, right, I'm going to take them both back. So I took them back to the store.
And you bought them from the same shop?
Bought it from the same company online.
Yeah.
But I took it back to they've got a high street presence, this online company.
Yeah.
So I walked into the store, explained what had happened, and, one was my daughter's, one was my mother's, but I'd organised them both. And they said straight away, this young man said, sorry, we're not allowed to take them back, it's over 3 months old. We are not allowed to take them. And I said, that's not good enough. I said about my consumer rights and the contract was with them and not the manufacturer. He said, well, no, there's nothing we can do. So at that point, I asked to speak to a manager. A young supervisor came down. He was very pleasant. He said to me, sorry, we're not allowed to take them back. You need to contact the manufacturer. I said, no, I don't. My contract is with you.
You obviously listen to my programme, Frances.
Yes, every day.
Good.
So he handed me this leaflet with this manufacturer's number on. He said, you need to contact them. By this time, I was getting a bit... I was very polite and everything, but I was getting, this is ridiculous. So anyway, I stood in the store and dialed the number on the leaflet, and all you could get was, if it's over 3 months old, press 2, and then you've got this long message saying you've got to log online and all the instructions. And I thought, no, I'm not prepared to do that. I've purchased it from your company. I'm bringing it back to your company. So anyway, he said, no, there's nothing they could do. So I said about my consumer rights again, and he sort of took a step back and he said, well, what I'll do is I'll take them both off of you now and I'll let the duty manager have a look at them. And if he deems there's something wrong with them, then we'll go from there. I said, fine. He said, well, we'll get back to you in about 6 hours because they'll need charging. I said, they don't need charging, they're all charged up. So within about 2 hours, when I got back home, I had a phone call from the duty manager. And to be quite honest, the way he came over, he just didn't want to know. He said, you need to clean these items. The filters need cleaning. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're looking at because I looked at them all yesterday. even when we brought them into store, my husband sort of commented to one of your members of staff, look, they look like new. Where are you seeing this fluff and, I just don't understand it. He said, well, that's my perspective. I said, right. So he said he wasn't going to do anything about it. So again, I stated my consumer rights. And at that point, he said, well, what we'll do is I'll send them off to an independent engineer and see what he has to say. And I said, that's absolutely fine. I'm quite happy for you to do that. So then while I was on the phone, he was trying to log on to the computer, and then he said, oh, I'm sorry, we haven't got any engineers in this area, so I can't do that. Right. So I said, oh, so we're back to square one again. And that's where it's been left.
How very frustrating. I mean, the simple fact is you are absolutely right, and the members of staff that you've spoken to in the shop are absolutely wrong. Mm-hmm. Your contract is with the retailer, you've paid the retailer for the money, and the retailer therefore has a responsibility to you to have sold you a product that is A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, lasts for a reasonable amount of time. Now, if we work on the basis that what you're telling me is correct, that the vacuum cleaners had been properly cleaned, and that there was no blockage in there was no fluff. I mean, I have one of those stick rechargeable vacuum cleaners, and I know the head of it, where the roller brusher is, it does get clogged very quickly, particularly if, like me, you've got cats and dogs, and the hair that gets sucked up from the carpet can get clogged up. So you do have to take it all to pieces quite often and clean it all out. But as long as you've done that...
Yeah. I mean, I've been using, not this make, a different make, but I've been using one for, it's got to be 7-8 years. I know exactly how to use them, and exactly as you say, on the head, that where the rollers are, that sometimes you can get a blockage there, and you just unblock it and it's fine, it works again. Yeah. But these are clean, and it's almost like where it spins round, it's trying to pick it up. And also with my mother's, I took the stick off of it and switched it on and put my hand over the end of the nozzle. There's hardly any suction there.
Right.
So I think what it's trying to do is pick up. It hasn't got enough power there too, so it's just spitting it back out again. Okay. And when you switch it off, you just end up with this line of mess on the floor.
Yes, well, it will do if it's not managing to suck it up, because it will get halfway up the pipe probably. The suction holds it there until you take your finger off the button, and then, of course, it just releases it back down onto the carpet. So, you've definitely cleaned everything inside the actual handheld bit as well. Yeah,
every single bit. It's absolutely fine. I wouldn't have taken them back without check, because they weren't mine. They were my mother's and my daughter's. So there's no way I would have taken them back to store, not having to double checked everything on them, because I just made myself look stupid, basically.
Okay. Well, I think what I would be inclined at this point then, it sounds as if the retailer is being highly irresponsible and is not prepared to take responsibility for it. They obviously are not particularly impressed by what you've told them in terms of your statutory rights and your understanding of your statutory rights. So I think it's probably time to up the ante a little bit. And I think it's time to say, fine, I've given you an opportunity to resolve it. You don't seem remotely interested in resolving it. Therefore, you give me no alternative but to take you to the small claims court for full reimbursement of the £173.94 and the £153.94. I'll see you in court.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite willing. When I was in the store, I said, look, I know we've had them 1 6 months, 1 7 months. Even if they'd have said, well, we'll give you, a partial, taken something off them for the use we'd had for the 6 or 7 months, given me a credit note where I could have added money to it and bought a different product, maybe spent a bit more money on something. But they just didn't want to know. It's very strange, because I've used this company an awful lot for electrical items. Yeah. Never had a problem like this before.
Well, I need to go and have a little chat with them, don't I? What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to my team. They'll take some detail and I'll call them this afternoon for you.
Thank you ever so much for your help. Thank
Francis,
you.
Francis, hang on there, please.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Dion's daughter purchased a prom dress online. It was a website where you give your measurements and you choose the style of dress you want from a photograph.
She did it on the premise of an image that she saw on the website, and she thought it would look exactly like that. But when it came, it wasn't like that. The material was different, and it didn't have the train that she was expecting. She sent an email back to them saying how disappointed she was, and they came back and they said to her that they were, very sorry, but we will try and do something about it. Could you take a picture? So she did that, and they said, well, we think it looks very smart, and there's nothing we can do, basically.
Well, this dress cost over £100. So, of course, that does mean if Dion had paid for it by credit card, she would be covered by the Consumer Credit Act. Now, to start with, Dion did think that she'd paid for it by credit card, but actually, it turns out she'd used a debit card. And the law concerning debit cards and credit cards is different, albeit not without a glimmer of hope. Dion is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Dion.
Good morning.
Morning. Right. So before I go any further, let me just explain that difference between paying by debit card and credit card, because this is useful advice for other people listening to the programme.
Okay.
If you purchase a product or a service that costs over £100 in total, if you have paid any of the money on a credit card, you are covered for the entire cost of the product or service if either it is not as described, or if you don't receive it, or if you have a problem with it and the company does not resolve it. That is why I'm always saying to people, pay by credit card. It gives you a huge amount of protection in the event, for example, of you buying something from a company and the company goes bust, the product falls apart, and you've got no one to go back to. You'll then be able to claim your money back from your credit card company. Now, with a debit card, it's different. There is no legislation governing payment by debit card in the same way as there is with a credit card. But there is a bank scheme called the chargeback system. Now, that covers you for 3 months from the date of purchase using a debit card. After 3 months, you do not have the entitlement to go back to your bank. So it is much more limited. But it does give you a 3-month window to go to your bank and to ask for them to do a chargeback on the payment that you have made. So in this case, where it is clear to me, I mean, we've been off to have a word with the company concerned. It is very clear that they are not based in the United Kingdom. This is a foreign company based probably on the other side of the world. They've come back with this response. They have said, after discussing with our manager, we will suggest 1, remake another one at £80, shipping charge included, custom size freely, whatever that means. Number 2, you return the dress, we will refund £60. Or number 3, you keep the dress, we will refund you £15 as a compensation. Please trust that we are trying utmost to solve this problem sincerely. Hope you can also give us a favour. Expecting your earlier reply. Thanks and best regards, Sally. Well, I mean, it's not really acceptable at all, is it? They've given you a dress that does not reflect the reality of what was demonstrated to you in the photograph, and therefore you want all the money back. You do not want a proportion of the money back. Now, I know that you have been off to have a word with your bank to see if under the chargeback scheme you can get your money back, and a little birdie tells me things are going quite well. What's the latest, Dion?
Yeah, so I had a refund of £120 with my bank, and they said they were going to investigate the matter as well. Mm-hmm. So depending on that investigation, and how it goes, they might take my money back if it doesn't go the way it goes right for them. Mm-hmm. So I'm still waiting to hear what the investigation is going to.
Yes, I mean, ultimately what the bank will need to do is they will need to make sure that the story that you have told, that the dress as illustrated on the website, and there is evidence of that, isn't there? The photograph makes the dress look very nice. You also have evidence of the dress that they have sent you that is not nice. It looks inferior. The material used looks completely different. It is not the same product. Therefore, your argument is a very simple one, that you have been missold this product. It was misrepresented to you as a customer. You were told you were going to get a Rolls-Royce. In fact, you got a Mini Metro. And that's ultimately the argument. And that's what your bank will need to be able to make to that company. And as long as you've got the evidence that that you've told me that you've got, then you should be successful in it. But ultimately, the decision will come down to your bank and whether they are happy to allow you to make this chargeback under the chargeback scheme. And it is just a word of warning for you and for other people. Always pay by credit card.
Yes.
And when I say that, I'm not telling people to start getting in debt. I have a number of credit cards. And I am never in debt with my credit cards. Never. Because I use my credit cards in the same way that I use a debit card. I pay for something on my credit card. I then go onto the internet and I see as soon as it shows up on the statement, the payment, I just pay it immediately. So it never actually becomes a debt. And as long as you manage your credit card in a responsible way, there is no reason for it to cause you any problems whatsoever. All it'll do is give you lots and lots of consumer backup. So always pay by credit card in future for anything like this. Dion, I guess we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, the good news is you got the 120 quid. Did the bank say how long their investigation's likely to take?
No, they didn't. No.
Okay.
I'll have to keep you keep you up to date.
Yes, please. I mean, what I'm going to do for the bank is I'm going to give them this. Half of the horn. They will get the rest as soon as you've got confirmation that they are satisfied with the story that you've told and that they feel that you are eligible, therefore, to have that money back under the chargeback scheme. I'll then give them the rest of the horn. If they retract it, well, I think it would be a case of back to square one. But let's hope that they agree with you that this dress has been missold to you, OK?
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. And
all the best, Dion. Speak to you very soon. And please, ladies and gentlemen, I can't say it enough. Check to make sure you're paying for things on credit card. Don't get into... Over the last few years, they've had problems with drug dealers and prostitutes. So the landlord has decided to put in a new keypad entry gate system at both ends of this area. But now they've exchanged one problem for another problem. Their rubbish hasn't been collected for over 5 weeks, even though the council has been provided with the code for the keypad several times.
I counted last night, and there is roughly just under 120 black bags of refuge sitting literally 2-3 yards away from your front door, and there's mounds of it. Seagulls are down pecking them every single day. We've got maggots everywhere. The kids can't go out and play. We can't have the doors open at night to try and get a cool breeze through. Now, we've had pretty decent weather since possibly near the beginning of June, so it's been really hot, so the smell is actually quite disgusting.
But it's one of those very frustrating cases where I can see how it happened, but then surely it is not beyond the wit of man for a council to be given the code for the gate and to then pass on that instruction to their bin men so they know when they turn up at that particular address, there is a code that they need to put in. They have the code to hand. They put it in. The gate opens. Hey, presto, they're able to take away the rubbish. I mean, it's not brain surgery, is it really? So why has this not been sorted out? Well, hopefully that's all changed now, because we went off to have a word with the council. They promised us they were going to get things sorted. Stuart's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Stuart.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you, Stuart. So I know that they did indeed finally turn up and take away all of the rubbish. Every single bag was taken away. You did have a slight issue in terms of there was then some stuff that was left on the floor, but they came back and cleaned all of that. Mm-hmm. But when we spoke last week, you said, look, the proof of all of this will be if they turn up at the weekend, because they're due to come and collect the rubbish again this weekend. I will know if they turn up this weekend that, in fact, they've got things sorted on an ongoing basis. If they don't turn up this weekend, if they don't take away the rubbish, then I'll know that it was just a temporary fix, a sticking plaster over a wound that actually needs healing from underneath. What's the latest, Stuart? What happened this weekend?
Well, it's absolutely perfect. On Friday morning, I was leaving for work, 7 a.m, and by the time I'd left, they'd already been, and every single bag was gone again.
Brilliant.
So I think it's completely fixed. Hopefully there's not going to be any other problems. It's nice and clean outside. I don't know if they gave it another little brush as they came up that time, just as another little sorry, possibly. However, everything seems to be fine. Thank you very much.
Well, let's hope that is the case on an ongoing basis now. Let's hope.
Absolutely.
By Jove, I think they've got it, I think is the expression. We will give them the full horn. Stuart, if you do have any other problems, if suddenly this service stops again, will you please come back to me? But otherwise, I will assume that everything is now fixed.
Absolutely. Thank you very much to you and everybody in the team. Cheers.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to help you, and let's hope the latter half of your summer is less smelly than the first half.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the best, Stuart.
Another result. If you have a consumer problem, we can do the same for you. The JVS Show. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Hello, Karen.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Morning. I'm well, thank you, Karen. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, sure. Right. I have a son that has complex health needs. He's an adult. He's 24 years of age. Part of his health needs is that he can't eat or drink normally. He has to have a special liquid food which gives him all his nutrition and a lot of his fluids to keep him well during the day. This is given into a vein, so it's a specialist thing, and it's organised by the hospital. But there's a particular production
into a vein or into his stomach?
Into a vein.
Oh, really? Yeah, but you can't put food into a vein, can you?
No, it's a very, very specialist liquid food that's produced by a special company.
Yeah.
That has all the ingredients that you need, all of the nutrients and the electrolytes and all the chemicals that you need to obviously to maintain your body weight, but also the health of the body as well.
I presume then your son's stomach would not be able to cope with, conventional liquid feed.
No, that's right. So this is quite having this specialist liquid feed that goes into the vein is obviously very important because it's his only means really of sort of feeding himself, having the food and having sort of the liquid that keeps him alive, really, because that's what it does.
Right. Okay. So what's the problem?
Well, there, as I sort of mentioned earlier, that the hospital directs it all and organises it all, but there's a specialist company that produces this type of liquid food, and it's all done for prescription, which the hospital provide. So it's special for my son. And so this company produces it, they make it, and they then deliver it. But for the last 4 or 5 weeks, there's been a real big issue over getting this special liquid food delivered. It all started when the usual delivery happens once a week. We get 7 bags, and it's delivered once a week at a set. We have a window of 2-hour time for delivery, and that didn't happen. And there was no communication about it. I then phoned the company to try and find out why it hadn't arrived, and was then told that they've got problems with manufacture, and that it would come out the following day. It didn't come out the following day. So I called again and was told that it would be delivered the next day. Some of it was delivered the next day, not all of it, and it was at not at the hour that was agreed. So the driver turned up at my door without anybody being in. And bearing in mind, this liquid feed has to be refrigerated during delivery and refrigerated when it gets to your house. We have a special fridge. It's an industrial fridge that it has to go into.
Yeah.
So obviously, I then got a call from the driver to say, I'm at your house, and I wasn't at the house because that's not the time I was told. So then I had to make arrangements with my dad to get to the house to meet the driver because I couldn't get there because I was in hospital with my son. And that basically has been the situation, said for the last 4 weeks. It's got worse, I have to say. For example, this week, I was told that I would have a delivery on Thursday, and made arrangements for somebody to be at the house to meet the driver. He arrived with just with no liquid feed and just some of the special tubes and things that you need to be able to give it. I contacted the company and was told that it would be delivered on Friday. So again, made special arrangements for somebody to be at the house. It didn't turn up. I phoned again and was told, actually, no, they phoned me to find out how many bags of the special liquid feed I'd got left. And I said I'd got nothing. And they said, well, we'll try and get it out to you on Saturday, but there's no guarantee.
But what happens to your son if you have no bags?
He has to go into hospital.
Right, and when he goes into hospital, they are then able to give him the food in hospital?
Yes.
I see.
But it's obviously not an ideal situation.
How come the hospital then can get the food and yet there's a problem with you getting the food?
I think it's to do with the fact that the hospital bags are just general. They're just a basic bag of liquid food that any patient could have as an emergency situation if you required it. So, of course, the problem is that because the manufactured bags for my son are very particular, they're made specially for him. And all the other patients that are on this special liquid feed, each patient has particular needs.
And is that all? That's all organised through the National Health Service?
It is, yes.
Right. And is there no other? Because it seems to me very peculiar that all of a sudden you've started having problems. Now, I don't know if you have any idea what's gone on at the company that supplies the National Health Service with these bags, but it sounds to me as if something has changed. And then in the process of making that change, it's now disrupting the service that they're able to offer.
Well, when I first phoned them, there was a lot of sort of changes of opinion about what was the problem, but then we did get a letter to say that there were issues with manufacture, and the way in which they had to manufacture it had to change. But then we were sort of reassured that it would all be okay and that deliveries would be made. But that has not been the case, and it's been really disruptive. One delivery, I was told, would come out between 11 o'clock at night and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And you know, and I can't always be there. It's a very strange time for delivering things.
Is there only one company? Is this a company based in the UK?
It is.
Right. And are they the only supplier of this kind of food? Or could the National Health Service, if they're having difficulty, could the National Health Service look at a different company to supply it?
Well, the company that provides it, it's a very, very, very big company. It's a multinational, but the actual company that makes it is it kind of and delivers it is part of that big company, and they're based in England. Yeah. And
are they having any difficulty getting some of the medicines or some of the components to this food from elsewhere?
I don't know, Jonathan, and that's part of the big problem. So I think apparently all the patients got this letter to say that it was to do with the way in which it was manufactured. It was said that there was no issues with anything else. It was just about they got to change their methods, and that things would then be sorted out, and patients would receive the liquid food, and all efforts would be made to deliver it on time. And I mean, some of the drivers, they've been having to put on special courier drivers that don't actually know what they're carrying, and this all has to be specially packaged and everything, and not thrown around in the back of a van because the bags can split. I spoke to one delivery driver who, and this is an emergency delivery driver, and he couldn't even speak a word of English. And when I spoke to his boss, he didn't know what he was carrying. He didn't know the importance of what he was carrying. And there was no communication. They didn't know anything about what was happening because the company hadn't told them.
Well, it sounds to me as if what we need to do is we need to go to the company that is ultimately responsible for this product and for delivering this product. And we need to try and find out from them exactly what the problem is. What is causing this issue with this food? How many years has your son been receiving the liquid food?
I mean, it's a relatively recent, so he's been on it about just over a year.
Okay,
So
but it's not been an issue until the last few weeks.
No, it's not been an issue at all until the last week. And when I asked the person I speak to at the company on the sort of the phone, so how long is this going to go on for? He said, it's going to be a few more weeks. We're getting it sorted out, but nothing seems to change.
Okay, well, I think I need to. Yeah, well, I can understand why, because you need your son to receive his nutrition. Yeah. And if this is the only way really of him receiving it, it's very concerning if there is an interruption to that supply. So
that's the thing.
Yeah, quite.
The hospital liquid food isn't the same, and it can, with people that have got complex health issues, they need this feed for a reason, and any changes to what they get can really affect them. And it has affected my son already.
Well, I need to go and have a little word, try and find out what's going on. Leave it with me, Karen. I'll go and make those inquiries and I will talk to you very soon. And we need some kind of agreement from them that this interruption in the service is going to stop, because it will be affecting you and it will be affecting other people as well, unless they do get it resolved. Can you leave it with me? I'll go and make that phone call and I'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay, Karen, all the best.
Tackling your consumer.
Now, do you remember Teresa? She came to me. She was telling me her daughter saved up all of her money to buy herself a really nice camera. She's into the performing arts, you see, and she likes to make videos and to upload stuff to YouTube.
She used it about a dozen times, maybe a little bit more, and got fed up because her laptop took 24 hours to load a video, which she then put onto YouTube. So she got a bit fed up with it and stopped using it. She's recently got a new laptop. She started using it again, and the lens has jammed. So we took it back to where she bought it from, and they said, well, it's out of its year's guarantee.
Well, how many times have we heard that one before, ladies and gentlemen? JVS show listeners, how many times have we heard retailers fob customers off with inaccurate information? There is no such thing as a 12-month cut-off in terms of your rights. Teresa is aware of that. It's a shame the company wasn't. Teresa's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Teresa.
Oh, good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well indeed, thank you. It would be a lovely world. Maybe it will be time for me to retire when I no longer hear stories of customers going to retailers and being told, oh, it's over 12 months old, there's nothing we can do. You'll have to take it up with the manufacturer. Absolute balderdash. It's nonsense. When you purchase a product in the United Kingdom from a United Kingdom retailer, you are entitled to the product to be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, for the product to last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, your daughter had paid £561 for this camera. This is not some kind of cheapo camera. So you would expect it to last considerably longer than the 2 years she had it. Particularly as, in those 2 years, she'd hardly used it. I went off to have a word with the company. Now, I'll be honest with you, it wasn't necessarily very straightforward. When I tried to make contact with their press office, I was told that I would need to speak to their reception. So I went through to reception, and I was told, oh, yes, don't worry, we'll put you through to someone. Well, I hung on the line, and finally I got through to a voicemail that was so full it wouldn't allow me to leave any messages. So I called back again, and I went through the same rigmarole. The third time, I couldn't even get through to reception. It was a nightmare. Well, I did a little bit of digging around, and I managed to find a PR company that work with this company. So I contacted them instead, and I said, can you please help? Because I'm not getting anywhere with the retailer. Now, the retailer concerned is Jessop's. The PR company that deal with Jessop's PR has come back to me with the following, and I'm hoping this is going to put a little smile on your face, Teresa.
Oh, I'm hoping to as well.
Jessops have said, we can confirm that we will make contact with the customer to arrange for the camera to be sent to the repairer, and we will cover the cost of this free of charge. We will make contact with the customer to discuss the matter further and to inform them of progress once we have a time frame for completion. So they tell me that that's what they're going to be doing. They're going to be getting it sorted for you, and it will be done at no additional cost. Have you heard anything from them, Teresa?
Yes, we did. They contacted my daughter on Friday and said exactly what you've said to her, that they would be covering the cost of the repair.
Good.
But they never mentioned yourself, Jonathan.
Oh. Well, it's a bit peculiar, isn't it? It's lucky I have skin like a rhino, otherwise that would be most hurtful.
Yes.
So
yes,
what, did they tell you?
exactly.
Did they just tell your daughter that they'd suddenly miraculously decided to completely change their tune and get it sorted for free?
Yeah, all they did, they phoned her at work and they said, we want authorisation from you to carry out the repair free of charge. And she was a bit, taken aback by it and said, hang on, so I don't have to pay for it. And they said, no, we'll be covering the cost of that. We just need your authorisation.
Okay.
And that was simple and straight to the point. So...
Well, there we go. I mean, I'm not going to be precious about it. I'm just pleased that they've changed their tune. And it is well worth just reiterating that point. The number of times people come to my programme because they in good faith have paid money for a product from a retailer, X, Y or Z, and the product breaks after, say, 14 months. They take it back to the shop and the shop say, oh, it's over 12 months. There's nothing we can do. What they mean is, because it's over 12 months old, the manufacturer's warranty that came with the product, which is in addition to your rights as a customer as laid out in law, that the warranty has ended, which in effect means that there is no ability from the retailer to expect the manufacturer on their behalf to resolve the problem for you. So it then falls to the retailer themselves to pick up the bill. Now, what you need to do if you are in that position, if a company is suggesting to you that they do not have a responsibility, you need to quote the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 to them, and you need to make it very clear you know what you're talking about. Do not be fobbed off with this idea that after 12 months there's nothing they have to do. Teresa, I'm going to give Jessops this. Half of the horn. They will get the rest as soon as you're able to confirm to me that they have got it repaired, that it's all working, and there is no charge to your daughter. Can you please keep me posted? Has she sent the camera off yet?
I will do. Well, yes, we left it then when we took it into the original repair. We left it there.
Fine. So they can get that
sent
done.
Away, so yeah.
Right. Well, keep me posted. Let me know as soon as you have it back.
I will do that. And
Morning, Tracy. I gather you have a problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, indeed. I needed a new garden shed, so I visited some local garden centres, didn't see really anything that was in my budget, so went online. I found a nice shed online, which was a good price, and I ordered it. I followed all the instructions of the company, and it was a late delivery, which is understandable because they said they didn't have the parts. I took delivery of the shed.
When was that?
That was in about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
So
now, did you? Obviously, the internet is a big wide world, and it's very important when you're buying from an internet-based company that you do your research and you look into them to make sure that they've got lots of very, very happy customers who would highly recommend them. Did you look at this company? Did you make sure that the stuff they sell is good and they've got lots of happy customers?
I did. There was mixed reviews, but generally they said that it was a little bit difficult to put together, but they needed 2 people when it had said 1, but the product, there wasn't anything particularly too bad. It promised smooth finishes, it promised lots of things on the internet. Maybe I didn't look as thoroughly as I should do, Jonathan, but I did look at some of the reviews.
Well, I say that not because I'm trying to have a dig at you, Tracy, in any way, but obviously it's very important that I try and give advice for other people listening to the programme.
Yeah.
And I know myself, the tendency is always there. You think, oh, well, I need to buy, X, Y, or Z. You go into all of your favourite trusted shops and it's all a bit too expensive. So you go on the internet and you suddenly find some company selling what looks like the perfect product at a much cheaper price. And you think, oh, good, well, I can get it. There's normally a reason. There's normally a reason why something will be much cheaper from a certain company, much cheaper than all, good, well-known, reputable companies. But listen, carry on with the shed story. Let's find out where we're at now.
Right. Where we are now, the delivery came and the delivery was like something out of a cartoon, a comedy. The driver arrived and my shed pieces, what I can only describe as chucked in the back of a van. They were clonking against all the other customers' sheds. So I took delivery of it with scratches and lumps out of the base of the shed. But I was told by my tradesman who I'd got to put the shed up, Tracy, don't be ridiculous, it's only a shed. It doesn't matter if there's a scratch on the bottom. So I continued with my tradesman putting the shed up. The shed was erected in the garden. It's a shed stroke summer house. It's very pretty. It's got windows all at the front. And I had two professional men say it's the worst shed they've ever put up because nothing was aligned and there was lumps missing, there was cut-out bits missing, it wasn't mitered. By this time, the shed was 3/4 of the way up. So throughout the whole of it, Jonathan, I've taken photographs and the shed was put up. And when the light shone through the side of the shed, there's lots of holes of where there's knots in the wood where the light has come through. And I believe that I couldn't have checked these when it was not in situ because the light wouldn't have shone through until they were upright. So I've made, yeah.
So it sounds to me then as if what I'd kind of suggested earlier is probably the truth, that this shed was too good to be true. What you've ended up with is not the kind of quality product that maybe you'd seen in local garden centres, but what you've ended up with is, it sounds to me like a very cheap, probably foreign import shed that has wood that has travelled potentially from the other side of the world that may well have shrunk and expanded en route. And now you've got a very, very poor quality product in your garden.
I do, Jonathan, absolutely. I have the front of it, which is windowed. It's got 3 windows on it, and the bits are falling off already. My tradesmen had to use their own nails because they said the nails that were sent were inferior quality. Yes, I'm very upset, actually, because they promise everything on the internet, and I'm not gullible, but maybe I believe that what they promised on the internet I haven't received.
So what is the situation with the shed now? Obviously, your installers have done the best they can to put it together as well as they possibly can. What are the issues you have with it now?
The issues are that I do believe that as a customer, I've been sent an inferior product to what was advertised. And I've written to the company and advised them of such, to which they said that I should check the parts before anybody, the installer, puts the shed up. And I've gone back and said it's not possible because you don't see the holes in it and how it doesn't meet and fit until you start to put the shed up. And I think that's a fair point.
So what are you looking for them to do now?
They've offered to replace the parts that have been damaged. Mm-hmm. However, I've asked them, it's all very well, they've actually even asked me to send the part numbers of what I would like replaced. But it's no good because if I have them replaced, the whole shed has got to come down and be put back up again, which means my installer team have got to come back in again. And this company say that they won't pay anything towards a third party. Read the terms and conditions, they say. They're very off because obviously it goes through a call centre, dare I say abroad, as you obviously have gathered.
So have you bought this shed then from a company that's not based in the UK?
No, they're based in the UK, but the call centre diverts.
Okay.
So I've got the address, and I've actually written to the MD. I've gone online and found the name of the MD. I've written a copy letter to him, but I've had no response.
You've got to be very careful with sheds and with all kinds of wooden structures.
Yes.
There are companies on the internet that are selling sheds that seem to be considerably cheaper than, some of your good, reputable local garden centres will be selling sheds. And they're very tempting because the photos look fantastic on the internet. You think, well, why would I pay, £300 more to get it from my local garden centre when I could get it off the internet much cheaper? The reality is a lot of these companies that are selling sheds, they are cheap Chinese sheds. The wood is from China.
Yes.
If you consider the journey that the sheds will come on before they arrive at your property, they will be coming on shipping containers from the other side of the world. They will be travelling through different weathers, different climates, hot, cold, humid, dry, all that kind of stuff, which is really not ideal for wood. The wood, therefore, by the time it arrives in the UK, is very often warped. And, of course, you are then delivered with what is a cheap shed, but ultimately it's a shed that you might as well have not spent your money on, because you'll have bits that won't fit together properly, you'll have gaps, you'll have the weather coming through it, you'll have rain coming through it, wind coming through it, you name it, which I would imagine. Is that the situation you're in now? I mean, have you got big gaps down the side of it where it doesn't meet?
It's not so much the gaps, because my handyman has filled them in with extra pieces of wood because they're ex-carpenters. But it's the doors now don't close properly and there's big holes. I did send you some photographs. So you're absolutely correct.
How much did you pay for this shed?
Well, not a great deal. It was £350, which is not, it's still a lot of money. But maybe I've been told that maybe it's not a lot of money for a shed. It's very tiny, Jonathan. It's only 4x6.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, I don't
tiny.
know is the answer. It's been a very long time since I bought a shed, so I can't say that I'm up to speed with the kind of costs of good quality sheds made out of good quality wood that will last for a very long time, which is ultimately when you put a shed in your garden, you want something that's going to last for years, don't you? You don't want something that's after a year or so going to be rickety and falling apart. So when you've complained to the company and explained that you feel they've sold you a load of old tat, what have they said?
First of all, they said there's no compensation.
This is
they
not
said
about
that,
compensation.
but
This
it's
is nothing to do
at
with
all.
compensation.
Absolutely. I said, that's not what I'm after. I'm after, well, they retaliated with that. And I wrote back and said, it's nothing to do with that. I would like a shed that, as advertised. So they've come back and they've said to me that they would offer the replacement parts or offer me a £35 refund.
And what are you looking for?
I believe that I should be entitled to more refund than that. I think I should be entitled to at least half of it back.
Half the price. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a £175 refund is what you consider to be reasonable. Okay. Well, I think what I will do, what I'm going to do is I'll pass you back to my team. We'll get some detail, and I will go and speak to this company and we'll explain that they have two choices. They can either accept that the product you've got is not as described, it is an inferior quality product. Alternatively, you will pay to have a professional report carried out on the shed. That will, of course, cost money. You will also have to pay for your installers to come and dismantle the whole thing.
Yes.
You will also have to pay to send it back to them, all of which will be additional costs. And you will do that, and then you will sue them for the full reimbursement, not only of the £350 for the shed, but also all of your associated costs that you have incurred because they have sent such a poor quality product. Let's see if that changes their mind and they decide that actually it would be more cost effective just to give you half your money back.
Right, okay.
Tracy, stay there. I'm going to pass you back to the team. And please, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking particularly things like sheds, just be very aware you're buying wood. And if you're buying wood, you need to make sure it's good quality wood. There are lots of cheap sheds online. You wouldn't necessarily want to spend your money on them because you'll end up with a shed that isn't his flight back from Corfu. so he ordered himself a meal deal on the plane. After waiting about half an hour for his food to arrive, he summoned over the member of cabin crew to ask what had happened to it.
I called her over and I said to her, can you tell me where my bits and pieces are? She said, I'll go and find out. I forgot that. And then she comes back, she said, I'm sorry, we did forget you, and they've now run out of that. And then she said that as it was a night flight, there wasn't a lot on board, so I could either have another drink or whatever. I said, no, I won't have any of that. Can I have a refund, please? She said, yeah. So she said, if you give me the card back that you paid it on, away we go. So that's what I done.
Well, Brian waited a while, but when he checked his bank account, the money had not been returned to it. So he contacted the airline and explained the situation to them. They said that he would need to contact the contractor that provides the food on their flights, and they'd be able to sort it out. So he contacted them, but rather than them responding in a helpful way, the email he got back from them was somewhat rude, discourteous, and unprofessional, suggesting he should, quote, get his facts straight before complaining. Well, Brian is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Brian.
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan.
I've seen the email that you received, and I've got to be honest with you, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, totally weird.
It's a very, very weird email. It says, I can read it to you. It says, here is a list you need to read first. 1, this is not enough information. 2, anybody can write this. 3, we don't like to be threatened. 4, this is not enough proof of anything. 5, you need to make sure you're contacting the right person. 6, get your information and facts straight. 7, we can do nothing with a booking number. 8, we need tickets and receipts. If what you say is true, then send this to, and then they give another email address, with copies and proof of purchase. If we don't have any proof, then there will be no action taken. I mean, what an odd response.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, as regards the threat, Jonathan, I just said I was going to go to your programme, so yes. I wouldn't have thought that was a threat.
No. I think it strikes me that what you've done is you've been dealing with someone at a company who is not necessarily trained, used to, or able to respond directly to a customer. And
no, I think it's probably the janitor I was speaking to.
Well, God knows, but you should certainly not have been put in a position where you're receiving an email from this company. Now, I went off to have a word with the airline. The airline concerned is EasyJet. And the contractor that you'd initially been passed on to was Gate Group. EasyJet have come back with this response. They say, we are very sorry that Brian did not receive the meal he ordered on his recent flight. This was a genuine mistake, and the cabin crew processed a refund back to his card. Unfortunately, it appears this did not go back onto his card correctly. Gate Group, our retail partner, process refunds in this type of instance, so we advised him to contact them directly. We apologise for the response provided by Gate Group, which fell short of the standards we would expect. This has been addressed with them, and Brian has now received his refund. So have you checked your bank account?
Yeah, I checked it this morning, but no refund. But on the good side of things, I did get, I can say the airline now, can't I?
You can.
I got the voucher. They give me a voucher for £50, which I didn't want, but he said, we'll take it because, you know, it's what we give, or you can have a bunch of flowers or a big box of chocolates. So I said, well, I'll have the voucher. And I've got the voucher. That came yesterday as an email, but no refund as such yet, Jonathan.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm delighted that EasyJet have gone that extra mile and have apologised. I mean, it's a shame, really, that EasyJet, as the company that you were flying with, it's a shame that they didn't agree to get this sorted for you when you first contacted them.
Right.
Whoever they happen to use to provide the meal service on board their flights, that's really of no concern to you.
No.
As far as you're concerned, you were flying with EasyJet, and if EasyJet's contractor had failed to refund you the money, it would have been nice if someone from EasyJet got it sorted out. What I'm very concerned about, though, is the fact that they tell me you've received your refund, and yet you're still telling me the money has not gone back onto your card. What card did you pay it with? Was it a debit card or a credit card?
On my debit card from me bank, well-known bank.
You're sure it was definitely the debit card?
Yeah, it was, because it's got the last 4 numbers of my card written on it, so I know it's that. But I've not received it, Jonathan. I think they're probably still thinking I'm trying to scam them. But I wouldn't.
No.
Start scamming people.
No, I
wouldn't
don't.
Be for £9.
I don't think there is any sense from them now I've got involved. I don't think there is any sense that they believe you're trying to scam them. This is a relatively small amount of money. The amount of money really is not the issue. It's the principle of the fact that you paid for something that you did not receive, and therefore you want a refund. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to request, and it's something that should be straightforward. I don't know why this is proving to be a problem. What I would like to do, can you leave it with me, Brian? I will go back to EasyJet this afternoon. I will explain to them that you still haven't received the refund, although you're very grateful for the voucher they have sent you for £50.
Yeah. I'm in profit at the moment, aren't I?
Well, you are, but let's face it, Brian, you've had a whole load of hassle over something that should have been straightforward. What was it you actually ordered on board the flight?
It was a little tin of Pringles, a drink, and a cheese toastie.
Right. None of which you received.
I actually see somebody eating a cheese toastie on the other aisle, and I thought it looked very nice. But I'm going to call through again in 3 weeks, so I'll have to order another one and see what they're like myself.
Oh God! Well, you're a glutton for punishment, aren't you? Look, I'm not happy that you still haven't had your refund. So let me go back to EasyJet this afternoon. Let me explain that you still haven't seen that money in your bank account. Let me ask them to please confirm that their retail partner Gate Group have processed that refund, and we'll take it from there. Okay?
Well, I'll tell you one last thing though before you go. Firms certainly run for cover when you're on the case, don't they?
What do you mean?
Well, as soon as you mention your name, that you instantly get results. Well, I tried, and my daughter tried for me. Never had any luck. But once they heard about you, I think people run for cover.
Brian, we're not there yet. I'm very disappointed we're not there yet. I'm pleased you've got your voucher, but I'm not happy that you haven't received your refund for your cheese toastie. Did you not even get the Pringles?
I got the Pringles, yeah, because as we said before, that was on the cold side.
So you got the Pringles and the drink, but your cheese toastie never turned up?
Never turned up, and it looked very nice as well.
Oh. Never mind, you'll have to look forward to the next cheese toastie. But I am going to go back to them, and I am going to ask them for that refund. Leave it with me, Brian. I'll talk to you soon.
Lovely.
She placed the order, but she does admit that at the time she was feeling so unwell she didn't check the paperwork she was then given. Well, when the mattress was delivered, it was the wrong one. It was made of wool. But she only realised this when she tried sleeping on it, and she just couldn't get any sleep because it was making her itch.
You know, I'm sleeping in an armchair with a stool for my feet. It's very, very uncomfortable. I implore you, help me. I cannot continue on this chair.
Well, I promised Janet that I would contact the company and see what I could do. Janet's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Janet.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company concerned is Benson's for Beds. And they came back with this response. They said, "We are really sorry to hear that Janet has had an adverse reaction to one of our bed sets. We've spoken to the store staff who confirmed that they were not made aware of Janet's allergy when she purchased the product in May. Janet notified us in June about her reaction to the product, and we requested that she provide us with a doctor's note so that a reselection could be processed. This has now been authorised free of charge. Once again, we apologise for the inconvenience that this has caused Janet." When you and I spoke last, Janet, I said to you, had you actually given Benson's for Beds a written letter from the doctor to confirm that you have an allergy to wool? Now, you said no. You had given them a medical letter from your doctor talking about all of the various ailments you have, but you did agree that that letter doesn't confirm that you have a wool allergy. Now, that may well be why there was the delay. But to be honest, let's not dwell too much on that, because the fact is Benson's for Beds said they would be prepared to exchange the bed for you anyway. Well, when you and I last spoke, you had not heard from them.
No.
So I promised you I would contact them again and just find out what was the latest. And I've got a further response. They say, we have been working closely with Janet to help resolve her case. And we have offered her a product reselection free of charge. Given Janet's allergies, we offered her a new mattress from our anti-allergy range. However, she did not want to accept this option and expressed interest in purchasing a brand that we do not stock. We have offered her a full refund on her bed, which she can use to cover the cost of the new bed that she wishes to buy. So that sounds great news. Have they been communicating with you, Janet?
Well, they have said that, yes. And
Great.
They would collect this bed on the 7th of August. And I said, why so long? It's been 12 weeks by the time they collect this bed. And I said, I'm still sleeping in the chair. And it's so uncomfortable and it's so wrong. Because from the beginning I told them what I wanted. And they're denying that. I wrote them a letter on the 25th.
I know, but Janet, let's just keep this to the actual legal basics of this.
Yes.
You went into Benson's for Beds and you asked for a Rely-On foam mattress.
Yes.
Now, Benson's for Beds say they don't sell Rely-On products.
They didn't tell me that. They swore blind that this bed I have is a Rely-On bed, and
Sure.
it is not.
So what they did was they took an order from you in the store, and you were given paperwork. And I presume were you asked to sign that paperwork?
I can't remember, Jonathan.
Well, what does it say on the paperwork that you were given in the store at the time of order?
Well, I didn't read it then, you see.
Does it say Rely-On foam mattress?
It didn't say that. I wrote to them, and they told me that they couldn't understand the letter. A child could understand what I wrote.
Yes, but the slight problem that we have, Janet, is that if we look at the facts in front of us, I know what you say you told them at the time in the store.
I gave them in writing, Jonathan.
Yes, but what you ordered and the paperwork you were given on that day in the store was for a completely different bed.
Yes.
Now, are you sure that because you obviously weren't feeling very well at the time?
No, I was very poorly at the time.
So how do you know that now what happened on that day is that you came in and you said, I'm looking for a Rely-On foam-filled mattress. And the salesman didn't say, oh, well, I'm sorry, we don't sell that, but we sell something that is very similar. How about this?
Oh, no, he never said that. He said, yes, we have it. And that's it there, you know.
But the trouble is, Janet, that's your word against theirs, because the paperwork and the order seems to suggest that on that day you ordered something completely different. Now, all of that aside, Benson's for Beds have said that they are prepared to take the bed back, even though they can no longer resell that bed. They're prepared to take it back, and they are prepared to give you a refund.
Oh, that's very kind of them.
Yes, but you're obviously...
I appreciate it, but after all this time, they're still dragging their feet, Jonathan.
Why did they say it would take until August for them to come and collect the bed?
He just said that we can't collect it before. We just haven't got the time.
Right. Now, do you have somewhere else in your property that bed could be moved to?
No. No. It's a 5 foot by 6 foot 6 bed, and I only live in a bungalow.
So there's no other room the bed could be moved to?
Oh, no. Anyway, I could move it.
No, I'm not suggesting you move it, but I'm sure somebody could help you move it, Janet.
No, there's no room to put it into, Jan.
Okay. Now, let's just focus on the important things, because at the moment you're sleeping on an armchair, which is not really suitable.
No.
Have you managed to find somewhere else that sells the kind of mattress that you want?
Yes, I told them, and they said they cannot buy it from. They don't deal with those people.
No, that's fine. But have you gone ahead and ordered the bed that you do want?
No, I cannot order it until I get my refund. If not, I'll be in trouble if they didn't give me my refund to pay for another bed.
Well, I don't think that is very likely. Benson's for Beds are a big company and they have promised you, and I've got it in writing, that they are prepared to give you the money. So I think it's very unlikely.
Okay, so I could go ahead and order my bed.
How did you, just out of interest, before I answer that question, how did you pay for the bed in the first place?
Oh, I wish you did not. Jonathan, I grabbed my credit card.
Yes.
And my debit card.
Yes.
Not thinking at the time, my credit card, I wouldn't put a lot of money onto it. I only have £250 that I could spend on it. So I paid it £250 on the credit card.
Okay.
But I had to use the debit card to pay the big amount.
That's okay. So
and
you put
£1,700 and something pounds.
That's fine. So you put 250 quid on your credit card.
Yes.
Fine. Okay. Well, in that case, you are in a position whereby you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act, Janet, for the full amount.
Oh, bless you.
Okay. So
what would we do without you and your team?
Well, hang on a minute. I feel like we're quite a long way from actually getting this resolved. So what I would say to you is that I am confident, based on the fact that you have purchased this from a big company who have agreed in writing, and I've got it in writing that they're prepared to refund you the money for the bed.
Right.
Combined with the fact that you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act, so in the very strange exceptional circumstance that there was some kind of problem getting that refund out of Benson's for Beds, you should be able to recover the full amount of money from your credit card company. Yes. Then if I were you, I would now go ahead and order the bed you actually need from the other company, because I suspect it's going to take a little while before they can deliver it.
3 weeks.
Quite. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to go ahead and to get that ordered.
Many thanks indeed. Oh, you're wonderful.
Now, Janet,
a hug if you were around.
Well, hang on a second, Janet. Listen very carefully to me. I want you to promise me something.
Yes.
When you order the new mattress,
yes,
I want you to look at the paperwork they give you in the shop.
I shall. Don't worry.
Check to make sure that it absolutely, in writing, states the bed that you want.
Yes.
Okay.
I've learned.
And do not pay any money for that bed until you make sure on paper that you have ordered the correct bed. Okay?
Yes.
What I will do is I will go back to Benson's for Beds this afternoon. I will explain that you need that bed removed from your property sooner than a month's time.
Oh, bless you.
Well, actually, hang on a minute. It's not a month, is it? When did they say?
It's 7th of August. It's not a month. 7th of August.
No. So that's, what is that? That's next Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, but to be honest, that would work, wouldn't it? Because if they come out next Wednesday, then the bed will be gone. If you're telling me the new bed is going to take 3 weeks, the bed will the bed will be gone. So there'll be room in the bedroom for it.
Yes.
And I will make sure from Benson's for Beds that they will process that refund on the same day.
No, they said they would give the refund on the 8th, the next day.
Why is that?
I haven't a clue.
Okay. Well,
I cover the bed up. I don't use it at all.
Okay.
It's under felt, and I have a spread over it. I have to turn the edges up because when my housekeeper comes, she runs the vacuum. I don't want her to mess that up. And when she's gone, I put it down.
Right. Okay.
But it's all covered up, and they gave me 2 pillows which was never opened, and they're also a wool. They could have them back. I don't want anything of that sort in here.
Okay. Well, I would certainly suggest that they take those back as well at the same time.
Yes.
What I will do, Janet, then, is you get on and order the new bed.
Yes. ever so much.
Well, it's a pleasure. I'll just go back to Benson's for Beds. I'll make sure that everything is indeed going to happen next week and you're going to have the bed collected and the refund because you'll need to have room in the bedroom for the new one to arrive.
Of course.
And then let's hope that, Janet, within the next few weeks, I'm able to send you off a happy bunny with a nice bed that you can sleep on without getting itchy.
Oh, it would be so nice to get into a bed to sleep and have a good night's sleep.
Yes, I can imagine.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
I can't thank you enough.
Janet.
Honestly. Jonathan Vernon Smith, you deserve a medal.
Well, Janet, look, we're nowhere near there. Paul, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. In February this year, I had a debt collector's letter land on my Mac claiming that I owed £100 for failing to buy or display a ticket at a train station. The train station car park is administered by Company A, who subcontracted debt collectors B and ultimately enforced by Solicitors C. Now, I knew that my car hadn't been at the station in question. I was at work or on holiday, not in the town. The letter before action from the debt company had 2 thumbnail photos taken by Company A's cameras, which are at the car coming in and leaving. So those thumbnails, my first thought was alarm. I thought, had my car license plate been cloned? On examining the photos on the letter, they were too dark to clearly see the plate. So next I went and inspected them on the website, and to my horror, found that it was a different car from mine. It was an Audi whose registration was identical to my Micra, save that my registration plate ended in an A and the Audi ended in an X. Now, as if one letter isn't enough, 4 letters came in quick succession before I snapped. I scrawled over the letters and I returned them to the debt collectors, enclosing an optician's leaflet. Several days later, the debt collectors gave a sort of a mealy-mouthed apology and cancelled those 4p penalty notices and said it wouldn't happen again. You guessed it. 4 or 5 days later, I received 2 more. I'd like you to intervene and obtain an apology from Company A, who to my mind are not fit to run the car park because they have now misidentified my car 6 times. They breached my data protection rights. They've applied to the DVLA for my car details, which they had no right to obtain in the first place. 2 weeks ago, I received a solicitor's letter before action, which, interestingly enough, threatens county court action, whereas the debt collectors were threatening private prosecution.
Yes.
So you can see that this is quite a mess.
Aren't you tempted to go to court?
I know that if the case went to court, it would be thrown out and costs would be awarded against the company on the indemnity basis. But in 2018, MPs debated the Parking Code of Practice Bill, which then passed into law and became the Parking Code of Practice Act. MPs had a lot of interesting things to say, such as that over 5 million private car park tickets are issued a year, that unscrupulous operators undermine the whole sector, that erring car park operators should be put out of business by being denied access to DVLA records. The DVLA does actually have power to deny the car parks ability to search. Now, what I didn't know until today, JBS, is that we, the taxpayer, actually subsidise those searches to the tune of about 0.1%. And in the debates on the Parking Code of Practice bill, it was pointed out that over £700,000 of DVLA money underwrite the searches.
Paul, you're obviously a man with attention to detail, which is good. What I would urge you to do regarding the issue with the DVLA is I would urge you to take that up with your MP. It's a perfectly valid and reasonable thing for you to raise with your MP and to ask your MP to investigate. Now, regarding the fact that you are wrongly being pursued, I know that you rather hilariously sent them back a copy of their letter you'd scrawled over the top of it, and you also sent them an optician's letter. But did you also write them an official letter of disassociation?
I wrote saying this is not my car.
Yeah, but is that what you scrawled over the top of it?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think
I
think if it were me, what I would be inclined to do, and I'm certainly prepared to go and speak to them, albeit private parking companies are notoriously reluctant to have a conversation with me, but I think what I would be inclined to do is to write a letter to them and to say, with reference to your constant barrage of invoices and threats of debt collection and court action, can I please make it clear to you that you are pursuing me for a car that I do not own and have never owned? Can I also suggest that if I have to spend any more of my time dealing with this case of mistaken identity, my hourly charge is £50, and I will be invoicing you for the time that I have had to spend on clearing my name. I trust that I will hear no more from you. I would suggest you do that and send that letter. In the meantime, leave it to me. I'm going to pass you back to my team now. We'll get some detail, and I will call them this afternoon, and I will see...
Morning, Jonathan.
Morning, Margaret. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, of course. I live between a mid-terrace of 3, and one of my next-door neighbours' house, which is on the, I'm in the middle, that would be on the end. It used to be rented out for quite a few years, housing association, but 6 or 7 years ago, she'd bought the house and then started privately renting it out for the last 6 years or so. But when she actually lived there, we didn't really get on, and I'd put a new 6-foot back fence up, which didn't so much annoy her, but it annoyed me because she started painting the other side without my permission. Hence, she'd planted a load of conifer trees and bits and bobs. Now, all these years later, they're about 7 foot high, getting terribly unmanageable.
7 feet high?
To the effect that it comes over my fence, and it's this sort of a mixture between conifer and this very prickly, wiry stuff, which is very hard and awkward to handle.
Sorry, Margaret, just to ask you a question here. You said it's 7 foot high. I mean, if the fence is 6 foot high, then that means you can see 1 foot of hedge above the top of the fence.
Yeah, and it's
is that really a problem?
Yes, it is a problem, because as well as it growing in height, it's growing over time. It's growing the width as well, and it's broken most of my fence along there.
Oh, I see. Right, okay. So it's pushing your fence outwards, in towards your garden.
Yes, and broken all the top bits off as well, where it's pushed over. So in between, I've snipped and so on, you know, as much.
I was going to say, I mean, first and foremost, you are perfectly within your rights to cut anything that overhangs your property or anything that is growing over the boundary into your property. You are perfectly within your rights to cut any of that back. They say that in order to completely comply with the law, when you've cut it back, you should throw it over your neighbour's fence because it belongs to them ultimately.
I do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Quietly, of course. But the thing is, as well, it's such a fast-growing thing. I cut it about 3 weeks ago, and it's come back to where it was before. So I'm sort of giving up on that. I've approached each tenant, you know, when the sort of summer comes, if they would do something about it nicely, and nothing ever comes of it. Then I've approached the estate agent each time the tenant has moved in.
Well, it's not really down to the tenants. If this is a privately rented property, it's not down to the tenants. They have no responsibility to maintain those conifer trees.
Okay.
The owner of the property, the landlady, is it still the same person, the woman that you fell out with years ago?
Yes.
Right. Well, she ultimately is the one who is responsible for anything growing in her garden that is causing damage to your property.
Yeah.
So have you tried to contact her?
Well, I don't know where she's moved. I've approached the estate agents each and every time a tenant has moved in, and his attitude is, well, I can't make the tenants do the gardening. I said, no, that's fine, but you can get in touch with the landlady and act accordingly. And, you know, it just goes on, and I never hear anything back, and nothing ever gets done, to my frustration. Because if they removed them altogether, I could put up a new fence. But the way it is now, I haven't got the incentive to put up a new fence because it would still end up doing the same kind of damage.
Yeah.
And I've got a fence I'm responsible for on the other side, because when I first moved in, I had a dog. Neighbours didn't have a dog, so I felt obliged to pay and put up a fence on each side. So, you know.
So did you have you written a letter to the owner? And have you sent a copy via the estate agents and asked them to please forward this on to the owner of the property?
Well, they've said they've asked her themselves verbally, you know, about
but have you formally written?
She hasn't got back to them.
Have you formally written a letter to them?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you see, I think the way really to deal with this now, you're going to have to deal with it in a formal fashion. Ideally, I presume you have contents and buildings insurance on your house?
No, my house is just rented.
Oh, hang on a minute. So, sorry, who do you rent your property from? Privately or through the council?
No, I'm housing association.
Right. Well,
it used to be the same housing association until
hang on a second. Then, what are you doing? Putting fencing in a housing association property yourself?
You have to put the side fencing in.
Right.
All houses.
So the housing association.
It was new when I moved in, Jonathan.
Right. So the housing association, it's in the terms of your contract with them, is it, that you are responsible for fencing?
Yeah.
Right. Have you spoken to your housing association about it?
I have, and they don't want to know.
But why not? Because ultimately this is their property. It's not your property.
Well, no, because she's bought it.
No. You are a housing association tenant.
Yeah.
So the property you live in, the back garden that you have for that property, it belongs to the housing association. Yes?
The property, yeah.
Yeah. And the garden?
Yeah.
Right. So the housing association, it is their property. And I would have thought that they would be interested in the fact that the next door neighbour has grown things in the garden that is damaging the fence to their property.
No, because I'll tell you for why. I've got a house on my other side which I've had a lot of problems with, and got in touch with the housing association, and they just said no, we're not getting involved in boundaries or bushes, trees. It's not down to us. So.
Okay.
And this is why I've got so desperate I've come to you.
Yes, but I mean, I need to be realistic in terms of what I'm going to be able to achieve for you. I think the first thing you need to do is to write a formal letter to the owner of the next door property, and you need to write that letter and to explain in the letter that you installed at great expense to yourself fencing however many years ago. The fencing is now, and you may well want to include some photographs in the letter, the fencing is now damaged and is becoming more and more damaged with every passing year, as the conifers that she's planted on her side of the boundary are pushing that fence over and are breaking the top of it. Therefore, you would like her, as the owner of the property next door, to take responsibility for those conifers so they stop damaging your property, i.e. the fence. But really, I do think it would be much more, it would have far more weight if it came from the housing association than from you. Because,
I know.
Because she may well turn round and say, well, what's it got to do with you? I mean, you're the tenant, you don't own the property next door. I don't have to do something for you. I may have to do something for the housing association who own the property, but I don't need to come and do this for you. She may well have that attitude.
Yeah, but as I said, they wouldn't help me with the problem on the other side, and that is rented, like mine.
I think it might be a good idea if I go and have a word with your housing association. Let me go and speak to them and see how interested they are, and if they're not interested, let me find out why not. Because, I mean, ultimately, Margaret, one day you will move out of your property. Yeah. And that housing association will want to rent it to someone else. And when they come to rent it to someone else, if there is a problem in the garden whereby the fence is all broken and fallen down because of conifer trees next door, that's going to have an impact on the housing association. So I don't really understand why they're not very interested. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. Let me go and make some inquiries with them. Now, Samantha is a bit of an Ed Sheeran fan. She bought some tickets to go and see him with her then boyfriend. Well, it's all rather uncomfortable, really. You see, her boyfriend is now her ex-boyfriend. And obviously she doesn't want to go to this concert with him anymore, so she decided the best thing to do was to try and resell the tickets.
I tried to resell them through the company website, and you're allowed to do that. It's called their fan-to-fan website, and you're allowed to sell them for the face value or less. You have to have your ID with you, and your name is on the ticket, and you need to have the ID that corresponds to the ticket, so you can't give them away. The only way you can sell them is through their website. So I did that. I put them on at £165 for 2 tickets, which is what I bought them for. And I haven't sold them. They've been up there for 2 months. So then last week I tried to put the price down because that's what it said on the website. And it wouldn't let me.
Well, it would appear Ed Sheeran is very strict about how you can resell his tickets. He's very particular about it. Samantha can only use this particular website, and after 2 months of advertising them, they don't seem to be shifting, and she's been told by them she's not allowed to reduce the price. Well, she says if she can't reduce the price, she doesn't see how they're going to sell. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Samantha.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Now, despite my best attempts to convert you to the Gypsy Kings instead, who would provide you with a much more go-y concert, you still like Ed Sheeran, don't you?
I do still like Ed Sheeran, yeah.
Yeah, well, someone else on my team who rather likes Ed Sheeran is Hannah. And I assigned this case to her, and Hannah's been speaking to the company concerned to find out what you can do, if anything, about reselling these tickets. Hannah, what have they had to say?
Well, I got in contact with them after looking at this fan-to-fan page. It definitely is an Ed Sheeran-related issue. There's so many Ed Sheeran tickets on there, and lots of other artists don't seem to have many for sale. So I think it is the fact that he is so strict that makes it a problem. But
So it's not that people don't want to go and see him?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I would. Maybe not for this price, but yeah. So I spoke to them, and I believe they have been in contact with Samantha. She should be able to tell you what's happening with it.
What have they said to you, Samantha?
Well, I received an email from them on Friday, and they said that they would give me, well, on this occasion, they don't normally do it, it's against their policy, but on this occasion they would give me a refund for the value of the tickets minus the booking fees.
Really?
So I checked my bank yesterday, and they've put in the money for the tickets.
Gosh.
Which I was really, really surprised, yeah. I was really happy.
The only thing I would say, I mean, obviously this is wonderful news for you,
Yeah.
Samantha, because you're now back in the money, and they can resell those tickets themselves. But the only thing is, it doesn't seem to solve the underlying problem for other people out there.
No, I know. They didn't give any reason why they weren't letting you sell the tickets for less. They just said, it's against our policy. On this occasion, we will give you a refund. But they didn't give any explanation.
Well, I don't know very much about Ed Sheeran, other than I'm not that keen on his music, because it's all a bit moany. It's not go-y enough for me, but I don't really know very much about it. But what I have managed to find out is that he's very particular about his ticket sales. And he seems to have a real thing about he does not want people buying tickets and reselling them. Yeah. And therefore he's very strict with the company that he uses to sell his tickets to make sure that they do not facilitate people buying tickets and then, trying to make some kind of profit on them, because he doesn't, I guess, very honourable reasons. I presume it's because he doesn't want his fans to end up paying over the odds for tickets.
Yeah. But I didn't understand. No, but I was wanting to sell them for less than what I bought them for. That's why I couldn't understand why they wouldn't let me do that.
Well, quite. But obviously he just... But you see, what is interesting as well is the fact that they have said to you, and again, I come back to the point, I mean, we're not going to make too much of a fuss over it, because it's been very good for you, but the fact that they've offered you a refund, that's great.
Yeah, no,
but surely
but
surely that in itself seems to be admitting that they are not going to allow you to reduce the price. So they're not going to allow anyone else to reduce the price either.
No, I don't know why. Maybe it's just Ed Sheeran. They won't budge the price. But
how much were they in total for the two?
For the two were 165, but then I think they refunded 155 minus all the fees and things. So
right, okay. Yeah. Well, even so, I mean that's more than maybe you were expecting to get when you started talking about reducing the price. Well, we will watch with great interest, and I guess the one thing we can all conclude from this is that if you are planning to buy tickets to go and see Ed Sheeran, just be aware, if you suddenly decide for whatever reason you can't go and you want to resell the tickets, firstly, you will have to go through the company that you've bought the tickets from, because Ed Sheeran at his concerts is extremely strict in terms of checking to make sure the identity on the tickets is the same as your identity. So you can't just flog them to someone down the pub, because they will have their ID checked when they're at the gate. The second thing is, it would appear that even if you can't sell the tickets after a while at the price you've paid for them, you won't be able to reduce the price either to try and get a quick sale.
Yeah, exactly.
So you may well be forced to have to either go or forfeit all of the money you've spent on those tickets.
Yeah.
Right, it's
I've
intriguing.
been really lucky. Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for your team as well.
Are you going to go and see him again another time?
Maybe, if I can find some. Maybe.
Oh, maybe. Is it still a bit raw? Don't gig, Hannah. Honestly, is it still a bit raw?
Yeah, no, I think I'd probably go. Yeah, with maybe a friend in the future.
Friend.
I don't know.
Go with some girlfriends. Dance the night away. That sounds good.
Exactly. Time to move on, Samantha. Time to move on. Right. Well, look, I'm really pleased that this company have given you all of your money back. We will thank the company very much indeed. I will give Morris. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Morris. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes. Okay. My wife and I have been wanting a new kitchen for some time now. So we're both pensioners. We're both in our 70s. So we've been putting money away every week where we can, to try and get a new kitchen. My stepdaughter, which is my wife's daughter, she put us on to a chap or a friend of hers. That's his job. Well, he came around the house and measured up the kitchen, gave us a price of £2,900, which we agreed.
Hang on, 2,900?
Yes, 2,900, yeah.
Was that for supply and fit of a new kitchen?
Yes, it is.
Gosh, that's a good price.
Yeah, well, he said that's his job. Anyhow, we said okay. 2 days later, he said he'd located the kitchen by eBay, but we need to move fast on it because he said something was snapped up by someone else.
Oh, so hang on a minute. So this guy was... okay. So this guy, he said it's his job to do kitchens, but he was going onto an internet auction site to buy the kitchen.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, that would worry me a little bit.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, what was it? Someone's old kitchen that he was buying?
I've no idea.
Well, I mean, I would presume that it was a second-hand kitchen or an unwanted kitchen or something, but how on earth could you possibly know that it was going to fit in your kitchen and it was going to be the right units, etc.?
That's right. Well, he's, as I said, he measured up, first of all, but we took him at his word for it because he said that's his job.
But did you not have an idea as to how you wanted your new kitchen to be?
Well, yes, obviously, yeah. We gave him all the details of where we wanted, the stove and all the units.
Yeah.
And he says yes, no problem.
But he then went onto an internet auction site to buy one for you there.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what happened next? He told you he'd managed to find one.
Yes, and but he said we need to move fast because it'll be snapped up by someone else. And he actually took my wife down to the bank and to have the money transferred into his credit card.
Okay.
And then he said the whole thing will be finished within 2 weeks. He said up and running within 2 weeks. It's August tomorrow, and there's still no sign of this kitchen. There's no sign of him and no sign of the kitchen being done. He's actually made 12 appointments with us to fit it, and 12 times he's failed to turn up. Sometimes he lets us know, sometimes he doesn't. When he does let us know, it's usually, I've lost your number, I've lost the phone, I don't feel very well, I've been burgled, I've had another job come in which is more important, etc., etc., etc. Then last month I said I had enough of this and I'd like my money back. To which he says, I've got no money, I haven't got anything, I can't even afford to buy myself a burger. Then the following day he went on holiday abroad somewhere. So I just want to know what our rights are. I know his full name and I know his mobile telephone number. Okay. I've asked my stepdaughter to give us his address so we can at least take this matter to court. But she refuses because he's a friend of hers and she doesn't want to get him into trouble.
Well, okay, hang on a second, right? There are a couple of basic things. I mean, firstly, how much has your wife paid him?
£2,900.
The full £2,900?
Yes.
But why would she pay him that? Because I thought that was the money for supplying and fitting the kitchen.
That's it. That's what he told us.
But he hadn't fitted the kitchen.
No, he hasn't supplied nothing or fitted nothing.
So I can understand why. I mean, I can't really, but I get the logic of him saying, I need the money in order to buy this kitchen from the internet auction site. But why on earth would you pay him the money for fitting when he hadn't fitted it?
Well, as he said, we trusted him because he's a friend of our stepdaughters. So we thought everything would be all right.
Well, okay, I don't want to create a family dispute here, but what's your stepdaughter had to say about it? Because she's the one that has put you in this position.
Yes, I know. We spoke to her nearly every night about it, but she still refuses to give us his address. I said, if you give us his address, we may be able to start legal action to get the money back, because we can't afford to lose this money, and we haven't got a kitchen at all.
But hang on a second. Your daughter, your stepdaughter, who put you in touch with this guy, does she feel bad that it would appear on the base of it you've been ripped off by him?
Yes, she does. She said what she said. She does feel bad.
Well, doesn't she want you to try and get your money back?
Well, obviously, but we haven't got it.
But has she been trying to get hold of him to find out why he seems to have disappeared with your money?
She's in contact with him all the time.
Well, why is she in contact with him all the time? If
I've no
somebody
idea.
look, if somebody ripped my dad off, I would make it my mission to pursue them.
Yes.
I wouldn't still be friends with them.
Yes, I know.
Well, why is she still friends with him?
I've no idea. It's actually caused a major problem in the family.
Well, I'm not surprised it has, because I'd be absolutely hopping mad.
Yes. This is why I'm desperate to have this matter resolved.
Yes.
But we just can't seem to get any closer to doing it.
I don't want any detail that will identify him, but is he a local man?
Yes, he is.
Right. Okay. Well, I will happily go and try and track him down and have a word with him and find out why he appears to have vanished on holiday with your £2,900.
Yes.
I think it's absolutely disgusting.
Yes, we feel the same thing.
So I presume this is your wife's daughter?
Yes, it is, yeah.
What's your wife said to her daughter?
She's very angry about it, obviously. She's very angry about the whole situation. You know, it's a matter of trust, and the trust has been broken.
And had you always, I presume you've always had a good relationship with your stepdaughter before. She's always been someone that you did trust.
For many, many years, yes.
Right.
For 20 years, yes.
So this is a very out-of-character kind of level of behaviour.
Yes, it is.
Well, I just don't understand it. I mean, from a family perspective, I don't understand it. If somebody disappears with your mum and stepdad's money, you'd be pretty livid, wouldn't you? You wouldn't still be friendly with them. You would say, do you know what? Until my parents get their money back, I'm never going to speak to you again, and I'm going to help them take you to court.
Yes.
You toe rag.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, call me old-fashioned. Okay, well, look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Morris. I'm going to pass you back to my team. We'll get some detail for him, and I will make it my mission to track this man down.
Oh, that's very good of you.
All right. Stay there, and I'm really sorry about the situation you're in. It sounds awful on lots of different levels.
Yes.
I'm not going to speculate anymore, but I'm going to track that man down, and I'm going to find out what he's done with that money.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Russ bought a washing machine, but it had an electrical fault. And he ended up being very lucky that the outcome was far better than it could have been. You see, this washing machine caught fire in his house. Well, I mean, if they hadn't been home at the time, I guess it could have burnt the house down. Thank goodness Russ was there at the time, and as soon as it started to burst into flames, they were able to put the fire out and to stop it. But the fire damaged all of the clothes that were in the machine. Well, Russ went back to the retailer that he purchased this machine from, but he was telling me they weren't very helpful at all. They kept saying that he should go and speak to the manufacturer. So he contacted the manufacturer, and the manufacturer agreed that they would give him a full refund for the cost of the machine, which Russ very generously took back to the same store that he'd had all the difficulties with and purchased another machine from them.
I purchased a new machine, and when I was at the counter, somebody said to me, out of the blue actually, they said, you can claim for all the damaged washing. I didn't know that. So I got on to customer services, and they said, oh yeah, that's all right. Anyway, a week later, I was phoned by a supervisor who told me, he said, we don't pay out on anything like this. We're not paying you anything. And that was the start of my problem.
Well, I'm just absolutely flabbergasted by this. The retailer that sold Russ this washing machine that then burst into flames should have taken this very seriously. They, if I had been the retailer, I would have personally coordinated dealing with the manufacturer and with my customer until we'd resolved this matter to a satisfactory conclusion. And I would have ensured that as the retailer, I put Russ back in a position that he was in beforehand in terms of any losses that he had incurred. So if it had damaged his clothes, of course I would have made sure that that was covered. If it had damaged his kitchen, of course I would have made sure that that was claimed on my public liability insurance. And I am pretty staggered that it would appear, based on what Russ was telling me, the retailer did not do that. Well, I've been off to have a word with them. Russ is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Russ.
Good morning.
Morning, Russ. The company concerned is Currys. It's Currys PC World. I was quite staggered when I heard that it was Currys.
Yes.
They have said Currys PC World are very sorry to hear about Russ's experience. Whilst we do not believe it to be the case that we refused to help the customer, the correct process for serious claims such as this is for the customer to speak directly with the manufacturer to arrange for a repair or replacement. We recognise we could have handled this better at the time. We initially offered a goodwill gesture of £50, but in view of Russ's experience, we have now offered him the amount he initially requested, £186, which he has accepted.
Yes.
So I presume they've been in touch with you and they've promised you the full reimbursement for all of the costs, that the clothes that were damaged.
They have indeed. They phoned me Monday and told me that they would reimburse me for the entire amount. And they phoned me again on Tuesday and took all my bank details and told me that the money would be in my account within 7 days. So for me, that is very good news. I'm very pleased with it.
Good. Well, I'm pleased that they've got it sorted out as well. It should always be up to the retailer to coordinate anything like this. I absolutely understand that, 3 months from the purchase date, the retailer also has a case against the manufacturer. But what the retailer should never do is just to pass the buck and say to you, the customer, oh, well, we are out of this equation. You need to go and liaise with the manufacturer directly. It's not down to us. That's not true. Ultimately, your contract was always with Currys. Currys then have a contract with the manufacturer, and that's why the retailer really should have been involved right from the start. I mean, they seem to accept that things could have been handled better. I hope that lessons have been learnt from this, and I'm pleased that they have finally agreed to pay you what you were looking for. Did you say you've actually got the money yet, or they've just promised it to you?
No, I think they said it would take I know they're going to pay it because the accounts department phoned me.
Yeah.
But they said it would take probably about 7 days.
Okay, listen to this. Half of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your money. Can you please keep me posted and let me know when it turns up?
I will.
Simon and his wife Leanne decided to have a smart meter installed. I understand I don't actually have a smart meter in my property. Leanne and Simon's case has put me off the idea, to be honest with you, but I understand from people who have got them, the idea is that they show you real-time use of your gas and electricity, so you can make adaptations. You can see what is using electricity at certain times of the day, and you can be across exactly how much it's costing you. In theory, it should be a very good idea. Trouble is, Simon came to me for help because he was saying since they'd had this new smart meter installed, it was interfering with the television, and it was driving the family to absolute distraction. He played me the sound of it on the phone. Yes. And is that when the TV's on? Or does it happen when the TV's off as well?
It can happen when the TV's off as well.
Oh, no.
Yes.
And how often does it make this noise?
Well, it can be any time of the day, and it happens probably 6 or 7 times a day.
Right.
Which is a bit annoying.
And you've had that since 2017?
17. We have had a period of quiet where my wife contacted the company, and what they've done is they put it to what they call setting dumb. So basically, it sort of shut off, and it was fine for a little while, and then all of a sudden, it started up again, and it's been a problem ever since.
Well, it's been a bit of a mystery, really, I think, for the company to try and get to the bottom of what's gone on. I'm not sure they have actually ever finally concluded what was causing this problem and this interference. But Leanne, Simon's wife, is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Leanne.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't think the company, Scottish Power, they have ever concluded, have they, what was causing it?
No, when they came to put the second sort of old-fashioned meter back in, the engineer spent 2.5 hours here carrying out tests that he was told to do over the phone, and no, they couldn't work out why it was doing it.
No. So it's a bit of a head scratcher. And unfortunately, of course, this does, of course, mean if they're not quite sure why it's happened, I guess in theory it could happen to someone else as well.
Potentially, yes.
I went off to speak to Scottish Power initially, and they came back. They said this is a highly unusual case and not something we have experienced previously. We will be contacting Simon and his wife to arrange for an engineer to visit and to take a closer look to see if we can resolve the issue. So, to cut a long story short, they came out. To start with, they were thinking if they moved the meter, either, I can't remember if it was a bit higher or a bit lower.
Bit lower.
They seemed to think that would solve the problem. It didn't solve the problem. Then they said, oh, I know, well, we'll come back and we'll fit it with the new generation of smart meter because there's a newer version now. And hopefully that will sort the problem. Great, you said. So they came out with a new smart meter. They swapped it over, but still the noise persisted. So in the end, they said, right, OK, we give up. We hold our hands up. We can't get this sorted. We will take out the smart meter and we will put in an old-fashioned standard meter. The kind of meter that you had initially before you embarked on this whole process. Yep. So they came out, they put in the standard meter, and sure enough, you were saying, great news, the noise has finally stopped. Good.
Yep.
But there was one final issue. You were saying that at the point of them switching your meter over, you were in credit. And you had requested to Scottish Power, you said, right, well, we are in credit. Can we please have the money that we're in credit to the tune of? And they said to you, no, not for, I think they suggested it may well be 6 weeks, because they said, because we've now put in a new meter, you're not actually eligible to get any kind of credit because you've got a new meter and we need to monitor your usage. Well, your argument was, look, none of this is your fault, the reason the meters had to be changed over. It was showing up as a credit on your account before they switched the meter over. This is your money. You want it back. Well, I went off to speak to Scottish Power again. They've come back with this response. They say, we have spoken to Simon and his wife. We have apologised for the further problems. We have issued a refund of £145 and we have made a further goodwill payment of £55 by way of an apology. This will be refunded into their bank account within the next 7 days. Were you aware of that, Leanne?
Yeah, I had conversations with someone from their media contact team over the weekend, and he looked at the account and he adjusted it, and because they hadn't actually been charging me for any electricity, they'd not been doing any estimated bills or anything, so that's why we got so much in credit. So now that they've deducted what we owe them for the electricity and the gas, that's what we're in credit by, so they've refunded it.
Right.
Or it will be refunded by the end, sort of next week.
Right. OK. So what do you want me to do? Because you've been on a bit of a journey, haven't you? I can either, the ball's in your court, I can either give them the full horn on the basis that we trust that the money will go through, or I can give them half of the horn and withhold the final honk for when you're able to say, yeah, good news, I've got the money in my account.
I think we'll go half.
Half.
Yeah.
A cautious half.
Yeah.
That much. They can have the rest then as soon as you've got your money.
Yes.
Can you please keep me posted and let me know as soon as it turns up, and I'll then give them the rest, OK?
I will do, yeah. Thank you very much for your help.
OK, Leanne, I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Whose decision was it to change to a smart meter?
My husband's.
Oh, we'll gloss over that, shall we? Called in, she has a consumer problem. Hello, Grace.
Oh, hello, JVS.
Morning, Grace. I gather you have a problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
That's right. So it was on the 30th of March this year when I decided to go on a bus trip, in my new area where I've moved to. So I got on one of the late buses from the town to another town. And so there's a very limited bus service where I live, and I knew that the last bus coming back home was at about 5:55 p.m. So I went to the town, did my shopping, and went to wait for the bus at the said return bus stop. So I waited there from about 5:30, But by 6:20, no bus had arrived. While I was waiting, I'd also checked on the bus app, and it was updating that the bus was due. Initially, said the bus was due at 17:54, and then at 17:59, and then eventually there were no updates. And I tried to phone the company, but there was no number on the company's website for me to call. So because that was the last bus, my only option was to take a taxi home, and the taxi cost me £31.
Oh dear.
So, yeah. So
that was an expensive bus journey, wasn't it?
It was a very expensive bus trip. Yeah. So when I got home, I completed the complaints form, and I also asked for my taxi refund, and I got an automated reply. That was still on the 30th. On the 2nd of April, the bus company then wrote to me, and they said to me, the bus had actually arrived, but I was at the wrong bus stop. So I replied them to say, well, I was at the bus stop that the website told me, bearing in mind I'm new to this area. So I told them I was at the bus stop that they told me to be at on the website. And also at that bus stop, there is a road publicity which actually states the bus stops there at the said time. And there was nothing to redirect me to go to wherever they'd said the bus had stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, and then the company wrote back to me on the 12th of April, and they were asking for my taxi receipt. But Jonathan, I didn't ask for a receipt from the taxi company. I just paid them and got off the taxi.
Did you just pay in cash?
No, yeah, I paid in cash.
Oh dear.
I withdrew money from because I didn't have money on me, so I asked the taxi to take me to the ATM. So I withdrew money from there to give to the taxi.
Have you contacted the taxi company to see if they would be able to give you a retrospective proof that you did indeed take that taxi and you did indeed spend £31 on the journey?
No, Jonathan, I didn't do that.
Okay, well, that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they will have on their records a record of your booking. And I'm sure if they're a good company, I'm sure they wouldn't object to just putting something on a bit of headed notepaper quickly to say, we confirm that Grace did indeed on such and such a date take a taxi with us from here to here, and the total cost was £31. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that if they're a decent company. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I could try that, actually. Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. So what has the bus company had to say? I mean, I can understand, without any evidence of the taxi fare, I can understand why they may well say, well, if you can't prove that it cost you £31, why do you just expect us to believe you and give you that money?
But they could ask the taxi companies, the approximate prices from that town to my town.
No, it's not down to them to do that. You're the one that's making the claim. It is only fair that you put in the groundwork, really, to be able to prove the case that you are making to them. I mean, I think if what you're saying to me is that their website had incorrect information on it, and if the bus stop had incorrect information on it, in terms of, yes, the bus will be coming at this time and it will pick you up, then I think you absolutely have a good case. But I don't think it's unreasonable for the bus company to ask you for the proof of the cost that you incurred as a result of it. Have they said that if they receive that proof, they'll then pay you back?
Well, they did say that in the absence of the taxi receipt, all they can give me is times 4 of single bus ticket, which is £16.80.
So they have offered you some money even without the receipt.
Well, that's their delay and repay policy.
Right.
So if the bus is delayed, they will give, they will give times 4 of a single ticket. Yeah.
But have they also said, yes, if you get the receipt for how much that taxi fare costs, we'll pay you that money?
They haven't exactly said that, but they did ask for the receipt. So I'm assuming that had I had the receipt, they might have paid. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, why, out of interest, have you not gone to the taxi company just to say, any chance I could have a receipt for it, retrospectively?
I just didn't think to do so. And to be honest with you, I can't, unless all the taxis that park there are from the same company, I don't even know. Because, I went to a totally different town, Jonathan, and I work 40 miles away from home. So my life is quite busy, but that's not an excuse. If I need to go there, I will go.
Well, hang on a second. Do you know, I don't want the name on air, but do you know the name of the taxi company you used?
No, but I'll be able to recognize it if I see it.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be very likely then, is it?
From what I understand, when I was having a conversation with a taxi driver on my way home, it looks like it's a group of taxis that park in that area.
Okay. Well, look, here is my realistic, practical advice for you, Grace. Mm-hmm. If you cannot obtain a receipt or something in writing from the taxi company to show that you incurred that cost of £31, then I would accept the offer of £16.80, draw a line under it and move on. If, however, you are able to go back to the taxi company and are able to get them to put something in writing to confirm that you did indeed take their cab on that date, at that time, and it cost you £31, then I think you should go back to the bus company and ask for the £31 back. And if they refuse to pay you, then I would like you to let me know and I'll go and speak to them. But I think in the absence of that evidence, I think, to be honest, you're on a bit of a hiding to nothing, to be honest.
Really? Even though it was their error, really, that I was... Because I could have been waiting there, Jonathan.
But they don't deny that it was their error.
No, they don't.
They don't deny that it was their error, but they've asked you for the proof of the cost that you incurred as a result of their error, and you're not able to give it to them.
Okay, what? Even the money that I withdrew from the ATM, I mean, obviously it wasn't £31, but...
I was going to say, how much did you withdraw? I mean, it doesn't really prove anything, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, in that instance, what would have been sensible is to say, do you know what? I'm going to be claiming this money back from the bus company that I'm having to sit in this cab now. So can I please have a receipt for this? Because I'm going to have to send that off to the bus company. But you didn't ask for a receipt at the time.
I didn't. I was just so angry and distressed.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go home.
Grace, we are where we are. You can't wind the clock back. I think the only thing you can do is try and obtain that evidence and see if you can see if you can get the evidence from the taxi company. And if you can, then try and claim the extra money. But to be honest with you, I wouldn't go to a great deal of expense to try and obtain that evidence if it means then getting another bus back to the town that you're in. To have to wait to see if you can see a taxi that looks like the one you got in. I mean, we're talking about 15 quid. You're going to end up spending more money going back to the town and all this hassle over 15 quid.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
It was just a matter. I just thought, the bus company was responsible for my...
They are responsible, and they've offered you £16.80. You want more because it cost you more, but you can't prove that it cost you more. So it is a lesson for all that if you are looking to claim something back, always make sure you get a receipt. Grace, good luck, and please come back to me if you need me to go and speak to that bus company with the evidence.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Morris and his wife, they've been dreaming of a new kitchen, he said, and they've been saving up for years to purchase one. Well, Morris has a stepdaughter, and she said she's got a friend who'd be able to supply and fit a kitchen at a very good price. Well, they agreed a deal with him, and it really was a very good price, an amazing price. But he said that's where the problems began.
And he actually took my wife down to the bank and to have the money transferred into his credit card. He says it's up and running within 2 weeks. It's August tomorrow, and we're still no sign of this kitchen. There's no sign of him and no sign of the kitchen being done. So he's actually made 12 appointments with us to fit it, and 12 times he's failed to turn up. Then last month I said I had enough of this and I'd like my money back, to which he says, I've got no money, I haven't got anything, I can't even afford to buy myself a burger. Then the following day he went on holiday.
Well, Morris said that he's really struggling to make contact with this man. He says that his stepdaughter is in contact with him, But she's refusing to give Morris the man's address so he can try and get his money back. Well, Morris is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Morris.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning, Morris. So I went off to have a word with the man, and I got through to him straight away yesterday afternoon. Didn't have any problems whatsoever. And it's fair to say he has a very different version of events.
Well, we've actually come to a conclusion on this. We've sat down and talked about it, and it's all now been settled.
Well, hang on a second, because I have a duty, having heard your side of the story, I have a duty to him to put his side of the story to you.
Right.
So let me just run through what he has said, and then we'll find out what compromise you have agreed after the programme. He says that, first of all, it's your wife that had agreed to have the new kitchen.
Right.
The £2,900 was the cost of the kitchen units and the appliances and the sink. He said this was an excellent price because your wife is a family friend. He said that because he is very friendly with your stepdaughter and your wife, that he was planning on charging you £400 to fit it. He said, this is, look, family friends rate. He said, I've done work for Morris's wife before. I made it clear that obviously because I'm doing this as a friend, they would have to fit in and around my work schedule. Now, he said that unfortunately he had to postpone the fitting of the kitchen because his van was broken into and all of his tools were stolen. And he said that he explained to you there, or rather to your wife, there would be a delay because of this problem. He said there was a delay of 4 weeks. When he tried to book fitting the kitchen in again, he said that you then got involved and you stated that you were only happy for him to start on a specific date. And he said he wouldn't be able to do that date because he was on holiday then, but he said, I will be able to do it as soon as I get back, which would be the 8th of July. And he said when he mentioned that date to you, you then said, right, we don't want you to fit the kitchen anymore because we're fed up of being messed around. So as far as he was concerned, you just cancelled cancelled the kitchen being fitted. Well, he said when your wife, who'd gone on holiday separately to you, returned from her holiday, that was the first she knew that you'd cancelled the kitchen. She wasn't aware of the fact that you'd cancelled the kitchen, and she then contacted him to say, I don't want to cancel the kitchen. I'm happy to fit in around you. When can you do it, please? Can you please fit the kitchen? He then agreed a date with your wife and arranged for all of the kitchen components to be delivered by his supplier. But when the supplier turned up at your house with a lorry full of kitchen stuff, you refused to accept delivery of it. He said, I have paid for that kitchen. I've paid for the kitchen out of the money that I had agreed with Morris's wife, £2,900. My supplier has been paid. He said, I'm very, very unhappy that Morris has come to your programme. Morris has been posting pictures of me on selling Facebook sites. He's lost me £4,000 worth of work, and I'm now considering taking legal action against him for this. So obviously a very different version of events, Morris. How do you respond to that?
Well, some of that actually is true, and some of it is not true. But as I said
Which
before,
bits are true?
because we've sat down at a table and talked about this, and the whole matter has now been resolved. Everything's been resolved. I mean, I don't really want any more upsets in the family than there has been. I mean, everything that said, I just like to, I was angry, everybody else was angry, and I just want to retract everything and just get back to the normal without upsetting everybody else in the family.
Right.
Basically, that's the end of the story.
So hang on a second, just so we're clear. So are you retracting your story that you told me yesterday on the programme?
I've just said some of it was true, some of it is not. But I just want to retract everything, and we want to get back to a normal life.
So some of the story you told me yesterday was not true?
Most of it was true, but some of it was in anger.
What? So some of what you told me yesterday on the programme was not true? You told me untruths because you were angry?
A lot of it I was angry, everyone else was angry, yes.
Right. But I don't really appreciate my programme being used for you to vent your anger by telling untruths.
Well, as I said, the whole matter's now been resolved. We just want to get back to a normal family life.
Well, I'm sure you do, Maurice, but you've come to my programme. My programme is here to help customers who have been treated badly by people. And you've just admitted that you told untruths on my programme yesterday out of anger, and it would appear that those untruths were very unfair on a local tradesman.
But as I said, it's been settled now. It's all been settled. I mean, we don't want any more problems. We don't want any more upsets. We don't want any more people getting angry. We don't want any more stories. We just want to end the whole thing.
Right. OK, well, I suggest if you come back to my programme again with a consumer problem, you make sure that it's accurate and don't tell untruths on my programme, because I don't appreciate it.
OK.
It's obviously going to be one of those days. Hello, Michael. Can you hear me?
Hello, Jonathan. I can hear you. Can you hear me OK?
Perfectly.
Lovely.
Do you listen to my programme?
I do, yeah, but because my wife's got autism, my son's got autism, I didn't want to really have a big argument in the supermarket, you see.
Right, but you don't need to have an argument. Did you explain calmly that you are aware that your statutory rights under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 that would have applied at the time of purchase in July of 2017, they apply to this sat-nav in the same way that they apply to all other products that are purchased from retailers in the United Kingdom? And that states that this product must last for a reasonable amount of time, and you did not consider 2 years to be a reasonable amount of time. Did you explain that to them?
I did, but the customer service just didn't seem interested at all.
Right, OK. Well, it sounds like I need to go and have one of my conversations, doesn't it, Michael?
Yes, please.
Fine. OK. Can I please pass you back to my team? We'll get some detail, and I will call that company for you this afternoon and explain that they do have a liability. Just to confirm, you haven't done anything in the use of that sat-nav that might have rendered it broken, no?
No, just a general use.
OK, fine. And do you use it a lot or fairly infrequently?
I use it quite a lot, yes.
You do? OK,
yes.
Fine. Leave it with me. I mean, the simple fact is, what you are entitled to, you're entitled to expect that sat-nav to work for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I've got to be honest with you, Michael. It's been many years since I've bought a freestanding sat-nav.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much they are now. I mean, my car's got one built in, and I know lots of people tend to use them on their mobile phones now.
Well, because I'm a courier driver and I deliver medication, I really need it, you see.
Right, OK, yeah, I'm just seeing here there's one for sale, $89.99, one here, $99.99, $99.99, £89. Yeah, OK, so £100 is a perfectly reasonable amount of money, and therefore you would expect it to last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I would say that 2 years is not reasonable. I would suggest, please tell me if you think this is wrong, but I would suggest that 5 years is a reasonable amount of time for that to last.
Yeah, I'd be happy with 4 even, but 4 to 5 years, I'll be happy.
OK, well, if you're happy to work on 4, let's work on 4, because that makes you sound even more reasonable. So £100 divided by 4 equals £25 per year.
That's correct.
So that's how much use, if you look at the cost per year, and you've had 2 years use out of it, so you've had £50. So you will be looking for them, and this would be the reasonable thing, you will be looking for them, the retailer, to make a contribution of £50 towards replacement of that sat-nav. OK?
Yeah, I'll be happy with that, yes.
Leave it with me, let me go and have a word with them, and I'll see what I can do.
So you'll book me back to your team now, yeah?
I'm doing it now. Hang on there, please.
Tackling your consumer problems. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Frances purchased a new vacuum cleaner for her daughter who'd moved into a new property. A few months later, she purchased the same vacuum cleaner, or a very similar model, for her mum. They'd only had these vacuum cleaners for about 6 months before Frances told me things started to go wrong with them.
It's spitting out grit and fluff all over the place. I had a look at the vacuum to ensure there weren't any blockages, that it wasn't dirty, etc. It wasn't. So I said to her, right, I'll take it back. So I brought it back to my home. I was talking to my daughter and saying, Mum's cleaner's not working. And she said, I've got exactly the same problem in mine. I haven't used it for a couple of months. And I said, no, you should have said something, basically. She said, I've gone back to using my other cleaner. So I said, well, bring it over and I'll have a look at that as well. So I had a look at that, made sure it was all no blockages, filter was clean, etc. So I said, right, I'm going to take them both back.
Well, Frances did take them both back. She went back into the store for this company. The manager apparently looked at them and said, no, it's nothing to do with the products. The filters are dirty. Well, Frances said that is absolutely not the case. She has made sure that the filters are spotlessly clean. They are not blocked up at all, and she thinks this is just an excuse. And she was very unhappy that the manufacturer didn't seem to want to deal with it. Well, I promised her that I would contact the retailer on her behalf and try and get things resolved. I've done that, and Frances is back on the JVS show. Good morning to you, Frances.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Any product that you purchase from a retailer in the United Kingdom must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, must last for a reasonable amount of time. As we heard with the last case with Michael's sat-nav, there is, unfortunately, a too frequent occurrence of retailers telling customers, oh, sorry, it's over 12 months, there's nothing we can do. Absolute nonsense. It may well be that a manufacturer's warranty will only last for 12 months. That may well be the case. But the warranty does not affect your rights as a customer in the UK. And the simple fact is you have a contract with the retailer that they must sell you a product that is of reasonable quality, is fit for purpose, and lasts for a reasonable amount of time. And it was exactly that point I went to put to Argos on your behalf, Frances. Now, they have come back and they have suggested that if this particular make of vacuum cleaner develops a fault after 30 days, the Argos customer service team will put the customer in touch with the manufacturer's dedicated aftercare team, which can often help to identify and resolve the issue. Where this isn't possible, we will arrange for an engineer to inspect the product and arrange to replace or refund the item if necessary. We have apologised to Frances for her experience, and we have arranged a full refund. So what have they said to you, Frances?
Well, I was absolutely delighted on Tuesday to receive a telephone call from the Chief Exec's office, and the lady apologised for the tone of the response I got at the store. She did go on to say that my consumer rights had not been breached as the company's terms and conditions apply whenever you purchase anything from them.
Right, well, I have a big problem with that.
Yes, I know, and I knew you would. I didn't argue with her. I didn't have a conversation, but I'll just let her carry on.
Well, can I just explain? Terms and conditions cannot override the law. Mm-hmm. You cannot, as a company, if I decided to start up JVS Electrical Items and I sell washing machines and kettles and all that kind of stuff, I can't write terms and conditions that say, if a product you buy from me goes wrong, I won't do anything to help you. Because you cannot write terms and conditions that override the law. And the law states that I, as a retailer, would have to sell you a product that was fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and would last for a reasonable amount of time. So I'm afraid it is not the case that Argos can rely on terms and conditions that they say you've agreed to that mean they don't have to resolve this issue for you. It's not reasonable. And I would be very interested to see those terms and conditions that Argos are telling you you've agreed to.
Yeah, I would as well. She also said the store was correct in not taking the items into store and that I should have contacted the manufacturer. So I just let her carry on. And then right at the end, she said, but she was going to arrange for the 2 appliances to be collected today, which they have been collected. There was only one problem in I had an email from, you've mentioned Argos, so I've mentioned it, from Argos saying that a collection was going to be made today, but it only had the 1 appliance on there. So I emailed the lady at the Chief Exec's office and said this was the case. And then just as I'd done that, the guy turned up to collect them. he says, I've only got 3 minutes to collect them. So I showed him the email I'd sent to this lady, and he says, I'll make sure. I've done a copy of the purchase orders to the two of them and attached them. He said, I'll make sure when I go back they're aware of it. And I emailed this lady again and told her that the two had gone back, and I hope there'd be no problems with the refunds.
This was all a telephone conversation, was it? Or have you got anything in email from her stating this business with the terms and conditions?
No, that was a telephone conversation.
Right. Well, I would like to go back to Argos and I would like to address this issue with them. I've already had to have a conversation with Argos in the past about this kind of thing that they have come out with. You know, we are within our rights to tell customers to go and speak to the manufacturer and to let the manufacturer deal with it because it's in our terms and conditions. It may well be that it is more convenient for a customer and that a retailer has a very good relationship with the manufacturer, and the manufacturer has said, you know, any customer problems, send the customer our way, we'll get it sorted. I completely understand in that case why a retailer would say to you, oh, call the manufacturer, they'll get it sorted. Give you the number, you call them up, manufacturer gets it sorted. It just makes the matter quicker and easier for customers. But in the event that a manufacturer does not resolve the issue, the retailer must address the problem because your contract is with the retailer. It is not with the manufacturer. And it is completely and utterly unacceptable to try and contract your way out of your legal responsibility through terms and conditions. It's not acceptable. It's not allowed. And if that is indeed what you've been told by Argos, I'd like to find out why.
It was exactly what she said to me. As I said, I just sat there and listened to what she had to say. I thought I'm not going to get into, because I knew that wasn't correct, but I thought I'm not going to get into a conversation with you over this. I just want it sorting out. As I say, they've been collected. I'm hoping the refund goes through. Obviously, we'll probably have to wait till the middle of next week to see if that is the case.
Well, I was going to give Argos half the horn, but I'm not inclined to do so based on what you've told me this morning. I'm going to go back to them again this afternoon. I will put this all to them and we'll find out what they have to say.
Yes, as I say, she actually said the store was correct in not taking the items into store. And she actually did say that the terms and conditions, my consumer rights had not been breached, as the company's terms and conditions apply whenever you purchase anything from them, which makes me think now, as I said to you, I've used this company. I order so much from them. I've ordered 3 mobile phones in the last 15 months, but it's now making me think, do I want to deal with them anymore? Because if this is the case...
Well, that's a great shame. And in my experience, Argos have... I mean, like any big company, Argos from time to time will have unhappy customers. And over the years, I've dealt with Argos many times. Argos have always, in my experience, up until recently, have been very quick to resolve matters, very keen to resolve matters, and have never left this kind of very concerning question mark hanging over a customer complaint. And if you've been told what you tell me you've been told, I mean, firstly, it flies in the face of the statement where Argos apologise for your experience. But I want to know why you've been told that. Leave it with me. I'll go and speak to them, Francis, and I'll talk to you very soon.
Yeah, well, they say that the telephone calls are recorded, so I'm sure they'll have a recording of it.
I will ask them. Do you remember Marion? Marion was telling me she travels into London quite a lot. And as she has a disability, she parks in the disabled bays at her local train station. She's been doing this for years, with no problem whatsoever. But she was telling me since a new management company has taken over control of the car park, she started receiving fines. And she's now appealing her 5th fine this year.
When I queried the station manager, he said that the new management company had taken over and they'd erected cameras that showed the cars coming in but didn't actually show the cars that turn off into the blue badge area. So then, of course, there's no record of them having paid, and they're issuing all these fines. But it just carries on. They have a notice up which tells you have to sort of make this phone call, which is about sort of 6 different things you have to do. Press this, press that, press the other. It isn't always the same. It varies. And often you get cut off. So, and obviously I'm worried about missing my train.
Well, Marion was telling me she's just getting very frustrated with the situation, and she's even been considering going to another train station and travelling into London with a different train company rather than using the one she's using because of this issue. Well, I promised her I would contact the company concerned to try and get matters resolved for her. Let's find out what they've had to say for themselves, because Marion's back on the JVS show. Hello, Marion.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, the company concerned is Govia Thameslink. They've come back and they've said, a spokesman for Govia Thameslink Railway has said, since the introduction of automatic number plate recognition systems at many of our car parks, blue badge holders need to register their vehicle to an account. Then, each time they park, they should enter the location code and send their registration number by text. Marion has not registered her vehicle, although it appears that she did call on one occasion, but did not send her vehicle number to validate the parking. When it became apparent that she was having difficulty registering, she was sent a letter with instructions, and 4 penalty notices were cancelled. Since then, she has incurred a further notice. As the letter explained, registration can be done for her if she calls the number given, or if she prefers, a parking manager can contact her to help. So were you aware that you needed to register your vehicle in this way, Marion?
Yes, I was, and I haven't done it just once. I've done it each time since I received that letter. But I actually wrote down the details that they gave me, the procedure you have to go through, and when it varies because it has different instructions each time I've done it. But when you actually initially ring, and then you press a number or something or the other, then they tell you that you have to text your registration number. You text REG and then the registration number. But I mean, I'm actually on the phone talking to someone. I'm guessing that you have to then stop that call and to do the text. I don't think you can text in the middle of a phone call, can you? That's what I didn't understand. So,
well, no, hang on a second, because I think there's a little bit of confusion here. Let's just break this down. First things first, have you registered your vehicle to an account with the parking company that managed this car park?
No, I don't know how to do that.
Was that not explained on the letter that they say they sent you?
Not really. I mean, I actually wrote down each sort of a numbered sort of point-numbered list of things I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
And you ring, first of all, with this number, and then they speak to you and say, text reg. Yeah. But I mean, surely you have to sort of stop the phone call, don't you? Before
No. What you do, if I understand their response correctly, and what I'm going to do after this conversation, Marion, is I'm going to get someone from Govia Thameslink's parking company to call you.
All right.
And to go through it all with you. But what they're saying is, first of all, you have to register your vehicle to an account with them.
Yeah.
So you open an account. This is not an account that you have to pay for.
No.
But you open an account where you'll have to give the details to, I presume, an operative on the phone of your car, of the colour, of the registration number, of your name, of your address, and probably your telephone number as well. So once they've then opened an account, what you then do is when you arrive at the car park, you send a text message to a number that they suggest they've already told you about.
Yes, the location number, I know that.
That you send the text message to register your... And they then put it against the account for your car that they've already got on record. And they say, oh, that's okay, Marion's car's parked in the disabled space. She's allowed to, she's registered with us. But somehow that system is not working. And it sounds to me as if maybe there's a bit of a lack of understanding of how you actually need to do it. And maybe it's a bit confusing in the letter. So what I'm going to do... I will get back to them and I will ask someone to call you this afternoon, or as soon as they possibly can, to talk you through every stage that you have to go through. And then hopefully you'll then know from now on, whenever you park your car there, what you've got to do with the text. And it will all then work and you won't receive a fine, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
I hope so, anyway.
Yeah, well, I will obviously stay across this to make sure that next time you've tested it, it does work.
It's the first I've heard about an account, I must admit.
Right, okay. Well, do me a favour. After this conversation, go back and have a look at the letter they say they sent you.
Yes, they did. They did send me a letter.
Go and reread that letter.
Yeah.
I'll get someone to call you and let's see if we can iron out what the problem is, and hopefully you'll then know how to put your registration number in when you go to the car park.
No problem. So I take my children swimming on a Saturday. We tend to go to the last session, tend to be a little bit quieter. Took them as normal last Saturday, the 27th. And basically I was told that the pool was closed. Somebody had been sick in the pool, and that a refund would be available.
Well, hang on a second. So you say you went last Saturday and they told you that someone had been sick in the pool. Surely you wouldn't have paid for it if they told you when you arrived that someone had been sick in the pool. Surely you would have just gone straight home.
Basically, we paid for the session. We went into the changing rooms. We got changed as normal. The session begins at 4:15. We went as if we were going to go into the pool. We were stopped at 4:15 when the session was due to start to say the pool's closed. Somebody's been sick in the pool. We need to check the pool, and you're going to get a refund. At which point I said, have you got a contingency plan in place? Could we perhaps use a portion of the bigger pool while you check the small pool? How long will it take to check? Which they sort of said 15 minutes, but that wasn't an option. You'll get it, and the attitude was, you're getting your money back. What more do you want?
But hang on a second. But by that point, you were already stood there in your swimming gear.
Absolutely. And I just want to stress at that point as well, there was approximately 15 children, I'd say from about 12 months to up to about 7, hysterically crying in the changing rooms, really upset. A lot of parents that say that they bring their children swimming, they look forward to taking them swim. The children look forward to swimming every week.
But I mean, to be honest, Sarah, I mean, sometimes disappointments happen in life. Surely children need to learn that the disappointments occur. I mean, that's down to a parent to explain to a child that unfortunately today it's not going to be possible, little Johnny, to go and have your swim. But I think the way the swimming pool deals with it is absolutely crucial in all of this. And surely what they would do is say to you, by that point you're there standing in your swimming costume ready to go in. I mean, if I was the manager, what I would have said to you at that point is, I'm terribly sorry. I mean, obviously we don't have any control over it. Someone's been sick in the pool. Sorry. We'll obviously give you your money back because we can't let you in the pool till we've cleared it and made sure that everything is okay. We'll give you your money back, and here's a voucher for next time you want to come back. Come and have a free swim on us. You know, that's how I would have dealt with it to diffuse the situation.
And that's exactly one of the suggestions I put forward when we then all got changed and went round to get our refunds. I sort of said, is there no contingency policy in place? Would there be, would we be able to come next week? Is there sort of a day pass? Is there, perhaps could the children sit down and, have an extra 15 minutes? Anything that has a backup. By that point, I was just met with such a level of aggression from staff that I've never experienced.
What do you mean?
I had staff that were saying, you're getting your money back, what more do you want? When I was asking for, I asked for a member of staff surname because he was extremely aggressive and rude. He put his name over his name badge and said, I haven't got a name, I haven't got a surname.
Were these, I don't mean to be patronising here, but were these lots of young people?
Extremely young people. They were very young people.
Well, but maybe they're a little bit out of their depth to deal with a level of confrontation like this, because it sounds what you've just described, the putting your hand over your name badge and saying, "Oh, I haven't got a name." I mean, it's a quite immature way of trying to resolve an issue, isn't it? Really.
Absolutely, and that's when I spoke to the manager, he was a particularly young guy, and I said to him, "Is there anybody else on duty? Is there an area manager? Is there somebody I could speak to?" And he didn't seem to know sort of who to signpost me to. And as you say, later on, I found out that from the area manager who contacted me last week, he said that weekends are their busiest time. They see high volumes of people through the door, particularly in the summer holidays.
But at weekends, they're also at their shortest of staff.
So what did the area manager, when the area manager contacted you afterwards, what did he or she offer you?
Nothing. All I got was, we're going to investigate it. The CCTV backed up the story, because at one point, one of the staff was quite confrontational and, for want of a better word, literally squared up to my dad. And my dad had to stop him and say, look, I really wouldn't be doing that if I was you. We've got children present. You're in uniform. I just don't think it's not appropriate. And the only way to calm the situation down, my mum said, look, we'll film it. Get your phone out and we'll film this, because we couldn't believe what we were seeing.
Okay, I mean, this just sounds ridiculous, to be honest with you. It sounds absolutely ridiculous. Sometimes, unfortunately, children will be sick and poo in swimming pools.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, it happens. A friend of mine was telling me that one of her children threw up on the coach on the way back from a holiday yesterday. Sometimes children they do these kinds of things, don't they? And you don't necessarily have control over it. But the way that you deal with it, if you recognise that you've got paying customers who have got in their cars, used their petrol, planned their day around the fact that they are coming to your premises to avail themselves of the leisure activity that you offer, if they've paid their money at the door, if they've got themselves changed into their swimming costumes, and they've got as far as, getting to the pool to be told, sorry, this has happened, we can't allow you to swim today, then you need to offer a little something just to show that you are genuinely sorry about the situation, and just to diffuse the situation. And I would like to think, Sarah, if you're a reasonable person, if they'd come out and said, we're so sorry about it, obviously we have no control over it, we can't let you in the pool, here's your money back, and here's a voucher to come back as a family and have a free swim on us. I would like to think that you would have said, OK, thanks, we understand these things happen, and you would have gone home in your car, explained the disappointment to your children, but hey, sometimes things happen.
What happened, yeah.
And you would have dealt with it. It sounds instead as if things have become ridiculous.
I mean, and this was the thing I was trying to get across to the young manager. I was saying to him, it's not that something's happened. It's not that there's been sick in the pool. It's not that at all. I completely respect that. I get that you've got to close the pool. I wouldn't want my children swimming in sick. I completely understand that. But it's the fact that the attitude was, you're getting your money back. And those were the words. What more do you want? You're getting a refund.
You see that, but that's where, to me, it sounds like you've got inexperienced, immature members of staff having to deal with a situation of confrontation that, frankly, they're not up to. And that's why you would like to think that at that point, when things start to escalate, they go and get a more senior member of staff who comes out and says, look, what can I do to try and resolve this? Because this is, obviously, we understand you've taken your time to come to our swimming pool today to swim. We understand your disappointment. You need to understand from our perspective, we can't change this. We can't change what's happened, but we can try and sort something out for the future. But it sounds as if they didn't do that based on what you're telling me. Now, obviously, I want to go and speak to the swimming pool and get their side of the story. But if everything is as you've told me, I will be saying to them, I think they should have offered you a free swim. But to be honest, do you want to go back there now?
No, this is the thing. No, I don't. I just cannot believe that that's the level of service, and particularly from people, I teach my children to respect everybody, but particularly people, like firemen, lifeguards, people that help us. And for children to witness that kind of attitude, no, I don't. I don't want to go back there.
So what do you want?
What I want out of this is for it not to happen to another family, and for them to look at their policies in regards to contingency plans. So if this does happen again, like you say, a free pass, or come on kids, or I'll get you an orange, we'll grab an orange juice or something, something to lighten it, to make it sound like, okay, the pool's out of action, you've come this way, we're really sorry. Here's a colouring book, here's, something, just while we test it for 15 minutes, and then, so it doesn't happen again, and you haven't got children that are distressed, and you haven't got parents that are stressed.
Yeah, but this business of children being distressed, I mean, I think that's a bit over the top. I mean, children distressed because they can't go swimming. I mean, tough.
And there was
sometimes there are things that, are just out of people's control, and you need to explain that to children. They have to get over it, frankly. Mm-hmm. But I do think that they should have recognised the fact that you'd gone out of your way to go to their swimming pool, you'd chosen their pool to spend your money on, and that there is a level of disappointment that means that just giving you your money back doesn't take into account the fact that you've spent your money and your petrol getting there in the first place. Mm-hmm. Had you had to pay for your parking at the pool?
No, we hadn't had to pay for parking, no.
Right, okay, but you'd had to pay to get there?
Yes, we'd have to pay to get there, yeah.
OK, well, look, let me go and have a word with them. Let me put this to them, and I will certainly get a response. It sounds really as if you're really just looking for an explanation and an apology. I will go and put that to them. Let's see what their response is, and we'll take it from there, OK? Now, early last year, Raleigh had to take a flight from Luton to Latvia, a journey he's made many times before without any trouble whatsoever. But on this particular occasion, he had a nightmare. His flight was delayed by more than 6.5 hours. The delay meant he was unable to get a bus to and from the town where he was staying, so he ended up having to spend more than €170 on taxis, not to mention €30 in late check-in fees caused by the flight delay. Well, he came to my programme with a very simple question.
My question is, am I entitled to ask them for that? Or do I just have to stomach it and say, well, I had to get there, I had to pay for the taxi, so that's it?
Well, the simple fact is that he is entitled to both his EU compensation and he is also entitled to expect his out-of-pocket expenses in the form of the taxi fare to be reimbursed to him. Now, the two things that he was claiming come under two different bits of legislation. So it was a little bit complicated, but we went through it step by step. And Raleigh's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Raleigh.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Now, we consulted with a man called Kobe Benson, who's a flight delay solicitor at a company called Bott & Co. And he came back with this response. He said, Raleigh has correctly applied for and obtained compensation of €400 under European Law Regulation 261/2004 for the flight for the delay to his flight from Luton to Latvia caused by a technical problem with the aircraft. He is, however, out of pocket to the tune of €170 due to the fact that he had to get a taxi as buses were no longer running when he arrived. It is not very well known that passengers are also entitled to damages occasioned by delay under Article 19 of the Montreal Convention. Kobe therefore advised you to write to the airline again to ask for reimbursement of the €170 under the Montreal Convention this time and not under the EU regulations. So last time we spoke, you had agreed with the airline, which is Wizz Air, you had agreed that you would accept the EU compensation that they were indeed offering you. But you also made it quite clear to them that if they didn't agree to pay you the additional money under the Montreal Convention, you would take matters further. The question is, Raleigh, what's happened since we last spoke? How are you getting on?
Well, 50-50. First of all, they paid the compensation for the €400 and the delayed the problem with the check-in. They've paid that, no problem. That's in the account. Mm-hmm. But they were intransigent with regards to the 170.
Now, let me just pause you at that point. That indeed backs up the response that they had come back to us with. They said, Wizz Air apologises for the inconvenience the passenger in question experienced with us as the result of a delayed flight due to a technical issue with the aircraft. Wizz Air has agreed to pay the €400 compensation, which he's entitled to under EU 261 law, which more than covers the €170 taxi cost incurred due to the flight delay. It is regrettable that the passenger in question has so far refused to accept this payment. We look forward to resolving this issue at his earliest convenience. So they were making this argument that as far as they were concerned, your out-of-pocket expenses would be compensated by the EU compensation. But what they weren't prepared to do, it would appear, was to look at the two things as completely separate claims. And it sounds to me as if they were still making that point right up until recently. What's happened recently? Did you take matters further?
I did take it further. I took advice of your expert and applied to the aviation ADR, stating quite clearly that I was claiming the 170 under the Montreal Convention, Article 19. I waited and waited, and then I got a response back, and they said, under the European directive, you're not entitled to. I said, well, and you can't appeal the decision. I said, well, hold on a second, I didn't ask it under the European directive, I asked it under Article 19. And proverbial brick wall head against. I've got no further forward. They just did it under Article, and they won't... and I just don't know which way to turn, because I'm like an old British bulldog. I've got my teeth into something. I will not let go until I've got resolution.
Yes.
But I have to come back to you and say, any chance you can talk sense to somebody, please?
Well, I don't think so, no. Because we have tried to speak to Wizz Air. We've identified Wizz Air. And Wizz Air, as you have heard, throughout this entire conversation, they refuse to budge because, as far as they are concerned, the EU compensation compensates you more than the loss that you have incurred. So they are absolutely adamant that they are not prepared to pay you any more than the EU compensation that they've offered. However, Raleigh, that does not necessarily mean that just because you have tried this aviation dispute process that you have to leave it there. I mean, I guess the next step would be that if you want to take matters further, you would now need to do so in a legal sense, and you would need to do so through the Small Claims Court.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the kind of thing that... Obviously, Kobe Benson, who's an aviation solicitor, he represents people on cases like this. However, Kobe, and indeed most other solicitors that operate in this kind of field, would operate, I'm sure, on a no-win, no-fee basis. But the amount that you would have to pay him if you were successful, if he decided to take this on, would obviously eat in fairly considerably to the €170 that you stand to gain if you were successful. So, I mean, I would have thought that this is something that you, if you do want to take matters further, you are perfectly within your rights to do yourself.
Well, that's just something I'm looking at. It's just wondering, as I said, the ADR, the fact that they didn't even look at the actual claim, they just did it under European, they didn't look at it as the Montreal side, and then they basically shut the door saying, well, you can't appeal it because... But they looked at the wrong thing, and this is where I was hoping to maybe with your negotiating skills with ADR, you might be able to get them to say, well, hold on a second, we made a mistake.
Well, I don't think there's much point in doing that because, I mean, the simple fact is your contract is with Wizz Air, and your argument is, from a legal perspective, Wizz Air are not agreeing to compensate you for something that you are entitled to compensation for.
Yeah.
And therefore, Wizz Air are not prepared to abide by the terms of that contract that have been broken by them, and you are within your rights to sue them for the money that you have incurred. Now, we dealt with another case with a different airline regarding the Montreal Convention, and it was not until the process of court action had begun that the airline backed down.
Right. Okay.
I'm not going to go into the details of that case on air, but it actually involved beginning the process, filling out the paperwork with the court, starting the court proceedings, where the airline then received the paperwork from the court to say that they were being taken to court over it, and suddenly they decided they'd had a change of heart.
Right.
So it may well be that if you go down a similar line, Wizz Air will realise that you are actually serious about this, and it may well go to court, and therefore they would be very wise just to settle on the €170, because otherwise, if it does end up going all the way through court, it's going to cost them more.
Right. Okay. So do I send them a 7-day notice saying that I'm now intending to proceed with legal action against them, or do I just go straight in?
Well, if you're at a point where you are now prepared to do that and you're serious about doing that, I think what would be helpful for you is if I go back to Kobe, if I explain the situation and I ask him just to give you one final bit of advice for you to be able to go and deal with things yourself.
That would be very much appreciated.
Fine.
Thank you.
Well, that I'm absolutely happy to do. But I just don't think there's very much point in me continuing to push this with Wiz, because we've done so far and they're just not budging, and they know they've been named on the programme, and yet they just keep providing us with the same response. So...
Well,
I think
unfortunately, they've bitten somebody that's prepared to bite back as hard.
Well,
and I'm not going to give in on this. I will see it through, and I will make sure you're advised at all times so you know what's happening.
Brilliant. OK, Raleigh, we will talk to you very soon, but I will go and get you that further bit of legal advice.
Before Christmas 2016, we took delivery of our new settees, a 2-seater and a 3-seater. Shortly after we bought it, it got a problem. So next time was in the town where we bought it from, we called in and we said what had happened, that we've got a problem with it, and they came out. And
right, hang on 1 second. So first of all, how much did you pay for this furniture?
£1,127.
Leather or fabric?
It's fabric. Oh, sorry, it's leather.
Okay. And that was for a 2-seater and a 3-seater sofa?
That's right.
Okay, fine.
And they're recliners.
Okay. Fine. Now, this, so therefore, in the grand scheme of things, this is fairly inexpensive furniture. This is not furniture that's going to last you for 10 years. This is furniture that's going to last you for a few years. That's quite crucial when it comes to the law. So, and that's not to dismiss the fact that obviously £1,127 is a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, for leather furniture, for 2 sofas, a 2-seater and a 3-seater, £1,127 is obviously, there is going to be a limit to the quality of the furniture that's going to buy you, just to be realistic, okay? So when you say that shortly after getting it you noticed a problem, what was the problem?
It was coming apart.
What, the leather seams?
It came in sections, and the sections... I'll give them their due. A chap came out very quickly, and he bolted it all up, and they put it back together, and everything was fine. That's not what the problem is. But then, 18 months later, we became aware that it was sinking, definitely in one corner, we'd already realised. Then we started to realise in 2 other corners, it was actually sinking, and your bottom was sitting lower than your knees, sort of thing. You're sinking down into the seat. Mm-hmm. So we thought, right, next time we go into the town where we bought it from, we'll call in and tell them. We went in to see them, and they said, oh yeah, give us your details, and we'll get someone to come out and have a look. That was just before the Christmas, about 2 years later, actually. Well, to cut a long story short, we've had a pretty bad 12 months. We had a fire, and on this very day last year, we had a fire. And then, so we were pretty preoccupied for the next couple of months chasing loss adjusters, builders, and insurance companies. But anyway, it wasn't our fault. Our neighbour, she had a bonfire, set her house alight.
Oh my God!
It didn't touch the settee, though. Ironically, it was the other side of the house. But
oh dear!
We were pretty preoccupied for the next few months, chasing after all this and getting it sorted.
So your next door neighbour's bonfire set your house on fire?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Well, we had like a Leylandii between us. It's their Leylandii, and they never looked after it. It was massive.
Right.
And they had like our fence underneath, a wooden fence. And she put a bonfire up against it. And this time last year, in the middle of that heat wave, and the flames were unbelievable.
Well, it would be, because it would be, and a dry conifer tree. I mean, it would go up like a tinderbox.
That's right. It was dead in the middle. It was awful. But that went down the side of our house and burnt my garage and that side of the house and the windows and stuff. But I mean, fortunately, literally on Monday this week, the last official job that was supposed to be done has actually been finished. So we've had 12 months chasing after builders and loss adjusters and insurance. So what I'm basically saying is we didn't sort of get straight onto this probably as quickly as we should have done about the settee. I mean, we got burgled in January as well, so that preoccupied us another flipping couple of months.
My God, it never rains but it pours.
Yeah, we've had a pretty tough... And the kitchen ceiling fell down in December.
How did the kitchen ceiling fall down? Oh, my God. Well, there's your 3 things. Your house caught fire, kitchen ceiling fell down, you got burgled.
That's right. Yeah. Well, the bath started leaking overnight, and I thought the corner of the kitchen ceiling fell down. None of them are all related to each other. They're all individual things. But
yes, but it all adds up, doesn't it? Really, to a whole load of things you've then got to deal with.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, we probably should have got onto this a bit quicker. And by the July, we'd realised that at least one of these corners was sinking. So, let's say, then we had to fire. Literally this day last year it happened. So we spent the next couple of months not doing anything. Anyway, just before Christmas again, we went back to the shop and we said, look, this is what's happened. They took our details, said, all right, we'll get someone to ring you. We left you through Christmas, heard nothing through the New Year, so we went back. They took our details again, but they said, to be honest, it's not us that deal with these things, it's Northampton's.
I don't need any other details of locations.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's at that Northampton depot that deal with it. Sorry. So anyway, waited and heard nothing. So we rang the people who deal with it, and they knew nothing of it. So fair enough. This is around about March, April time, I suppose. So same guy came out who fixed it, and he said the cushions, these three cushions have sunk. The settee's sunk in these three corners. He said it's a recliner, and that's what happens to recliners. I said not in 2 years, surely. And if you bought a car, you wouldn't expect the seat to sink in 2 years. And he said, well, I know. He said what they'll say is it's £50 a cushion, and we'll fit them for free. Now, my question is, am I being unreasonable to not say, okay, we'll pay the £150 for the cushions if they fit them free? Or we did sort of dispute it. He said, you're more than welcome to, dispute it. So we sent an email, and they rang us up, and the people I spoke to supposed to be a manager, but he didn't sound like a manager to me. He was very abrupt, and, that's a fair offer.
Can I just ask?
Or not.
Can I ask a very rude question?
Yeah, of course you can.
You and your family, what kind of size are you?
Good question. Right, there's only me and my wife now. Our daughter has been long gone. She's got a family and lives in the next town. There's just me and my wife, and I'm the heaviest. I'm 14.5 stone. I'm not fat particularly.
Okay.
My wife's only about 11 stone.
And who sits on that particular chair? You?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
Right. Well, let's just look at this realistically. So you've bought furniture at £1,127, which I would suggest you're probably looking at 5 years' life from that furniture. I remember my last sofa that I bought cost about just over £1,000. I think it was £1,300 or something like that. And I said to the woman in the shop, actually, when I bought it from, I said, so how long would I expect to get from this furniture? And she said to me, I'm not going to lie to you, between 5 and 8 years. That's what you're going to get from this kind of price tag. If you want to go to the next price tag, if you want to start looking at higher end furniture, then 2 leather sofas, you could spend maybe £3,000 or £4,000 per sofa on to get that next level that will last you for a longer period of time. Now, we all, if you'll forgive the pun, we all cut our cloth accordingly, don't we? And we have to buy what we can afford. But we also have to realise that with that, we'll have a determination in terms of what kind of quality we're going to get. So the furniture you've purchased, I would expect to last for 5 years. Now, at this point, you've had 3 years use from it. Yeah?
Yeah, coming up to 3 years at Christmas, yeah.
Yeah. So, what I think in this situation, and firstly, with this kind, have they? I presume then they feel that the reason for the problem, it's nothing to do with the structure of the sofa. It's just to do with the fact that the cushions have been sat on for a long time, so they've naturally squished down and lost their firmness. Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah. But I'm out at work all day, so it's not like we sit at home all day. We're retired or nothing.
So you're only sitting there in the evening, just watch a bit of telly and stuff.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. And they've said to you that you have to pay the £150 and they'll come and fit them for free. Is the fitting likely to be a big job? Is it just unzipping cushions, or does it mean unstitching cushions and restitching them?
Well, from what I can see, because it's like a recliner, it's not the actual cushion you sit on, it's what's underneath it that seems to be the problem, from what he was explaining to us. So I would imagine it's quite an intricate job to do. I wouldn't have thought it'd be straightforward. And it's £50 per cushion. He described them as cushions, but the cushions look, well, they've sunk as well, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not an upholsterer. I'm just sort of going on what he was saying.
Well, I think I can certainly go and have a word with them for you, and just to ask them why that's I guess the first question. Why are the cushions sinking? Some of this furniture, just to kind of give a little bit of advice for people listening to the programme, some of the furniture that you will see in these showrooms that all look terribly smart when you go in there and have all these wonderful different sofas of different colours and different sizes and different designs and fabrics, etc. Some of them are of such poor quality underneath what looks like a lovely surface that they are held together with pallet wood and hard cardboard. There are a lot of the cheaper sofas now that are on the market where the arms of them, if you actually took off the outer layer, it's just cardboard underneath. Now, you imagine the weight of an adult arm on the arm of a sofa that's only made of a hardened cardboard. It's not going to take very long, is it, before that starts to sink? So my advice is always to people listening to the programme to investigate what is the structure of the furniture made of. What is it made of? You need to be looking to make sure that the furniture is hardwood. Make sure that it's hardwood. Make sure that the actual structure of the furniture comes with a good long warranty on it. There are some furniture companies that will give, 5-10 years, maybe even longer than that, on the structure of it. In terms of the cushions will, of course, sink over a period of time. If you imagine an adult male weight in particular on a cushion that is designed to be quite squishy and comfy when you first get it, that is going to start to cause it to dip. But there is an acceptable amount of dippage and an unacceptable amount of dippage. And what you're describing to me, where your knees are higher than your bottom, sounds very much as if it's the structure underneath in the furniture that has collapsed in some way. I think let me go and have a word with them before I decide whether their offer is fair or not. Let's see what they have to say as to why they believe their furniture has sunk in this way. Let's give them an opportunity to revise that offer, and let's take it from there, Steve. Does that seem fair?
That's brilliant, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, one point I would say is the suite we had before was a recliner, and I sold it to a girl who I worked with, and that was 11 years old when we sold it. And really, it just got old. But it was still very comfortable to sit on, and that hadn't.
And how much had you paid for that?
Pretty much the same sort of price.
Yeah.
I would imagine. I mean, we're not.
Well, maybe
we're not ones for buying really expensive suites or anything.
No. Well, I mean, let's face it. I mean, to find £1,200 or whatever is quite a lot of money, isn't it? So, I absolutely recognise that when people spend this kind of money, they think they're going to get lots of life from the furniture, but you just have to be a bit realistic. My father has a 3-piece suite that I think probably is at least 20 years old. I think you'd have to spend a lot of money to get furniture that would last for 20 years.
Of course, it's a £1,600 suite reduced in the sale, like everybody. Everything's in a sale these days, isn't it? So
yeah, and a lot of it is cheap Chinese imported furniture that is made of Chinese wood. And it's done so that it looks beautiful on the surface, it feels comfortable when you get it, but actually the quality of what's underneath in some of this furniture is very concerning. And that's why when you're buying furniture, don't just look at the suite and think, oh, that looks nice. Ask the questions. Ask what the actual frame of the furniture is made of. Make sure that it's not just pallet wood and foam underneath and hardened cardboard. Ask these questions. Ask if the furniture is manufactured in the United Kingdom. A lot of this furniture is still manufactured in the United Kingdom. A lot of it isn't. Try and find out kind of what's gone into the building of the furniture, just to make sure that you're not buying, frankly, a load of old tat. Steve, let me go and make some inquiries for you. Now, do you remember Tina? Tina's lived in her property for the last 18.5 years, and she's made all kinds of improvements to the house over those 18 years. Well, most recently, she decided to have some UPVC triple glazed windows installed. She had it done in February of last year, 2018, and she spent £12,500 on the job. But she was saying she's noticed since February of last year, there's now much more noise inside her property, and over the winter it was really cold.
During the summer last year, the first thing I noticed was how noisy it was. Literally with the volume of traffic going past the house. Also, I can hear people talking out the front. And the other thing is when I'm sort of upstairs in the centre of the house, the volume, which I still can't get over, of the birds tweeting from all the trees outside is very, very clear. It's as if I have the windows open. So it was the noise that I first sort of realised was the issue until it got to the winter. At which point, obviously, I literally have froze the entire winter. Had the heating on 2 degrees higher than I've ever had my heating on. Even so that the heating provider has notified me that my heating is 1.9 degrees higher than anyone else around this local area.
Well, Tina just feels really disappointed with the quality of the product that she's got and paid for. She was hoping the triple glazed windows would really make a difference. And she says, yeah, they have made a difference, but not in the right way. Tina's back on the JVS show now. Morning, Tina.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, the reason you believe these windows are noisier and colder is because you don't think that they've been made the right size for the apertures. You think there's a gap that's too big all the way around them. Mm-hmm. And you also believe that some of those gaps have not been filled properly, which is why you've got cold air coming in and you've got noise coming in. Mm-hmm. I've been off to speak to the company that installed the windows for you. That company is Anglian Home Improvements. Anglian Home Improvements have continued to respond by admitting that there are problems for which they apologise, but their view on the extent to those problems is different to your view. So they've said, yeah, we're happy to come around and do X, Y and Z, but you believe that X, Y and Z are only scratching the surface of what needs to be done. You believe that really in order to do the job properly, all of the windows need to come out. They've all got to be remade a little bit bigger than they have been made, and then they need to be refitted, and they need to be refitted properly. Now, I know that after the last conversation that you had with Anglian, they changed their stance a little bit, and they'd agreed to certainly replace one of the windows, hadn't they?
Yes.
But they still were adamant that they didn't believe that others needed to be replaced. Mm-hmm. And you and I have had a frank conversation in terms of what you can do now, what your options are. Mm. And if you do indeed decide that the response from Anglian Home Improvements is just not reasonable, then what you will need to do is to have a formal survey carried out to highlight the problems. You then need to present that to Anglian Home Improvements, give them the opportunity to do what is outlined in the survey by a professional who knows what they're talking about. Or if they refuse to do so, what you would then do is say, OK, well, you give me no alternative, but I'm going to have to take you to the small claims court in order to reimburse me with any losses that I incur as a result of putting this situation right. So, what's happened since we last spoke? Because I know you've continued to have conversations with Anglian. Bring us up to speed.
Sure. So, absolutely correct. They've admitted that one window needs replacing. I requested certain things. So I wanted the detail on what they believe would need to be done in order to rectify each of the problems, including the porch and the front door. I also requested the sizes of the apertures, which I know that's the right terminology now, and also the sizes of the UPVC windows that they have provided. I've got certain details. I'm just waiting for the details on the UPVC sizing right now, but I've got all the other detail. Now, in the meantime, I did go back to them and say, I'm sorry, I still disagree with what you're saying. That's great that you have identified one window, which, is very, very noisy through that window, needs replacing. But, there are two which are visually too small. You can see that very clearly just from standing in the garden. And obviously, what about the rest? So they did not come back with a response to that. I'm still waiting for that at the moment. In the meantime, I have contacted an independent surveyor. He suggested two things. First of all, that I get a separate window company around here to give me a quote for replacing all the windows and looking at the sizes. And second of all, having the formal survey completed. And he explained to me that actually he has been through this process with Anglian Windows previously.
Okay, I don't want to make any comments like that because I am unaware of any other cases that he may well have dealt with. I'm purely dealing with your case. So rather than making comments that he may have made about this company, let's just stick to what he said about your windows.
No, all I was going to say, so he said that the guy that he used to do that, he's trying to get in touch with that person in order to support me and come back here to then do the sizing. So that's what I was just trying to say. That
yes, I know, but from a legal perspective, we are on very safe ground discussing your windows. What I don't want to do is to start speculating about any other complaints that he may well have dealt with, because I don't have any facts to back up that particular suggestion. So he's suggested that he's got someone who can look at the windows. And someone who he thinks will be able to write a good report in terms of how they've been fitted and what could have been done better.
Yeah, this is a specialist surveyor for windows. And that's what he was saying to me. A standard building surveyor is not good enough. You need a specialist in that field, and that's the person he's trying to get hold of for me.
Okay, and did he give you any idea as to what kind of price you're looking at to obtain all of this evidence in the form of a report?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, as soon as in terms of getting the quotation from another company, I would have thought that is something that you can probably do without any cost. Yes, because it is in another window company's, it is in their interest to come and quote, because there is a chance that if things don't go according to plan with Anglian, you may well decide to use another company to replace them and then sue Anglian for the cost that you incur as a result of doing that.
Yes.
So they'll probably do that for free. In terms of the report, you are probably going to have to pay for that. But as I said to you last time, if the report finds in your favour, then of course you are perfectly within your rights to expect Anglian Home Improvements to not only do what is outlined in the report, but also to reimburse you the cost of having that report carried out, because they've had every opportunity to resolve this issue before it got to this stage. Tina, we're out of time for today, but what I'd like you to do, can you please keep me in the loop? Yes. I know you have been copying me into emails, etc., which is great. Oh, hello, Christopher.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan.
Morning. Right, tell me all about your problem, please, without naming any company names.
Right. Back in November last year, I visited a local store, and my wife was with me, as I needed to have myself a nice, comfortable chair. So we decided to have a look round the store. After about an hour and a half, it come down to two chairs.
And this was what kind of chair was it? You talk about a kind of an armchair.
Yeah, it was a leather reclining power armchair.
Right. What about the wife? Doesn't she get a nice chair?
We already got a sofa in the house.
Oh, I see. The sofa's hers, but you wanted a man chair.
That's it. That's the one.
See.
Yeah,
I see.
So anyhow, after much decisions, we decided to go for one of these chairs, which was an Eris.
Okay, I don't want any kind of names.
Right.
So the chair. What do you mean by? You named a brand. I don't want the brand. What kind of chair was it? Just a standard armchair or recliner armchair?
No, it was electric recliner armchair.
Okay.
Which as I say, I tried in the store. It was absolutely beautiful. I sat in it, I sunk into it, your back sunk into it, and your head was supported.
Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, we decided I'll go and pay for it, which is what they want. They want a full payment up front.
How much?
£740 in total.
Okay.
That was with a bit of guarantee on it and a leather pack to look after it.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole package comes to £740.
Yeah.
We was expecting to get delivery before Christmas because they were advertising you'd get delivery before Christmas, but they told us you wouldn't get it till January. Okay, fair enough. January come, and the chair was delivered on the 14th of the 1st. The delivery man put it together, showed me how it all worked. I sat in the chair and I said, this is hard. I said, it's nothing like the store chair. He said, you'll have to take that up with the store. So I contacted the store. Again, my wife and myself visited the store, and they said, you're going to have to put a complaint into customer care. And that's what we did. They then decided they would send out a technician to have a look at the chair. The technician came along on the 31st of the 1st, 2019, and had a look at the chair. She said, well, I can't find no reason of a problem with this chair apart from the foam being hard. I said, well, that is what the problem is. I said,
won't it soften? Because, I mean, I presume the one you were sitting in the store was one that lots of people had sat in, so it will have had a bit of use. Whereas, surely, when you get a new chair like this, it will feel firmer than the one in the shop. But after you've sat in it for a little while, it will soften up.
It should soften up. Yeah. I mean, that's their word to me. But at the same time, they should tell you that when you're in the store. Look, don't go by what this is, because the chair you might get might well be a bit harder. But I actually chose that chair for the comfort. That is what I went in there to buy, comfort. After days, whatever you do, you want to sit down, watch your telly, or sit there and have a meal on your lap in a comfortable chair. And I had not got that particular item.
Right.
Anyhow, even the technician said, she said, well, they must have used the hard foam in the chair. She said, I could, if it was a particular type of chair underneath, she said, I could take the foam out and repack it. She said, but I can't do that because of the type of chair it is. So I said to her then, I said, okay, I'm going to reject the chair. So I rejected the chair on the day that she was there.
Which which date?
The 31st of the 1st.
Okay. Fine. Well, I mean, at that time, were they happy for you to reject it, or did they refuse to accept it back?
They've refused from then on.
Right. Because they say there's nothing wrong with it.
They're saying that, yeah, and they use the same thing as what you said, it will soften. Well, the chair has not softened. It's still like it is.
Really? That's very unusual, because, I mean, I purchased some new furniture last year, and the cushions were very firm to start with, firmer than they felt in the store. But actually now they're ever so squishy and soft, because, you know, when you're sitting on them, they just soften up. So I'm surprised that your chair is no softer now than it was when you first bought it.
Well, I say no softer. There is an issue that's happened with the chair since, which has actually made the back part of the seat drop down when you sit in it.
Right.
On the floor, because we've got like a wooden floor in our house, because it's an old farmhouse, and there was like a piece of metal, like a staple, but not a staple, on the floor. So I tipped the chair back onto its back to have a look to see where it's come from, and all the lining underneath has actually given way, because the springs either side have torn through it.
Right.
And since that happened, that's the only time that I would say that you can sit in it without being perched up, because it was like you're being perched up. You know, you might as well sat on a park bench when you sat on my chair.
Can I ask a personal question and ask your size, Christopher?
My weight is 14 stone.
14 stone, okay.
Yeah, so I'm not a great big fat person.
No. Well, it is quite relevant.
I appreciate what you're
I should just explain. I remember many years ago taking on a consumer case with a lady and gentleman who'd come to me about their sofa, and the sofa had collapsed, and and it had collapsed in a matter of months. And it was only when I went out to meet them and to see them that I realised the pair of them were about 25 stone each.
Okay,
and this,
enough.
This poor sofa had been squashed within an inch of its life, and that's why it had all sunk down. So it's important to make sure that there isn't any kind of weight issue. Yeah. Okay, so regarding the comfort factor, then it sounds as if that might not necessarily be our strongest argument. And if you're saying that the furniture has now broken as well, then surely that may well be the best option to go back to them and say, look, this chair has never really been right from the beginning. Now it would appear the lining of it underneath is all coming away, and the springs seem to have dropped down. There's clearly something wrong with it. Yeah. What can you do to sort it out? Shall I go and have a word with them and see what I can sort for you?
That would be appreciated, but I would still stand my ground on the comfort, because you don't go and buy something and expect to get like a packet of cereals. Then if you buy a packet of cornflakes, you don't expect to open it up and find Rice Krispies in there.
Have you gone back into the store and tried the one in the store?
I have. I measured it up. I checked all the dimensions to make sure that the chair was as the one as I tried in the store. I even rung the store up independently and I said, look, if I come in to buy a chair from yourselves and I tested it out in the store, I said, is that what I expect to get with comfort? And the lady that I spoke to turned around and said yes.
So the actual bit that you sit on in the store, is that armchair, has that got a foam filling?
I would presume it's got the same. It should have the same as what I've bought.
Well, yes, but this is a question you need to be asking them, because in furniture you can get all kinds of fillings. You can get foam with a kind of a cushion topping to it. You can get just foam. You can get all kinds of things that will give a different kind of feeling. You can get cushions that will be filled with feathers or down. Yeah. All kinds of different fillings. So if you're saying that the actual seat feels soft in the store, but the one that you've got feels hard and firm and foamy, then surely you would be able to argue, I haven't got what I actually saw in the store. But if they're saying that you have got the same, it's just the one in the store is a bit softer because lots of people have sat on it, but within a month or so, yours will be as soft as that.
Yeah, but this is where the technician actually stated a fact to me that they do, it depending on whatever foam they've got in at the time, whether it's a softer foam, a medium foam or a hard foam.
No. Well, that's not acceptable. I mean, it must be what they have in the store. So let me go and have a word with them. Christopher, leave it with me. I'll go and speak to them this afternoon. The simple fact is, when you try something in a store, of course, it's only right and fair that unless you're advised otherwise, the furniture that is delivered to you should be exactly the same as that furniture in the store, because you've purchased it based on how that furniture feels. It is unacceptable for a technician to say, oh yeah, well, they tend to use whatever firmness of foam they have in the warehouse at the time. That's not acceptable at all. Christopher, leave it with me. I'll go and make some calls this afternoon. I'd purchased an SUV, a sports utility vehicle, 3 years ago. Despite the car being just over a year old, it was very well looked after. Very well looked after indeed. In fact, so well looked after that when Ted first saw it, he thought it was brand new. Mint condition. Well, it's very expensive. It cost him £39,000. So you can imagine his annoyance when he noticed a problem with the bodywork.
I recently noticed a small amount of paint bubbling up on the bonnet. It's coming from underneath the paintwork. There's no damage to the area. I spoke to the manufacturer, and they called me back the next day and said, sorry, out of warranty, we can't do anything about it. I rang the Coachworks, who actually are authorised by the manufacturer to repair that make. And they said, if it is corrosion, which it looks like it is, it's not just a matter of painting the bonnet because it'll come through again. It really needs a respray. And they quoted me sort of well over £1,000. The car is still in mint condition apart from that. It's only now done 26,000 miles.
Well, Ted said to me, look, I just want some advice in terms of what am I entitled to expect, and how should I proceed in terms of trying to take this up with the company I bought it from? Well, I've given Ted advice all the way through. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ted.
Morning, Jonathan.
The crucial part of this is that the retailer, the company you bought the car from, they are ultimately liable for this. Not the manufacturer, the retailer. Because the retailer are the ones that have a contract with you. And in the same way that if you went and purchased an iron or a computer, a television or a car, you are entitled to expect, as per the Consumer Rights Act, that any product you purchase will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. It is simply unacceptable that having spent £39,000 on a car, that through no fault of your own, the bonnet paintwork would start peeling. It's unacceptable. And the retailer was responsible. Now, you went off to have a word with the retailer, and to be fair, I know we're at a situation that is now looking much more positive, but to start with, there was all this talk of, oh, well, it will all depend on the manufacturer, depends on whether the warranty will cover it, all this kind of stuff. But actually, you have, thankfully, been able to reiterate to this retailer, to the general manager of the retailer, that whether the manufacturer is prepared to sort it or not, you still hold the retailer responsible and will expect them to get things sorted. Now, last time we spoke, the retailer had confirmed with you that the manufacturer was prepared to send over a new bonnet, and they were going to organise for it to all be resprayed and fitted to your car. Now, there was a bit of an issue in terms of you were a little bit worried that this manager seemed quite relaxed in his attitude, and we didn't want him to be too relaxed in terms of realising that you're a very nice man, Ted, and therefore not really bothering to be in any great hurry to get this sorted out. But I gather since our last conversation, things have finally happened. What's going on, Ted?
Well, yes, Jonathan. Around the 11th of June, the franchise department called me and asked me to bring my car in on the 4th of July, which I did. They issued me with a loan car, and I picked mine up on the 16th of July, all done, and I'm quite happy.
Super. So paintwork's finished, and it looks good.
As good as new, yes.
Great. And was the retailer, I presume they were apologetic for the fact that you'd had the problem in the first place?
Yes, they're quite... The retailer was very good all the way through, really. The problem was the manufacturer.
Well, not really, because as I keep explaining to you, Ted...
Yeah, I know where my problem lies legally, which is why I pursued it through them.
Yes, well, absolutely. But, I mean, the fact is the retailer, even if they'd had to go out and buy their own bonnet from the manufacturer and respray it, that would have been their responsibility. Because they are the ones that... Their contract is with the manufacturer. Your contract is with them.
That's right, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm pleased that... Because it's been very clear from the start, Ted, you're obviously a very nice man, and you're very kind of... you're a bit of a gentleman, aren't you, really?
Am I really?
Well, you are. And I was a little bit worried that if this retailer was not prepared to assist you... it was going to potentially mean a bit of a bristling of the relationship between you and them, but I'm pleased that that hasn't been necessary. And I presume now, Ted, you still feel happy that if you had any other problems with the car, you would be able to take it back to them?
I do, yes.
Good.
And thanks to you, Jonathan, of course.
Well, it's a pleasure to have been able to give you some advice, and it is always just worth reiterating this point, particularly with cars. So often, a company that you buy the car from... when you go back with a problem, they're so quick to start talking about the manufacturer. Oh, well, we'll have to go and talk to, it depends if the manufacturer will cover it. Oh, the manufacturer might cover it. No, I'm sorry. I've just paid you £39,000 for a car. Not the manufacturer. I didn't pay them the money. I paid you the money. Yeah. And you, therefore, have a responsibility to make sure that this car is fit for purpose and works properly and doesn't have defects with the paintwork. And it's very important to make sure that you're firm with the retailer. Look, I'm so pleased that everything's sorted out. Your car is now beautiful. Have you been out there polishing it?
No, I don't do that. I usually leave it to I take it to a hand car wash, actually.
Ah, right. Leave it to the professionals.
That's right, yeah.
Well, there we go. Ted, I will thank the retailer. I'm going to give them my horn. If you have any other problems, you know where we are.
Thank you very much for your help, Jonathan.
It's a pleasure. And just to reiterate again, never ever allow a retailer to fob you off with talk of the manufacturer. Your contract is with the company you've paid the money.
In April, the wife decided she wanted the house done, new beds put in, all this good stuff. So we started with my son's room and we put a new bed in there. As he doesn't live with us anymore, he only comes on occasions. We thought, well, we don't need an expensive bed. So we went and bought this particular bed.
Mm-hmm. Just a single, was it, or a double? Or
A double. It's a double. So he can bring his girlfriend with him. And, yeah, we got him to come up and assemble it, which he did. He stayed overnight that night, slept in the bed, and then went home. A little while later, we finished the other room, so we bought another bed for my daughter, who comes from South Africa. She's due this week, and we bought another bed very similar. He came up again, assembled it, and slept overnight in the bed, no problem. And away he went. Well, he popped in to see us again on another occasion, and this time when he got in the bed, it collapsed.
was he on his own, or had he brought his girlfriend with him?
No, he was on his own.
Oh. Right, so the second time he's ever slept in the bed, it collapses?
No, the third time.
Oh, it was the third time, okay. And where had it actually collapsed? What had happened?
Well, if you look at the construction of it, there's a centre leg right under the middle of the bed.
I know, yeah.
This leg, apparently, which is 20 mil in diameter and about 250 mil long, had slipped out from underneath the centre support, and of course the whole lot went.
Right. And had he definitely, when he put the bed together, had he definitely attached that centre leg? Had he definitely attached it properly?
Yes, he had.
Right. And there's evidence of that on the wood around it, is there, that it was screwed in properly?
Not that you can see, because it's not. Remember, that they're metal legs connecting together through inserts that go into the framework.
Right.
So you screw it up as tight as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Now,
how much had this bed cost?
Oh, as I say, it was a cheap one. So it was about £200, £250, something like that.
Okay. Including the mattress?
No, the mattress is extra.
Okay. Fine. So I presume I presume you've gone back to the company you purchased it from, and you have argued that the bed is not fit for purpose because the central support strut, it would appear, is not strong enough for somebody just sleeping in the bed. The minute they move around, it can, it sounds as if where he's moved around in the bed, it's then loosened that leg below, which has then made it give way.
I would say that was a fair assumption, yeah.
Can I be rude and ask your son's size? I mean, he's not massive, is he?
Well, let's put it this way. The second row forward. He's 16 stone and 6'4".
Right. So he is quite a big boy.
He's not a little boy.
Right. Okay. But there's nothing in this. There's nothing in the description of the bed that would suggest that it's, it's a bed that is not designed for big strapping men.
Not really, no. Apart from the fact, on the assembly instructions, which I shall read to you, take care when moving the furniture and never drag the pieces across the floor, as this will cause damage to the joints.
Okay. So what's the retailer had to say?
Well, they said, when I phoned them up, they weren't really interested. Well, I went to see them first of all, and they said, you have to ring this number. So I rang that number. I said, we'll have to send a technician out. So the technician eventually came out after 3 weeks, took one look at the bed and said, well, it's not down to manufacture, so there's nothing we can do about it. Do you accept that? And my wife, who was there at the time, said, no, we don't agree. He said, we'll sign here on his computer thingy, so we've not got a copy of what we signed. And
well, hang on. What were you signing?
To say that he'd been.
Yeah, but did your wife put a comment on there that she did not agree with his verdict?
She did.
Right, okay, fine. But you weren't given a copy of it?
No. And his comment was, well, you'll have to get your own engineer to come out to go any further.
Okay, well, that may well be the case, David. You see, let me just explain the way this works. When you purchase a product, of course, you should be entitled to expect that it will be of reasonable quality and will last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, if you're saying that your son was using that bed, he had put the bed together in absolutely the correct way, and that he was using the bed in a perfectly reasonable way, i.e. wasn't, jumping up and down on it, then the bed should have remained stable and should not have collapsed in this way. If they have sent out somebody to have a look at it, and it is their professional opinion that the bed has not got a manufacturing defect, and therefore the problem with the bed must have been caused by your son in some way, either not putting the bed together properly or misusing the bed, then it may well be that you will need to obtain your own evidence to support your allegation that this furniture is not fit for purpose and is not of reasonable quality. So it may well be that you will need to get someone out to come and have a look at it. Is that something you're prepared to do if necessary?
Well, if it's necessary, maybe. But for the cost of it, quite frankly, I haven't got the time to waste chasing down someone I don't know where to find.
How did you pay for the bed?
By credit card.
By credit card, okay. Well, there may well be a glimmer of hope if you've paid by credit card, although, I should preface this, it may well be that the credit card company would also want some kind of evidence that this furniture had A, been put together properly, and B, had not been misused. But I tell you what I'm going to do. David, leave it with me. I'm going to go and make some inquiries this afternoon. I will talk to them and we'll take it from there, okay?
That sounds very fair.
Because do you remember Janet, who came to me? Janet was telling me she's 84. She this year has unfortunately suffered 2 strokes, a heart attack and a bleed on the brain. She's been through the mill, that's for sure. Well, thank goodness she's getting better. But she wanted a new bed that would be really comfortable so she could get a good night's sleep. She specifically wanted a foam, cotton-filled insulating mattress on her new bed. She was telling me she's allergic to wool, so she can't have any wool on a bed at all. Well, she got someone to take her to a local shop because she was in a wheelchair at the time. She spoke to the members of staff and she explained what she was looking for, and as far as she was concerned, they had agreed that they were ordering her exactly the bed she'd asked for. Well, she did admit to me that because she wasn't feeling very well on the day that she went to look at the bed, she didn't actually check the paperwork that she'd received. And sure enough, when the new bed and the new mattress was delivered, and when she tried to sleep on it, she very quickly realised it was the wrong one. It was absolutely full of wool. And because of it, she started to itch all over the place.
I'm sleeping in an armchair with a stool for my feet. It's very, very uncomfortable. I implore you, help me. I cannot continue on this chair.
Well, Janet is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Janet.
Hello.
Good morning, Janet. Now, I went off to speak to the company concerned. The company is Benson's for Beds. And you'll recall that they're
I'm so happy, Jonathan.
I know. We'll find out why you're happy in a second. But their initial response was that they were very sorry that you'd had an adverse reaction to one of their bed sets. They said that they'd spoken to the store staff, who confirmed that they were not made aware of your allergy when you came in to buy the bed in May. They also went on to say that they weren't notified about your reaction to the product until June. And at that point, they requested a doctor's note to show that you suffer with an allergy to wool.
Oh.
And they said that note had not arrived, which is why they hadn't managed to do anything. However, they did say, we have now authorised a reselection and we apologise for any inconvenience this has caused to Janet. Well, when I spoke to you, you absolutely disagreed with a lot of that. You said you were very clear with them that you could not have anything with wool in it, and they promised you that the bed and the mattress you were ordering did not have wool in it.
As a matter of fact, Jonathan, he had it in writing.
What do you mean?
I gave him a note of what the mattress should be and the bed.
Yes, you had a handwritten note that you gave him at the time, but the problem is we don't have anything in writing from the store to show that that was what you ordered. In fact...
he screwed it up and chucked it down on the floor.
Okay. Well, I wasn't there at the time, Janet, so I didn't see.
It's their word against mine.
Exactly.
But so it's all over, Jonathan. Bless you.
Well, hang on a second, Janet. We'll get there in just a second. Yeah. Let me just continue, because it's very only right and proper that I provide Benson's for Beds response. So I went back to them again, and I know that they'd had a conversation with you, but they just were not able to give you the bed that you wanted.
That's right.
So there was a suggestion instead that what they were going to do was to give you a refund. They said to me, we have been working closely with Janet to help resolve the case. We have offered her a product reselection free of charge. Given Janet's allergies, we offered her a new mattress from our anti-allergy range. However, she did not want to accept this option, and she expressed interest in purchasing a brand that we do not stock.
That's right. That's the brand I originally asked for.
We have offered her a full refund on the bed, which she can use to cover the cost of the new bed that she wishes to buy, which was good news.
Yes.
But when I last spoke to you, I said to you, right, here's how we're going to proceed. Janet, you need to get on and order your new bed.
Yes.
From a different company.
Yes.
Because they say that that's going to take several weeks before that arrives. Yes. I will ask Benson's for Beds to come out as soon as possible and collect your old bed so that you've got room in your house, and to issue you with the refund. Now, they pulled out all the stops, I gather, and they promised me that they were going to turn up last week to get the bed. I presume from the fact you're so excited, you're itching to tell me what's happened. I presume they did indeed turn up last week.
They did. They took the bed away on the Friday.
Good.
And they said they'll give me a refund when the bed goes back to the warehouse. Obviously, they wanted to check it. I don't blame them. But he saw me photographing the bed, you see, because I didn't want them to say, oh, it was all stained or something wrong with it. So I had pictures. Anyway, the next day they were to phone. They didn't. So I phoned them and I said, could I have my refund, please, because I like to go to buy my bed. And they said yes. And he gave the refund, and he said it would take 3 to 5 days to reach your bank account.
Right.
And I said, fair enough. And
have you checked your account this morning, Janet?
Was it.
Have you checked your account this morning?
I checked it, but it's not there. The bank said to wait until Thursday to check it.
Yes. Yeah.
So I would do that on Thursday.
It may well take a little while to go in.
Yes,
However,
3 to 5 days.
However, I am confident that they will refund you that money. If, of course, the money hasn't gone in by Thursday, then I will happily go and chase them up. But I don't see any reason why they would not have issued that refund. So you've now got room for your new bed. And have you ordered the new one, Janet?
Edward, yes. I read the paper back and front, and I took someone that taken me there with his girlfriend. He read it back and front, and he said, it's all right, Janet.
So it's definitely the one that you wanted?
Yes. Oh, right. It's so beautiful. Oh, Jonathan, I can't thank you enough.
Well, hang on a minute. It hasn't arrived yet now, Janet. That's
not the only thing. You know what?
I
Yes.
had a saving of £753.99.
Really?
Mm.
Because what you've ordered is cheaper.
Yeah,
Well,
and
there
it's
you
what
go.
I wanted. I paid £964 for the new bed, and they charged me for their bed £1,717, something like that.
Well, you'd obviously ordered a different product, so I don't know.
Yes,
Maybe
yes.
The price was obviously different between the two different products. Now, Janet, listen to me.
I really wanted, the minute I saw that bed and I lay on it, I thought, oh my goodness.
Janet, listen to me. I need you to do me a favour.
Yes,
When the new bed arrives,
yes.
I don't know. Have they given you any idea how long it's going to take?
Well, they said 3 to 4 weeks. They
Right.
always say 4 because they like to cover themselves.
Yes. Okay, fine.
Should imagine I should get it within 3 weeks.
Good. So you're still in the armchair for now.
Yes.
Right. But hopefully it will arrive soon. Now, when it does arrive, this is the favour I want you to do me.
Yes.
Can you please check it to make sure that it is exactly the same as the one you've ordered before you let them go? Yeah?
Yes, I shall.
Check it. The mattress will normally have a label on it.
Yes.
And it will show what it is. Make sure you check that label and make sure it's exactly the right one before you let them go. Okay?
I shall, Jonathan. Many thanks.
Fine. Okay, well, listen, I'm so pleased we're getting there. I'm going to give Benson's for Beds this. A bit of the horn. Don't chuckle at my horn, Janet. It's not to be chuckled at. They've had a little bit of the horn. They will get the rest as soon as they've given you that refund. Hopefully this week you will have it.
Yes.
And then I will stay across this until your new bed has arrived, okay?
Yes, I'll let you know.
Okay. Janet,
I'll let you know when it arrives, and if it's all what I wanted.
it's put you in a
I'm
good
sure
mood,
it
this,
will.
hasn't it?
You know, another thing, Jonathan, they give you 8 years guarantee on this bed.
Giving you what?
The new bed.
Giving you what guarantee?
8 years guarantee
What's that?
for the bed.
Yeah, but what is it?
Any defect or anything happens, they'll rectify it.
Well, that you don't need that because you're covered by the law for that anyway. So,
Yeah, but 8 years, nobody gives you 8 years guarantee.
ATS.
No, 8 years.
Oh, 8 years guarantee. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. 8 years guarantee.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
I want to get the most is 3.
Janet, listen, I can see this has put you in a very good mood. I will wait to hear from you as soon as you've got that money, and I'll give the company the rest of their horn, and we'll stay across this until you've got your new bed as well, okay?
Many thanks indeed.
Oh.
And to your team. I'll come and see you when I'm better, Jonathan.
Oh, good. Well, that's something for us all to look forward to. Janet, thank you very much indeed. For the last 20 years, Paul has lived next door to a house with a very large 70-foot Leylandii tree or two in the garden. He came to me for help as the sheer size of these trees and the branches and the bits that they drop, they're badly affecting his garden.
A big branch fell off during the winter this year as well and fell into my pond, and I've got Japanese koi in my pond, and it ended up killing my fish. It blocks all my sunlight as well, so my grass down the bottom end of my garden is bare because I can't grow nothing down there.
Yeah.
I put some decking in front of my pond the other year as well, and that's all been ruined because all these trees, they keep dropping all this stuff into the garden, and it just rots it, so I can't do anything. Basically, I just need some advice, really, on where I stand.
Well, and that's what I've been trying to do to Paul all the way along, to help him with this, and that's providing him advice in terms of how he should approach his neighbour and get this resolved. And so far, it seems to be working. Paul's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Paul.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. So the next door neighbour agreed that he was going to get these trees cut down. Last time we spoke, you were waiting for, I think he'd had to apply to the council for the council to come and close the road because the road on the other side of it will be necessary to be closed in order for these trees to be cut down. What's the latest, Paul?
So the latest is, Jonathan, is over the weekend, I had the contractor arrive on Saturday morning. They started doing some remedial work in my back garden and obviously to make a bit better access for the works for today. As I've left home this morning, they were setting up the traffic management system. I've just had a phone call from my wife at home to say the trees are now no longer. They are
Really?
gone. Yes. So, well, thank you very much to you and obviously my neighbour.
Absolutely. I mean, what was quite interesting, and it's always worth just bearing this in mind, when you first came to my programme, you were saying that the neighbour was kind of open to the idea of cutting the trees down, but he wanted you to do a bit of the legwork. He wanted you to get some quotes.
That's right.
And your initial argument was, why should I have to? Is it right that I should have to do this, or is it all down to him? And I kind of said to you, look, if I were you, if he's prepared to pay for it, that's the crucial bit. And if he's prepared to authorise it, then to be honest, it's a small price to pay that you have to do a little bit of the running around to find someone to actually do the job if it happens, because it will have a hugely beneficial effect to you and for your property. And indeed, that seems to have worked, doesn't it? And the neighbour has responded very well to the quotes, and he's been happy to authorise everything. So, I mean, he's obviously a good guy, and he's obviously a good neighbour to have, and has taken his responsibility as a neighbour to you seriously.
Yeah, as I said to you before, Jonathan, obviously I knew the landlord from when when he used to live next door to me before he started renting the property out, and we've always got on really well together. And as I say from the beginning, just some advice, just because I don't want to lose that friendship that we have got over the years and built up. That obviously just over some trees, I didn't want to lose that relationship that we had. So I just wanted to go about it the right way, really.
Good.
So,
well, I'm very pleased it seems to have worked. Shall I give your neighbour the horn? Shall I thank him very much indeed for getting it sorted?
Yes, please, and also to your team as well, Jonathan, because as I say, you work really hard behind the scenes, and without you guys, as I say, I think I'd still be at the wit's end with these trees. But no, thank you very much for all your help. It's been very much appreciated.
It's an absolute pleasure. Oh, really?
Because I've been in this country for donkey's years. I'm 88 this month.
Are you?
Yes.
When did you move here, Odette?
Oh, well, I first came as a 17-year-old to Inverness to train as a young nurse.
Oh, very nice.
And then my sister and my parents joined us in Inverness.
Right.
And so I've lived on and off in this country since as I said, 70-odd years.
Well, you've still got the lovely remnants of a beautiful accent, Odette. Now, tell me all about your consumer problem without naming any company names,
please. Oh, my goodness. Well, it's not... we are not alone, because we've found a lot of people in the same boat.
Right. What's happened?
Now, ages ago, because we are animal lovers, we have rescued a German Shepherd dog. He's huge. In fact, his name is Ben, and I think they called him after Big Ben.
Right.
He's an enormous dog.
Lovely.
And so, therefore, we had difficulties in finding hotels and bed and breakfast places that do not accept large dogs.
Oh.
So we decided to buy a caravan. Unfortunately, because of problems with our health, we've only used it about 3 times.
When did you buy it?
We bought it about 6 or 7 years ago, if I remember properly, and apparently we've only used it 3 or 4 times. So the inside is in immaculate condition. We've never used the cooker, we've never used the oven, the fitted carpets, because of Ben's muddy paws, we removed it and put our own carpets down.
Right.
So, it's in perfect condition. But shortly after we bought it, my husband had to go through a number of enormous operations. And therefore, we couldn't use the caravan for a period. Then he had clots after the operation. He got clots on his lungs.
Oh, dear.
Embolism. And so he recovered slowly.
So has your caravan has just sat on your drive all this time, has it?
Well, mostly.
Right.
As I said, only 4 times did we use it pre all our problem with health.
Yes. So what's the problem then? What can I do to help you?
The problem is a fault in the design of those caravans. I am wise about this because we decided, because we don't use it anymore, we decided that we would sell it recently. So we advertised it for sale at £8,000.
And is that a fair price for it, considering its age?
Well, yes. Although the inside is so perfect, things, like cars, they value it.
Yes.
So we found a buyer very quickly, and they bought it recently. And they found it absolutely immaculate, outside and inside.
This was a private sale, was it?
It was a private sale.
Okay.
A couple who had 2 or 3 children, and they wanted to buy this caravan.
Yes.
So they bought it. And the following day, to our horror, they came back with a caravan and an engineer. And to our utter horror, we found that dampness under the lino, which over the plywood floor, and the plywood floor had deteriorated badly. The engineer stated at the time that it was a common problem in this type of caravan and was extremely difficult to repair. They had to dismantle completely the caravan. And they said, obviously, we gave back the buyer his money.
Oh, did you?
Oh, of course.
Well, that's obviously because you're obviously a very nice person. But from a legal perspective, if this was a private sale,
yes,
then of course you were under no obligation to do that. If they wanted to have a check on the caravan, they should have had that done before they bought it.
Exactly, but we are an old breed. We are very honest.
Yeah.
We do not lie. We do not steal. And a case like that, we felt duty bound. Although we sold it as seen, we found duty bound. I couldn't have slept if I had robbed those people of £8,000.
Odette, you are, as you say, you're a rare breed, but thank goodness there are still people like you around, because that's a very nice and honourable way of looking at this. So
you're very kind. However,
go on.
We reimburse the people, and we contacted. I am not allowed to tell the
No, I don't want any company names. But did you contact the retailer that you bought the caravan from originally, or did you contact the manufacturer?
He went bankrupt 2 years ago.
What, the company you bought the caravan from?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But there is beside it another specialist who sells caravans. So when we discovered this, that there was water and rotted floors, we went to this other person, and he had a good look at it, and he said, it's a common fault with this type. It's a fault of design and putting together. And he said, we have had so many trouble with this type of caravan that we stopped stocking them.
So have you gone back to the manufacturer?
Yes, several times.
And what do they say?
Go to your dealers.
Yes.
So we did. We went to 3 different dealers.
Yeah, but I thought you said the dealer had gone out of business.
Sorry?
I thought you said the dealer you bought it from had gone out of business.
There are other dealers who stock that caravan around in our area.
Right.
Well,
hang on a second. Did they say to you, go take it to any dealer, or did they mean take it back to the company you bought it from?
I can't exactly remember, but we did inform them what had happened and what was, because
Okay.
this engineer
Odette,
told us...
Odette, sorry to interrupt you there. There are a couple of basic things that we just need to establish in terms of whether
Yes.
there's any point in taking this further. Does the caravan have any kind of warranty that is in existence on it at the moment?
Yes, it's insured till the end of this month.
What? When you say insured, you mean it's covered by warranty?
A warranty, I'll just ask, no more.
There's no warranty?
But it's insured till the end of this month.
What do you mean insured?
Well, we've got an insurance in case of accidents and things.
Oh, no. That's something separate. So there's no warranty on it, and the company you purchased it from have gone?
Yes.
Okay, right. Odette, hang on a sec. From a legal perspective, I need to just be honest with you.
Yes.
And I need to tell you how things stand.
Yes.
From a legal perspective, you are up the creek without a paddle. If the only contract you have is with a company that you purchased this caravan from that has now ceased trading. Therefore, the company you have a contract with, they have gone.
Yes.
And you do not have any legal recourse against the manufacturer. Okay?
Have we not? But
No.
it's a fault of design.
Yes, absolutely. But your
not
contract...
only that.
Your contract is with the retailer.
I see.
Now, the retailer has gone out of business.
Yes.
The retailer, it would appear, has sold you a caravan that has a design fault.
Well,
The
I
retailer...
don't think it was known at the time.
Okay, so the retailer unwittingly has sold you a product that has a design fault, but nonetheless, the retailer sold you a product that has a design fault. The retailer, though, has gone out of business. How did you pay for the caravan when you first bought it?
How did we pay for the caravan? A check.
Did you pay any money at all on a credit card?
No, it was a check.
Right. So, to be blunt with you then, from a legal perspective, there's nothing you can do. Okay?
From a legal person.
From a legal perspective.
Oh, my God.
Well, there's no point in you being wrongly under the misapprehension that you are, you have rights here. You don't. There's no one, if push came to shove, there is no one you could sue. That said, I would like to go and speak to the manufacturer, because if what you're telling me is the manufacturer knows that there is a design fault that has caused this problem in lots of their caravans.
Every single other dealer that sell their caravan has stopped stocking them because there is a design and construction fault.
Right.
Because I can tell you what it is, actually, because I've been told what it is. At the rear of the caravan, where the shower is, there's a corner that was protected by a piece of polythene.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you know, polythene is a material that under severe sun and water perish easily. Therefore, within a short time of this caravan being sold, the water started leaking to that corner at the rear of the caravan and flooded underneath it. It didn't show any sign to us at all.
Okay. What I would like to do, and I need to just manage your expectation here, Odette.
Yes.
If the manufacturer says, we're not interested, go away, there is nothing more you can do, and there's nothing more I can do.
I see.
But I will go and speak to them, and I will make the argument that from a morals perspective, really, do they not feel they have some kind of duty of care to you to try and help you? If indeed they've made a caravan that you have unwittingly purchased that has this design fault, they are to blame for the design fault, and therefore do they not feel they have some kind of duty of care to you to try and help you? Now you're in a position where you have a caravan that it would appear is pretty worthless.
Absolutely.
But I just, you need to be understanding, Odette. I can't force them to do anything. If it was the retailer, things might be different.
I see.
But the retailer has gone out of business, from what you're telling me. So the manufacturer, there is a limited amount to what I can do. But I will certainly go and speak to them, and I will ask them to comment on the fact that they appear to have manufactured caravans that have this design fault, and this has now left you in a situation where you've got a worthless caravan.
Yes.
Leave it with me, Odette. I'm going to pass you back to my team, and I'll get some detail, go and have a word, okay?
What I can say is thank you so much for your good advice and for any help you can give us. Much, much appreciated.
Odette, you sound like a lovely lady, and if I can do anything to help you, I promise you I will. Stay there, please. Paula purchased some new bedroom some new furniture for her bedroom. This included a wooden chest of drawers painted in a nice light grey colour. But she was saying it wasn't long after receiving this furniture and having it in the room that she noticed problems with it.
And recently I started to notice that the paint on the top of the unit and on areas of the drawer were just kind of peeling away. I did phone the head office, and they were very helpful. A gentleman came along and he looked at everything, and he said to me, I think this is peeling away for some reason. I said, yeah, that's what I thought. We then received an email from the company saying that they were not going to take this any further, and they were not going to take responsibility for the damage.
Well, Paula says that she hasn't used anything unusual to clean the furniture, and therefore she can only assume that it must be some kind of manufacturing defect that is causing the paint to peel. I've been speaking to the company she purchased the furniture from. They have a different view. Paula was going to go away and have a think about it after our last conversation. Let's find out what she's decided to do. Paula's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Paula.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, the company concerned is Debenhams.
Yeah.
And when I went to speak to Debenhams, they said, following receipt of the customer's complaint on the 21st of June 2019 relating to a furniture item purchased in January 2018, a technician attended on behalf of our supplier on the 24th of June. A report was submitted on the 1st of July. The report indicates that spotting on the paintwork on the top of the drawers was consistent with the spillage of a solvent, such as nail varnish remover. There were no other signs of damage other than those indicative of normal wear and tear after almost 18 months of use. The technician concluded there was no evidence of any manufacturing defect, which was communicated to the customer on the 3rd of July. It's very disappointing that our customer is not happy with the service provided. Despite the prompt attendance of a technician, we always try to ensure a courteous, fair and reasonable response to any complaint. Well, this idea of the problem with the furniture being caused by nail varnish remover, that was a first for you, Paula, wasn't it? They had never communicated that to you previously.
No,
They
never.
had said to you that as far as they were concerned, it was not a manufacturing defect, but they hadn't given any kind of suggestion as to what might have caused the problem. And you said to me last time we spoke, I definitely have not put any nail varnish remover on that furniture.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying you take great care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I explained to you last time, they are obviously referring to their independent review that they've had from their technician. If you wanted to take it any further, what would be necessary would be for you to get your own technician out to have a look at the furniture, to write a report from his or her perspective. Now, you were going to go away and think about that, because obviously that would have a cost associated with it. If the report came back in your favour, of course, you would be perfectly within your rights to ask Debenhams to reimburse you for the cost of having the report done. But I know you're a little bit concerned about it. What have you decided to do, Paula? Because my team say you've made a decision.
Yes, I did try and get some quotes. My partner tried to get some quotes, but they're quite expensive to come out. And we weighed it up and decided that we would leave it, knowing that we have done nothing to damage this unit. If you see it, it's perfect, except for these damage that I told you. and we're not going to have the aggravation and the worry of all this. We've decided that we'll just leave it and keep it the way it is, and that's what we decided we would do, Jonathan.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I guess there are two ways of looking at this. On one hand, if you haven't done anything to cause the problem, then it's a bit frustrating because through no fault of your own, you're now left with furniture that's got a mark on it that you don't want it to have a mark on. On the other hand, though, life is quite short, and there are times where you have to kind of pick your battles, and you have to make a judgment in terms of whether something really is worth pursuing. Now, it sounds to me as if you've obviously drawn the conclusion that you can live with the furniture with having that mark on it. Would I be right?
Yes. The thing is, I don't want to have to fight this because my health hasn't been very good. I don't want the back and forward communication. I just couldn't deal with it at this time. So I'm going to live with it and learn from it. If you know what I mean.
I did go back to Debenhams to mention to them that you may well be having an independent person come out to have a look. They simply have come back and said, Dear Mr. Vernon Smith, thank you for your follow-up email regarding Paula's complaint. We have tried to assist the customer. The item has been independently inspected. The inspection concluded that the issue was with some spillage, most likely a solvent, and no fault has been found. It is unfortunate that the customer remains unhappy with the outcome. Now, that obviously to me suggests that they are obviously confident in their position, and this would end up probably getting close to or even going to court.
Yeah.
So I think it sounds as if it would have been a battle. Do you know what I would be inclined to do, though? I mean, you've obviously decided you're prepared to draw a line under it and move on, and you don't want the hassle. But do you know what I would be inclined to do in your position? I would just send a letter to the managing director of Debenhams, a nice, polite letter, just to say, we've had this dispute with your company regarding the furniture. It has been alleged that we've spilt solvent on the furniture. And I think I would put in that letter that your health is an issue at the moment, and therefore you do not feel that you have the energy or inclination to be able to take this further and to fight it. However, you do feel disappointed that through no fault of your own, you now are left with furniture that has a mark on it, and you feel very unhappy with the situation, and you just wanted the managing director to be aware of your continued dissatisfaction. I don't think it would hurt to send that letter. You never know. The managing director might look at it and take some kind of pity on you. And decide that he or she is prepared to do something more. They might, of course, just say, well, we're happy with our position, that's it. But I don't think it would do any harm to write that letter. And certainly if I was the managing director of that company, I would certainly want to look into it from my company's perspective if I had that kind of letter. Okay?
Yes, I think that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
And I obviously will get back to you if I hear anything.
Paula, I'm pleased you've let me know what you've decided to do. Life is all about making judgment calls in terms of whether something's worth fighting or not. As you know, if there's a fight worth fighting, I'm always up for it.
I know you are.
But I do always recognise when people say, do you know what, I just haven't got the stomach for this any further. I've had enough.
The thing is, at the end of the day, Jonathan, in my heart, I know the truth. I did not spill anything on this beautiful unit that I loved, and it's not my fault. It is their fault. It is the furniture.
Well, they, of course, I must, for fairness, I must just say that they do not agree with that. They feel that they've had someone out to look at it, and they do believe that something's been spilt on it. I obviously haven't seen the furniture, so I don't know. Listen, Paula, get that letter sent off. Let me know what you hear back, and all the very best. Any other problems, you let me know.
Thank you so much, you and your team.
Certain high specifications. Well, the shop had one available in one of their other stores. Apparently it was a pre-owned laptop, but they said we can fully refurbish it for you. Well, Neil thought it sounded rather good. He did ask them to include an upgrade on the RAM for this computer. The shop said, yeah, that's fine. That will be £770. Well, at this point, an alarm bell should have rung for Neil, really, because the shop said that we will need full payment up front and we do not take card payments. we can only accept payment in either cash or bank transfer. Well, Neil went down to the cash point, he withdrew £770, he returned to the shop, and he paid the man in the shop. He was told that it would take about a week for his laptop to be ready, but all this time later, the laptop still hasn't materialised.
I've gone down to the shop and it's not open. There's a note in the window that says, due to staff holidays, we will only be open between 3 and 5:15. Finally, one day, after about 4 weeks, I'd go in, actually find the shop open, go in, speak to the chap that I spoke to, who's the shop owner, who said, "Oh no, we're waiting for a hinge to come. There was a problem with one of the hinges on where it flips open, and we're just waiting for the parts to arrive." And I did say, "Well, it would have been nice to have told me, because we were supposed to have this within a week, and we were a month down the line. Nothing's, and I haven't heard a word from you."
Well, obviously Neil is getting very frustrated. He doesn't have his money, he doesn't have his laptop. At the moment, he seems to have just lost £770. Neil's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Neil.
Morning, Jonathan.
So, I did a little bit of research into this man and into his company. He's a man by the name of David Police, and his shop is called Computer Care, and it's based in Hemel Hempstead. It would appear this man also owns another branch in Hertford. There are also various rumours that there is a further third branch somewhere in Beds, Herts and Bucks. I haven't managed to establish that myself, though. What I have managed to establish is that when you look into this man and his company, he has had a number of customers over the years who have complained, and some of those customers have said they've had to take him to court to try and get their money back because they, like you, have paid him and have been left waiting. Now, I have tried to make contact with Mr. Police, as you know. None of the telephone numbers for his company seem to work, and the email address for his company simply bounces back. However, after I named him on the programme, I was then given his personal email address by one of my listeners. And I contacted him via his personal email address, and he came back with this response. He said, "I'm concerned that Neil appears unhappy with the contract of supply he entered into with the business. Whilst we will not normally discuss the details of individual supply and repair contracts with people other than the customer directly, it is fair to say that if Neil has not yet received goods or services he ordered, it is highly likely that those goods or services are not yet due under the terms and conditions of the supply contract. Neil will have willingly read, signed, and thus agreed to the documentation detailing terms, conditions, and supply time of goods he has ordered. We will contact Neil by text message to clarify the current position and to advise him in due course when his contract has reached fulfilment stage." Well, at that point, you did admit to me that he had indeed provided you with some terms and conditions that you had signed, but you did admit that you hadn't read those terms and conditions while you were in the store, Neil. The terms and conditions were rather interesting, though, because the terms and conditions seemed to be for a repair contract, and repair had been scribbled out. But what was rather concerning was that in this contract, the terms and conditions specified that Computer Care have 90 working days to provide you with the repair that they have agreed to take on. Now, 90 working days is obviously a long time. I think, actually, Neil, we're fairly close to those 90 working days being up, aren't we? Isn't it middle of August?
Yes, it's about another week and a half, I think.
That's right. I presume, just to establish the facts now, I presume you still haven't got your computer?
Yes, you're right there.
Okay, fine. Now, I know that what I did was I got in touch with a man called Sean Kirk, who is a litigation solicitor for Bawtry Solicitors. I sent him over a copy of the contract and asked for his views. And Sean very kindly responded and said that he felt you were in a very good position, actually, because you haven't received the goods and because this contract doesn't even seem to be for supply of goods, you were within your rights to cancel the order and to request a full refund. And I know that is what you've done, but he has not provided you with a full refund, Neil. Instead, he's responded to you to say that he is prepared to allow you to cancel the contract. However, his company has incurred costs, and therefore they will make a deduction from any refund that is owed to you. Well, you're obviously not very happy with that. So, I asked Sean to join us back on the programme, and he's on the other line now. Hello, Sean.
Hello. Hi.
Sean Kirk from Bawtree Solicitors. So as you can hear, Neil's in a right old pickle with this man. He's paid him his money and he's got nothing to show for it. And his letter cancelling the contract and asking for a full refund has been met with a letter that I know you've seen that suggests that he's not going to get a full refund. What should Neil do next, Sean?
I'm happy to send a letter to this chap on Neil's behalf, because the letter I've seen from Mr. Police says that Neil has wrongfully cancelled the contract under the Consumer Rights Act. Well, you can't wrongfully cancel a contract if you're exercising your rights under the Consumer Rights Act. He's entitled to a refund. He hasn't received the goods. 90 working days is a completely unfair term to expect to supply a laptop. You could probably simply just go down to PC World and pick one off the shelf, which I bet Neil wishes he'd done now. But so the simple case is we send him a letter, it's called a pre-action protocol letter of claim, saying that you've got 28 days to provide a full refund. Contract has been terminated under the Consumer Rights Act. We're simply because we haven't received the goods, give us our money back. Easy peasy.
The only slight potential complication to all of that is, Neil, am I right in my team told me that you've started some kind of action against him in the last few days? What's happened?
Yes, a fortnight ago I hand-delivered a letter to Mr. Police telling them that he had 7 days to refund my money in full, in cash, which is when he sent the letter back saying that he will accept cancellation of the contract, but he wants to retain £440 of the money as loss of his profit. So last Thursday night I actually took out county court proceedings against him.
So you've started court proceedings?
Right. Yes.
Okay, is that, I mean, Sean, would that have been your advice at this point?
Not at this point, no. I mean, it wouldn't cause a huge issue because the claim in itself is a small claim. So the only slight issue in prematurely issuing proceedings is that it would have an impact on costs. That's more prevalent in cases above the £10,000 above the small claims bracket. As this claim is below the £10,000, so in the small claims bracket, costs aren't recoverable except for nominal fixed solicitors' costs and court fees. You could argue that you have given him plenty of opportunity to respond because you've sent a letter terminating the contract, he's sent a reply, and you've sent a response back to that.
Uh-huh.
So it shouldn't cause too much of an issue, but we would have to, if I'm to assist, I'd like to see the copy of the claim papers and his defence if he indeed puts a defence in.
Have you seen, have you heard anything from the court yet, Neil, to say whether Mr. Police has put in a response?
No, it's too early to have a response back from there. He probably didn't even receive this until Monday or maybe even Tuesday today.
Right. I mean, I guess the other slight issue with all of this is, in the event that Neil is successful in the small claims court and receives a judgment against Mr. Police, it will then be whether Mr. Police has the money to pay him.
Yes. Essentially, a judgment is just really a piece of paper on the court saying that one chap owes another chap money. So,
I mean, I'm a bit rather concerned that here we are now in August. We've been discussing this man and his company now for some time. If it were anybody else, I mean, if it were me, if my company had got an issue like this and if it was being discussed and my company was being named, you know what, I would have been straight round to Neil's house and given him his money back to draw a line under this, or hurried up, got the laptop ready and delivered it to him. The fact that neither of those things has happened is maybe a little bit concerning. Did you take the action against Mr. Police personally, Neil, or against his company?
Against him, but trading as.
Trading as, yeah, because I do believe he's a sole trader. Sean, does that make any difference if you're a sole trader, obviously, and your legal action is taken against you in a personal capacity? Does that make any difference?
As long as the correct name is identified on the claim form, so it should be Mr. Police Trading as, I've got the contract in front of me, it should be Police Trading as Computer Care. As long as that's the right person identified on the claim form, then that shouldn't be an issue.
That is.
Right, because if it was an incorrect name, then Mr. Police could either ignore it and you get a county court judgment, but you'd be enforcing against the wrong person.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, Sean, thank you so much for your offer of sending him a letter. I presume as action has now begun, I presume that will not necessarily help.
It may be worthwhile just to try and draw a quick line under it before costs escalate for both parties. As you said, I mean, if I was acting on Mr. Police's behalf, I would be giving him the commercial advice of just saying pay the money up, draw a line under it, and continue before your name gets dragged further through the mud.
Yeah, well, he hasn't done that so far.
No, which is concerning.
Well, it is concerning. So you're prepared to do a letter, are you, for Neil?
Certainly, yes.
Well, that's like on a pro bono basis.
Well, certainly, yes.
Well, you're a good man, Neil. I think
Thank you very much.
That's a great, very kind offer from Sean. So let's see if that has any effect. And obviously, just for other people listening to the programme, just be aware of the fact that Computer Care, it trades from number 4 Bank Court in Hemel Hempstead, run by a man called David Police. He also seems to have a branch in Hertford. Just to be aware of the situation that Neil is having paid him money and having not received his goods or the refund that he has requested. Neil, I'll put you in touch with Sean. Sean, thank you very much again for your help, for your advice and for your kind offer of help for Neil. I appreciate it very much. Sean Kirk is from Bawtrey Solicitors. He's a litigation lawyer. Brian got a bit peckish on his flight back from Corfu, so he ordered himself a meal deal. Well, having ordered this meal deal, nothing was delivered. So he waited about half an hour, and in the end, he summoned over the member of cabin crew to ask what had happened.
I called her over, and I said to her, can you tell me where my bits and pieces are? She said, I'll go and find out. I forgot that. And then she comes back, she said, I'm sorry, we did forget you, and they've now run out of that. And then she said... as it was a night flight, there wasn't a lot on board, so I could either have another drink or whatever. I said, no, I won't have any of that. Can I have a refund, please? She said, yeah. So she said, if you give me the card back that you paid it on, away we go. So that's what I've done.
So, sure enough, Brian was expecting that money would go back into his account. It wasn't until he returned to the UK and he was checking his bank and he saw that the money had not gone back into his account at all. Now, at that point, he contacted the airline that he'd been flying with. They are a company called EasyJet. You might have heard of them. And EasyJet apparently said, well, you need to take this up with our contractors that supply the food on the flight. They're a company called Gate Group. So that's exactly what Brian did. But instead of them being particularly helpful, he received a very odd response, a rather rude response, that seemed to be suggesting that Brian might be telling porky pies. Brian's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Brian.
Good morning, Jonathan.
I think, having read the email response you received, it sounds to me as if it was someone who was totally out of their depth responding to you, and probably someone that was not at all trained to deal with customers. Because the response...
quite a rude person, really.
Well, it was weird, wasn't it? Weird.
Yeah.
Things like, get your facts straight, written in an email to a customer is not really conducive to resolving an issue, is it?
No.
I went to EasyJet because, as far as I'm concerned, they're the company that you were flying with, and they should have been the ones to communicate with their contractor as to why you hadn't received your refund on their flight. EasyJet came back and they said, we are very sorry that Brian did not receive the meal he ordered on his recent flight. This was a genuine mistake, and the cabin crew processed a refund back to his card. Unfortunately, it appears this did not go back onto his card correctly. Gate Group, our retail partner, process refunds in this type of instance, so we advised him to contact them directly. We apologise for the response provided by Gate Group, which fell short of the standards we would expect. This has been addressed with them, and Brian has now received his refund. Well, that's what we were told last week, but when I spoke to you, you said I've checked my account and I've got nothing to show for it. Well, I went back to EasyJet. They have confirmed, Brian, that the refund has been authorised, and they did say that it may take between 5 to 7 days for the money to show in your account. Have you checked your account today? Please tell me there's something showing.
Well, to cut a long story short, I've still not received the refund, but it was paid. It was paid, Jonathan, but it was paid to my son. He was the one that made the initial booking with EasyJet for me and him to go to Corfu.
Right.
But when I bought the food on the plane, I used my debit card.
Right.
And that was the one that should have gone. Well, when you spoke to me last week and asked me had it gone in, I said no, because it hadn't gone in, and it's still not showing in my account now. But after your show, I did ring my son, and he said, I'll check, Dad. And he had a little look, and he said, oh, yeah, there's £9 gone in it from EasyJet. So they did do what they said, but it didn't come to me.
Well, there we go.
I've still been waiting.
I presume your son will give you the money.
Given it to me, and I've spent it.
Oh, have you? What on? Not a meal deal?
Wine. No. I bought a couple of bottles of white wine. They were lovely.
Oh. Very good. Well, Brian, I'm very pleased that you've got your refund now. We will thank EasyJet very much indeed. I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, then please get back to me, won't you?
I will. One last thing. As I said to you at the start, I wasn't interested in the £9, so I'm going to take the £9 of the money they did send me, and I'm going to put £20, and I'm going to put it to cancer relief. I'm going to give it to charity.
Well, there we go. That sounds absolutely excellent. Brian, I mean, I think the other thing that I hope has just been learnt from all of this is that if EasyJet receive a complaint like this, it's better for them to go and speak to their contractor rather than expecting you to do it. I will thank them. Here's your horn, EasyJet.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning, Jerry. Tell me all about the problem you're having, please, without naming any company names.
Sure. I'll get straight to the situation we're in. About a week ago, my wife went up to the bathroom. It was about 10 o'clock in the evening, and found that the outside pane of glass on a double glazed section had shattered for no apparent reason. We did check around outside to see maybe whether a bird had flown into it or something like that, but there was absolutely no clue as to what had caused it. We're council tenants. We phoned the nominated contractor that deals with the repairs and renewals the following day to report the occurrence, and was told that in actual fact any problem with double glazing is actually down to the tenants to replace and pay for, which I must admit did leave me rather shocked and surprised. The call handler, it was a really nice person. She couldn't have been more polite, more nicer. And actually, I felt rather sorry for her because I think she felt quite embarrassed about it. And I would suspect that when she's had to pass on this information to other tenants that may have called in, she might not have got such a pleasant response as she got from myself. So that's the situation we're in. We've got to replace it. If the nominated contractor that works for the council was to do it, it's a fixed charge, I think, of £163.42, for which the council send us a bill, and then we send our cheque or payment, whatever, to the council, or we're quite free to go out and get quotes from other companies.
Well, I mean, the first thing first, how big is the window?
It's not a large window. It's got no openings. It's 500 mil high by 290 mil wide.
Right. Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, £163.42 is very expensive for that.
Well, yes, I think that in actual fact, this is a one-off charge. From what I could gather, it would apply to any glazing unit, whether it had a top opening window or a side opening window or whatever.
Well, it's very expensive. I mean, I've had double glazed units replaced before.
Yeah.
And to simply, I mean, if you take out the double glazed unit from inside, which is the way that you would do it, to replace it is a very simple and quick job for a glazing company.
Yeah.
And I think the maximum I've ever paid for windows that are larger than the one you're talking about was about £110.
Yes. So we've got no idea about this.
That sounds expensive to me. 163.42.
Yeah. Well, okay. This is fair enough. This is the information I got, but I was told, I'm quite free to go and get other quotations.
Yeah.
And we have, in fact, phoned up a couple of companies. I have had one that has come with quite a few good recommendations from friends and neighbours. And in actual fact, they're going to come and have a look at it on Friday.
So what do you think? Because obviously, I understand
in abeyance.
I understand your concern. So your concern is that through no fault of your own, this window is suddenly broken. It's not that you've got kids in the garden playing cricket and one of the balls has gone through the window, because you can absolutely understand that if that was the case, then it is perfectly reasonable for the council to expect the tenant to foot the bill for replacing the window, because they've damaged it. And normally windows break because something has hit them.
Yeah.
But are you suggesting then that this window has just it's shattered because there's something wrong with the window?
I don't honestly know, Jonathan. I mean, I've taken a photograph of it and I've looked at it quite carefully. There's no way, for example, somebody could have fired an air gun pellet at it. Do you know what I mean? Or actually thrown a stone at it, because our garden, we're surrounded by several houses either side of us, so if anybody wanted to get into our garden, they'd have to sort of get over about 4 or 5 fences either side. At the top of our garden, it's very, very overgrown, and we're not really overlooked, so that rules that out. The only thing that we thought might have been, and my wife and I did actually go out in the dark when we discovered that the pane had shattered. We thought maybe a bird had flown into it and killed itself, but there was no sign there when we went out at night. And
I've had a text in here.
The following morning, again, there was no sign.
Jerry?
Yeah.
Jerry, text in here says, this window has shattered because of heat expanding the frame, and then when it cools down, it shrinks and puts pressure on the glass.
Well, I must admit, Jonathan, this was my thought because of that, hot period that we had, a couple of weeks ago, so something like that?
Yeah.
And then the cool period. But then it occurred to me that last year we had something like, I think, 60 days, I made a note, without any rain.
Yeah, well, we did have very hot weather last year as well. So how long have these double-glazed windows been in your property?
Yes, they were installed in September 2013, so it's 6 years. 6 years, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm more than happy to contact the council and to ask them why, in all circumstances, they believe it is reasonable to tell the tenant they are responsible for replacement of the glazed units, when in fact this is through no fault of your own that this problem has occurred.
Right. May I just add a little caveat to that? The council would replace the unit free of charge if the damage had been caused by malicious reasons or by an attempted break-in, by which token we would have had to advise the police and get a crime number, which we could then pass on to the council. So there are...
Windows do not just break. No. There must be a reason for a window breaking, and obviously the most obvious one is that something hits the window, i.e. a cricket ball or something like that. If it's not caused by someone hitting the window by accident, playing or whatever, which I can completely understand, the council would say, well, that tenant is your responsibility.
Absolutely.
The only other thing that could cause it to break would be some kind of pressure or stress to the glass For example, the window expanding or shrinking. But the fact is that that's not your fault. It's not something you have any control over.
No.
And therefore, I don't understand why the council would think it was reasonable for you to have to pay for it. Jerry, can you leave this with me? What I'd like to do is I'm going to pass you back to my team.
Yeah.
I'll get some detail and I'll go and have a word with that council this afternoon and ask why they are taking this position when they haven't even inspected to see what the problem with the glass is.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, the first sentence of my email to you said that I'm not sure if I've got an issue and would value your opinion. And I really don't want to make a big deal of it. I was just so flabbergasted when it came down to the case that it was down to the tenant to pay for it, because, there are going to be some tenants that are, I wouldn't say we're rolling in money. We've been tenants in our council property for 44 years, so we've been very lucky. But there are going to be some people that couldn't afford £100 or whatever it would cost to replace this double glazing.
Let me go and have a word and try and find out.
Okay,
get some answers, and we'll take it from there. Okay, Jerry, hang on there, please. I'm going to pass you back to my team. David was telling me that his wife wanted to redecorate the house. Well, as part of this redecoration, they ordered a couple of new beds to go in the spare rooms for when their adult children come back home to stay. Well, it was all absolutely fine, until that is, David's son came to visit.
He stayed overnight that night, slept in the bed, and then went home. A little while later, we finished the other room, so we bought another bed for my daughter, who comes from South Africa. She's due this week, and we bought another bed very similar. He came up again, assembled it, and slept overnight in the bed, no problem. And away he went. Well, he popped in to see us again on another occasion, and this time when he got in the bed, it collapsed.
Yes, well, it seemed to collapse because there is a central leg that goes right in the middle of the bed, underneath the bed, that gave way. And therefore, David's son, who he admitted was a rugby player, I think he said about 16 stone, the weight of his body, unsupported underneath, caused the entire bed to crack and break. Well, David's not very happy about this at all. He says the bed had only been slept in on 3 occasions, and he feels as if it obviously is not of reasonable quality. I've been off to speak to the company that he purchased the bed from. Let's find out what they've had to say for themselves, because David's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, the company concerned is Benson's for Beds. And I have been off to have a word with Benson's for Beds to ask them what they have to say. Are you sitting comfortably? Because here is their response. They say, "We are sorry to hear of David's frustration and discomfort. We arranged for an independent technician to come and inspect David's bed after he reported a fault back in June. The inspection took place, and we found that there was no manufacturing fault on the product. The technician reported that the bars supporting the bed were bent. However, it is not possible for the bars to have bent on their own, particularly if the support legs were in the correct position, as they are designed to stop this happening. The technician relayed to David that the bent bars would have resulted either from excessive force or from support legs being fitted incorrectly from self-assembly. David responded that the legs had been fitted correctly, but did not understand why the bars had bent. Based on this report, we are unable to take further action, as no manufacturing fault was found. However, we have advised David that under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, he is within his rights to take the matter further with a third party if he wishes." So, in effect, David, they say we've been out to have a look and we don't think we're to blame. They think, I'm reading between the lines there, they think that either the support leg was not fitted in the first place, or if it was fitted, it was fitted incorrectly, and that's why it gave way. What's your response?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't agree with them. The leg was properly fitted. It was all tightened up properly. And it just gave way. If you look at the section of the bed, it is so skimpy. The box section is so skimpy on the steel support bars that they're talking about that, quite honestly, you could almost blow and bend it.
Okay, well, I mean, they have said that they've been out to have a look and they don't agree that it's a manufacturing defect. They seem to be suggesting that this is a case of either customer misuse or poor assembly of the bed, which was done by yourselves. Now, if you want to take this any further, and they have suggested in their response that they're not against you taking it further. If it's something you wish to do, then they are open to that. But you would need to now have your own report carried out by someone who knows what they're talking about. So it really depends on how much further you want to take it. Let me just explain what your rights are and how you could proceed with this if you wished. You could contact an organisation such as FIRA or someone else, the Furniture Industry Retailers Association, or somebody else who would be able to organise for an inspector to come out and to have a look at the furniture and to write a report as to why this bed had given way. In the event that that report comes back and says, we believe the reason for this bed giving way is because the design of the bed was insufficient to support an average person or people in that bed, and we therefore feel that this bed has not been manufactured to a reasonable quality and it is for this reason that the bed is broken. If that report finds in your favour, then of course you are within your rights to go back to Benson's for Beds and to say, look, here is our evidence. This supports our claim that this product is not fit for purpose, and we therefore request full reimbursement for the costs that we've already incurred by buying this furniture in the first place. You would also, at that point, be entitled to expect any costs that you've incurred, i.e. the costs of having the report carried out, to also be returned to you. Okay? Mm-hmm. If, however, the report does not find in your favour, then you would be in a situation where you've spent more money having the report carried out and you're not going to be able to reclaim that money and you're not going to be able to take matters any further. So it really just depends on how much further you're prepared to take it.
Yeah.
Do you want to ever think about it? Do you want to have a family discussion, a family meeting, and see how much further you want to take it and let me know?
Yeah. Well, is there any idea how much this extra cost is?
Well, to have a report carried out of this kind, I mean, I would expect that you're looking at £250.
For a £200 bed?
Yeah.
It's not worth it, is it?
Well, you say that, but you have to remember that you're paying for an expert's time to travel to your property, to inspect the bed, to write a formal report that would stand up in court if necessary to support your claim. As I say, that money that you incur, you would be within your rights to reclaim that from Benson's for Beds if the report finds in your favour. But it is a bit of a risk because, I mean, I haven't seen the bed. I haven't seen how it's put together. Only you really can say with certainty that you absolutely believe this bed was just not made to a reasonable standard, which is why it's given way. And hopefully, I mean, if you're right, then hopefully the independent person would agree with you and they would put that in the report, at which point you're completely within your rights to say to Benson's for Beds, we've now had to spend an additional £250 having the report done. We want the 200 odd quid that we spent on the bed frame in the first place to be returned, and we would also like to be reimbursed for the cost of the report. And if it went to court, they would be forced to pay you that money.
When I originally went to see them, all I wanted to get from them was the 3 bars that had bent. And can they tell me who I've got to contact to get that done? Well, they've gone down this. They've sort of gone down this line of trying to make things difficult, in my view, instead of saying, yeah, okay, well, we'll see what we can do about getting these 3 bars replaced. And I've been quite happy with that.
Well, they don't believe in their response. They don't believe they're to blame for it. So I would imagine
I'm not looking for blame, Jonathan.
Well, surely blame's quite important. I mean, if I'd bought a bed and I thought that it was poorly made, and as a result of it being poorly made, it had given way, I'd be pretty livid with the company I'd bought it from.
Yeah, well, I did say when I spoke to you originally that I did buy a cheap bed.
Yes, but look, a cheap bed is not going to last you for 10 years. But a cheap bed should last for a reasonable amount of time. You know, I mean, for example, in one of my spare rooms, I have a bed that is, I guess, in the relative scheme of things, fairly cheap. The bed frame, it's a divan base. It is not one of the expensive divan bases because it's a spare room. The bed is not used very often, but I do expect that bed base will last for a reasonable amount of time, even though it was less expensive than, for example, the divan base that I sleep on all the time. So this bed should be of reasonable quality. So it just depends how far you want to take it. I mean, am I reading from you then that you are prepared to pay for the 3 bars that need replacing if that's something they can organise as a way of trying to resolve this on a compromise basis or not?
Yes, that's what I originally intended to do, but they took this line of going, oh, you've got to have an engineer down, and they're getting all uppity and saying, we're not prepared to discuss it and all this. And
but what I don't, but David, what I don't understand is if the bed is not of very good quality, then surely if you replace those 3 slats and you put the same leg back underneath it to support it, then your 16-stone son, next time he sleeps on it, there's a chance that they'll bend again.
Well, as you said earlier, we bought 2 beds, and last night it was slept in by my daughter and her husband.
Right.
And we had no problem.
This is the other bed, the one that isn't broken.
The other bed, yeah. Well, all I'm really looking for is to get those 3 badly designed, in my opinion, leg. But
you'll get the same ones. I
can't get through to there.
Yeah, but you'll get the same ones, won't you? You'll get the same bars, except you'll have to pay more money for them.
This is true. But what sort of money are we talking about? And that's all I wanted to get to them. But no, they wouldn't discuss it.
Okay.
They just went down this...
well, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. I tell you what I will do then. I will go back to them this afternoon. Let me ask them... as a way of compromise, because you don't want to get into a situation where you're having to spend more money out getting reports carried out on the bed, although you still maintain that the bed is not of good quality, which is why it's collapsed. Mm-hmm. But as a way of compromise, you are prepared to pay for the replacement parts necessary to get the bed sorted. Can they please tell me how much that is? Let me go and do that. Let's see what kind of money we're talking about. I mean, it may well be, if it's a cheap bed, David, it might be some kind of Chinese import bed where, to be honest, you're not going to get spare parts for it anyway. At which point, I mean, you need to then know that so you can then make a decision as to what you do with it. But I think we need to know that. Let me go and ask them about these three planks or these 3 bits of metal that support the bed. Let's see what they have to say and we'll take it from there and make a decision. Okay. Till then, I'm Jonathan Vernon Smith dealing with your consumer problems. Now, speaking of which, do you remember lovely Odette, who I spoke to yesterday on my programme? Now, Odette was telling me that she and her husband, they have a great big German Shepherd dog called Big Ben. Well, apparently Odette was saying that they have real difficulty finding hotels that will accept large dogs. So, about 6 or 7 years ago, they thought it would be a good idea to buy a caravan so they could go away and have their holidays and take Big Ben with them. Well, unfortunately, because of poor health, they've only managed to use it about 3 or 4 times. So, all these years later, it's just been sitting on the drive. She was saying they decided they were going to sell it. Well, they did sell it. They sold it to a young couple for £8,000. And it appeared to be in excellent condition at the time. But unfortunately, the following day, they received a knock at the front door. And it was from the couple who'd bought the caravan the day before, and they weren't very happy.
They came back with a caravan and an engineer, and to our utter horror. We found that dampness under the lino, which over the plywood floor, and the plywood floor deteriorated badly. The engineer stated at the time that it was a common problem in this type of caravan and was extremely difficult to repair. They had to dismantle completely the caravan. And they said, obviously, we gave back the buyer his money.
Oh, did you?
Oh, of course. We do not lie. We do not steal. And a case like that, we felt duty-bound. Although we sold it as seen, we found duty-bound. I couldn't have slept if I had robbed those people of £8,000.
Well, as you can hear, Odette is a thoroughly decent person with a thoroughly decent attitude towards other people. And therefore, I wanted to try and help Odette if I possibly could. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Odette.
Good morning to you, Jonathan.
Good morning.
What a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, it's lovely to speak to you too, Odette. Now, the slight problem, the slight complication with all of this is that the company that you purchased the caravan from went out of business, didn't they?
Yes, they went bankrupt, apparently.
So, unfortunately, the company that you have any kind of contract with from a legal perspective, they've gone. Therefore, as I was very honest with you and very blunt yesterday, there's not very much legally you could do about this. You know, if push came to shove, it may well just be one of those things that, sadly, you would have to draw a line under and accept that you've made a massive loss. But you're such a nice person, Odette, and your attitude to other people and to the rights and wrongs of treating people is so honourable that I really wanted to try and help you if I possibly could. So I promised you I would call the manufacturer of the caravan, explain the situation, and just hope that I could persuade them to do something to assist you. Now, yesterday afternoon, I set about making contact with the manufacturer. And I got through to a man there, and I explained the situation, and he said, we are sorry that they've had the problems with the caravan. The warranty that comes with our caravans is for 6 years, and in order for the warranty to be absolutely up and running, the caravan has to be serviced by an approved dealer once a year. Now, I don't know, Odette, have you had the caravan serviced every year?
Yes, we did. In fact, we went to a company that's nearby where the old the bankrupt was, and we have had it done by them.
Every year? Without fail?
Except for the last year or so.
Right.
Because it was when I had 2 strokes on top of one another.
Yes.
And was rushed to hospital. And my husband, of course, was distraught.
Of course.
But before that, yes, we had it yearly done.
Okay. Now, the caravan, I don't think you bought it brand new, did you? Was it
it was only 1 year old.
Yeah, that's right. So if you've had it now for 6 years and it was 1 year old, then the warranty has run out anyway. So even if you had it serviced every year, the warranty would not be something you could rely on. But thankfully, the man that I got through to at the company yesterday seemed a decent kind of chap, Odette. He seemed a very nice kind of chap. And he said, right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. If they can get the caravan to their nearest approved dealer for us, we will go and collect it. We will bring it down to our warehouse. We will repair it. And we will deliver it back to the dealer at no cost to Odette.
Oh, you miracle worker. Oh, my goodness. Yes, we can do that, but I don't know. My husband probably find out the nearest dealer.
Yes.
But what a marvelous thing. I'm glad I'm sitting down.
He was a very nice man, and he said, look, we don't want Odette to be left in this situation. We will bring it back to our premises where we make the caravans, and if necessary, we will strip it right down in order to get this sorted, and we will make sure that it is in a saleable condition so that when it's delivered back, Odette can sell it with a clear conscience, knowing that it's been repaired properly.
Oh, that's a miracle. Oh, Jonathan, I don't know how to thank you for your help.
Well,
because until now we've hit blank wall. We've written to the company twice, and we had no answer.
Wow.
So I'm flabbergasted what you said. But yes, of course, we'll take it to the nearest. We'll try and find out who they are.
What I'm going to do, because what he has said is that he will oversee this personally and he will assist you. Yes. So what I'm going to do is I will give you a call as soon as I come off air in a quarter of an hour's time.
Yes.
I will give you and your husband his details, his name and his telephone number. If you give him a call, and he will be able to tell you where your nearest dealer is that you need to get the caravan to, and he will then oversee getting it picked up and taken. I mean, it's going to be a very long way that caravan has got to be transported, so it will have to go probably on the back of a lorry. But they've said they will send that. They will send that to where you are, and they will get it all repaired and then dropped back. Okay?
Oh gosh, you have performed a miracle.
Well, hang on a second.
Yes.
At the moment, it sounds good. And he seemed like a very decent chap yesterday, and obviously what he has promised is great. For that, I'm going to give him this. A bit of the horn. But until you've got your caravan back repaired in a condition that you can sell it, I don't know, do you think the young couple who bought the caravan, would they still be interested in having it if it was repaired properly?
They wanted it to go on holiday that time, so I presume that they will have found another caravan by now.
Well, it might be worth, just if you've still got their details, it might be worth giving them a bell just to explain the situation, just to see if they do want to hang on for it. And you can let them know that it will be the manufacturer who is doing the repair on it. Alternatively, I guess as soon as you've got it back, you can re-advertise it, and when someone else comes to buy it, you can sell it with a clear conscience, knowing that it's not going to fall apart.
Jonathan, you're wonderful.
Okay. Well, listen, it's a pleasure to help you, Odette, because you're such a nice person. So it always gives me great job satisfaction if I help nice people. I'm going to thank the company very much at this stage. I will put you in touch with them, and I will follow this every step of the way until you've got the caravan back, okay?
Oh, bless you. You're my best friend. And to tell you what, it's my birthday this month. This is the best present I could have had.
Well, there we go. Well, Odette, I will speak to you in about a quarter of an hour, and we'll get everything tied up today, okay?
Oh, that's brilliant. How can I say thank you for your help?
Radio.
It's nice as well, isn't it? Because Odette did such a nice thing in terms of taking the caravan back and giving that young couple their money back. There are so many people in life who would screw you over. And I wouldn't go out of my way to help any of those people. But for someone like Odette, it's an absolute pleasure to try and help her. She's got a good sense of what's right and wrong, and I'm happy to help her. Now, Ruth, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. My mum passed away on the 28th of June this year.
I'm sorry to hear
short
that.
illness. Thank you. So when I was looking through her bills, as in her telephone bill and her gas bill was over £900 and the telephone bill was over £700, which I found outrageous. So when I looked at the bill, they were both on a business tariff. And
what for your mum?
Yeah, and it's a residential, terraced house.
How very bizarre.
Yeah. So when we made contact, that's my
just
brother
out of interest, sorry to interrupt you, Ruth. How old was your mum when she died?
91.
Oh, bless her. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
so when we made contact with both companies, they both confirmed that the rate was changed. Well, it's been on that rate and since 2007, which I find amazing. But neither of them were willing to backdate anything because they said that it's my mum's responsibility she should have noticed that she was on a business rate.
Well, hang on a second. Hang on a second. So they think it's acceptable to have put a 91-year-old on a business account and to, surely they would have known that she was a private individual.
Well, the conversation I had with a young lady was, well, we have millions of customers from an address. We don't know whether it's residential or business. That's what she told me.
Right.
So,
how would your? I presume your mum would have taken out this telephone line and organised for her gas to be provided by this supplier over the telephone.
Probably, but I think she's actually been with these companies since we've lived in this house, which has been a very long time. She's never switched to anybody. But for some reason, I don't know what happened in 2007, but both companies are saying that that's when, that's as far back as they can go, and that's how long she's been on the business rate. So
it is weird, isn't it, that I presume that they're two completely separate companies.
Yeah.
It's unusual that two separate companies have both put her on a business account at the same year.
Yeah. It's a bit strange. I'm not too sure what.
Does she live? She lived in a block of flats or a house or what?
No, it's a terraced 3-bedroom house in Finchley. So.
Right, and it's just houses all around.
Yep. Houses both sides across the road. The nearest businesses are down the road. Never been a business. It's always been a family home.
And is there any chance that your late mum might have kind of been cold called or anything at that time and might have been sold a switch of gas provider and a switch of telephone provider, and she just didn't realise at the time that she was getting involved as a business customer rather than a private residential customer?
There is a slight possibility, but as far as I know, she's always been with the two companies that are involved.
Right.
Because she doesn't like. She's very old school. She used to go and pay her bills at the post office and the bank. No debit card, anything like that. Is very much take money out and go and pay your bills. Really, that's how she was.
Right.
So
okay.
No online accounts or anything like, or telephone banking or anything like that.
And when your mum was 79, she was fairly, compos mentis and everything. Didn't get confused or anything.
No. She was fine up until her last hours, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it sounds like I need to go and have a little word with those companies, doesn't it, and find out why they've done this, because it seems a bit odd. Yeah. Can you leave it with me? I'll pass you back to my team now. I'll get some detail and I'll call them this afternoon for you, okay?
Lovely, thank you.
Okay, hang on there, Ruth.
Thank you.
All the best. 08081 008800. That's the telephone number if you have a consumer problem, if you need some help and some assistance. Now, a couple of years ago, Margaret's next door neighbour planted a line of conifer trees next to her fence. Well, that may well have been fine back then, but Margaret was telling me that these conifer trees have now grown, and she's not happy with the effect that they've caused.
All these years later, they're about 7 foot high, getting terribly unmanageable. It comes over my fence, and it's this sort of a mixture between conifer and this very prickly, wiry stuff, which is very hard and awkward to handle. As well as it growing in height, it's growing over time, it's growing the width as well, and it's broken most of my fence along there.
Well, Margaret's not happy about it at all. She thinks the next-door neighbour is responsible for it. What was interesting, though, is when I started speaking to Margaret, it quickly became apparent that Margaret does not own her property. She is a housing association tenant. So, in effect, even though Margaret was the one that put the fencing up, this is the fencing in the housing association's garden. So surely they would be interested in the fact that part of their property, or what is considered to be their property, has become damaged, and surely they would like to oversee communication between Margaret and the neighbour in order to get things resolved. Well, I've been off to have a word with them, and Margaret's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Margaret.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, the housing association concerned is Aldwick Housing, and they've come back with a response. They say one of our housing team visited Margaret on Friday the 2nd of August. We found that the shrub that runs along the fence on the neighbour's side is well maintained and is not applying pressure to the fence. The state of the fence is due to its age and weak supporting posts. We understand Margaret replaced the fence about 10 years ago, so we're unable to comment on the quality of this replacement. Our tenancy agreement with Margaret states that Aldwick is responsible for boundary fences, of which the fence in question is, and we would carry out a repair or replacement to keep the fence in good repair. As part of our agreement, the customer is responsible for reporting such repairs to us. This can be done online, by phone, or letter, or in person. We have passed Margaret's repair request to our repairs and maintenance team, who will arrange for a specialist to visit to see what's needed. This may be a repair to the existing fence, or it may be a replacement. So the Housing Association are going to get your fence sorted, Margaret?
Oh, yes, Jonathan. It did come to light because I've been here well over 30-odd years, that the reason that they're doing it is because I'm on a secure tenancy and not an assured tenancy, because about 8 years ago they tried to get me to sign my rights away and change my tenancy agreement, and I refused to do that. Just as well I didn't, otherwise I wouldn't be a happy bunny now.
Well, what's interesting, though, is, I mean, I know you were angry with the next-door neighbour. They don't think it's anything to do with the neighbour's shrub.
Well, it is, because, I mean, the fence was fine before that started growing there.
Well,
you know, and there's been 4 occupants over 6 years, and nobody's even touched it.
Well, they've said that they've looked at it and they think it's in a good state of existence. They don't think that there's any kind of problem with it whatsoever, but they do recognise that they need to get your fence sorted. Have they put a date in to do that?
You're looking at 6 weeks, Jonathan. 3 weeks for the specialist to come out, and another 3 weeks to raise the job.
Well, you must be delighted.
Well, yes, I am. It just seems comparatively a long time to wait, really, but, you know. I've also asked them if that's the case, that I've got the fence on the other side that is in a worse state, and they've agreed to do that as well.
Well, how about that? At no cost to you, Margaret.
Yeah, I am very grateful.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I mean, it was at your suggestion to call the Housing Association.
It was.
And I mean, I've tried it a couple of times over the course of a couple of years or so. Every time to come back and customer service say they thought I was on the newer tenancy.
Well, Margaret, we are getting there. I'm good. Morning, Paul. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I will do. Just to be clear, I'm going to be very specific about dates because they are very important.
Okay.
On the 16th of June, I purchased 2017. I purchased a smartwatch from an online retailer that specialises in sports and outdoor equipment. The retail price of that watch was £499.99, so a penny short of £500. But I purchased it for £439.99 because I'd got a £60 reduction on the basis of a loyalty bonus because I spent a fair bit of money with them previously.
Okay.
So the watch was delivered on the 17th of June.
So sorry, hang on a second. So you had in effect a voucher that you were able to top it up to. So what was the total cost?
£439.99.
No, but I thought you said you'd got a voucher with that, or a loyalty discount.
No, the retail cost was £499.99, but because of over the previous 18 months, 2 years, I'd spent some money with this company. They give you a loyalty bonus.
That's fine.
And they bump you up to a platinum customer.
Okay, fine. So, and this was the 16th of June 2017 you bought this sports watch. And what was special about the sports watch?
It was a watch I used for monitoring my activities, running, cycling, steps, heart rate, that kind of thing.
You're trying to get fit, are you?
Well, I was reasonably fit. It was just to replace one that I'd been using. This was a kind of an upgraded model, really.
Okay, fine.
So I was doing a fair bit of cycling and fitness work at the time.
Yeah.
So I've used the watch every day since then, and it was absolutely fine up until Sunday the 28th of July. So 2 years, 1 month, 11 days since the date of delivery. It just stopped working. I plugged it in overnight. It had been charging, and I was due to go away to Wales on a walking holiday. So I was going to use it while I was away.
Oh dear.
So off I went on holiday. I was away for kind of a week and a half. Returned 6th. In fact, I returned on the Sunday, so it was the 4th of August. The manufacturer wasn't available at that time, so I contacted them on the 6th of August, the Tuesday.
The manufacturer, why not the retailer?
Because I thought the manufacturer might be able to run me through a series of troubleshooting procedures just to see whether it could be rebooted and restarted.
Yeah.
So I did that. The outcome of that being that the watch was faulty. They said it needed replacing. But they said because the manufacturer's warranty had expired in June 2019, so just a month or so earlier, they offered me a replacement but said I would have to pay £147.50.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that might seem a reasonable offer for a new or refurbished watch, but I still didn't feel it was appropriate on the basis this was a £500 watch that only lasted me a month over 2 years.
Well, let's work it out, shall we? So what was the offer they made?
£147.50.
£47.50. That's how much you'd have to pay?
Yes. And effectively they would send me another watch. They didn't say whether it would be a new one or a refurbished one.
Okay. Well, if we work out let's say £500 that the first watch cost you.
Yeah.
And you've had 2 years use out of it.
Yeah.
What is a reasonable time, do we think, for this kind of sports watch to last? 5 years?
Yeah, I would expect 4 or 5 years use out of a watch of that value.
So we're talking about £100 a year.
Yeah.
How much would it cost to replace that watch now? What is the equivalent watch costing now?
Again, I'd say about between £400 and £500.
Okay. Well, to get the equivalent?
Yes.
400 or 500?
Well, I have looked at them actually to see whether I could get a replacement, and there are slightly upgraded ones in that are going for £700, but being reduced in sales to 600. So I would let's say 500.
Let's say 500. Okay. So so you've had 2 years use of it. So you've had £200 worth of use from that previous watch, if we work it out that way.
Yeah.
Which means there's £300 worth of use that you have not had.
Yes.
From the product.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But they're saying that they will give you a replacement if you pay £147.50 towards it.
Yeah. And as I say, that sounded a reasonable offer, but I was still a little bit irked at the fact this had only lasted me 2 years. So the manufacturer said, nothing to do with them anymore. They can provide me with another one, but they suggested I make contact with the retailer. So I sent a formal letter via email to the retailer that night on the 6th of August, outlining details of the purchase, what the issue was, the fact it required replacing, and what I believe my rights were under the Consumer Rights Act. I requested replacement and requested they respond to me within 14 days. So the following morning, the 7th of August, I received a lengthy response from the retailer, effectively stating that they couldn't support me. It was outside of the manufacturer's warranty, and that member of staff was disappointed that the manufacturer hadn't resolved the matter in the way that they, as the retailer, would have expected. So I wasn't happy with that. I contacted them back again via email and stated that my contract was with them. They'd got a legal responsibility under the Consumer Rights Act. I stated I believe the watch wasn't of a satisfactory quality, required a replacement, and I requested that the matter be escalated up their chain of command. 3 hours later, this was about 12 o'clock yesterday, received a response stating that their stance hadn't changed. They reiterated their earlier response and said nothing more that they could do but they pointed me in the direction of Citizens Advice with a link to an ombudsman that basically said that, if I wanted to take it further, I would have to take it through an ombudsman. And that's where I am.
Yeah, I mean, let me be frank with you in terms of what your rights are. I mean, you're absolutely right. The Consumer Rights Act, of course, means that you are entitled to expect when you buy, in this case, a sports watch, you are entitled to expect that sports watch will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I think we pretty much all agree that 2 years is not reasonable. You would expect more use from it. You'd expect 5 years use from it to be reasonable. However, the manufacturer, and it should just be pointed out, this actually is not the manufacturer's responsibility at all to get this sorted. This is the retailer's responsibility. But it would appear that they are prepared to put you in a situation where you get a new watch with you paying £147.50.
Yes.
And I'm not sure that that's necessarily... If you're telling me it would cost £500 to replace the watch, I'm not sure that them asking you to pay £147.50 to take into account the use that you have had from the previous watch, I don't know that that's necessarily very unreasonable.
No, and I kind of highlighted that. I didn't think it was unreasonable, but I just felt that a watch that had lasted 2 years, the retailer had some responsibility.
Yeah, but if the watch was going to cost you £500 to replace, what I would be saying to the retailer is well, look, the customer has only had 200 quid's worth of use out of the previous one. And I would expect them to say, OK, well, that's fine. Well, we'll put £300 into a replacement. The customer puts 200. But the fact is the manufacturer is offering you a better deal than that. They're offering you to get a new watch with only paying £147.50. So I don't know that that's necessarily unreasonable. Are you sure it would cost £500 though? Because my team are telling me that they've done a little bit of looking around and you can still buy the same watch as yours for about 300 quid now.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, that's fine.
So
I haven't actually looked at the kind of exactly the same watch because they have kind of moved on a little bit in 2 years. So,
well, yeah. Oh, I tell you what I'll do. Look, what I will do is I will contact the retailer just to ask if they feel that this is satisfactory. And I will put the ball in their court just to see if they are prepared to put something towards this themselves as the retailer as well, just to help you a little further. I can't give you a guarantee that it will be successful.
No, that's fine.
And what I can't do is I can't say, you need to do this, because if there is an offer on the table that is not necessarily unreasonable, I'm not going to start banging my fist too hard. But let me go and have a little word with them. Let me just see if they are satisfied with this and then see how the best way to proceed is, yeah?
No, that's great, Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay,
I appreciate that.
All right, leave it with me, Paul. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some more detail now, OK?
Lovely. Thanks very much.
Hang on there. Do you remember back in December 2017, Simon was telling me he and his wife Leanne had a smart meter fitted. Simon came to me for help. As he said, ever since the meter was put in, it's been interfering with the TV in the house, and it's driving the whole family to absolute distraction. He played me how it sounds on the programme. Yes. And is that when the TV's on? Or does it happen when the TV's off as well?
It can happen when the TV's off as well.
Oh, no.
Yes.
And how often does it make this noise?
Well, it can be any time of the day, and it happens probably 6 or 7 times a day.
Right.
Which is a bit annoying.
And you've had that since 2017?
17. We have had a period of quiet where my wife contacted the company, and what they've done is they put it to what they call setting dumb. So basically, it's sort of shut off. And it was fine for a little while, and then all of a sudden, it started up again, and it's been a problem ever since.
Well, as you can imagine, hugely annoying for Simon and Leanne and the whole family to have to put up with all of this. Leanne's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Leanne.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, we've been on a bit of a journey with this, haven't we? You will recall that I went off to speak to the energy provider that had been responsible for putting the smart meter in the first place. They're Scottish Power. They came back and said this is a highly unusual case and not something we've experienced previously. We will be contacting Simon and his wife to arrange for an engineer to visit and to take a closer look to see if we can resolve the issue. Well, what then happened was they sent out an engineer. There was talk of them moving the meter. They thought if they moved it a bit, it might get rid of the interference. Then there was talk of replacing the meter with a newer version. They tried all of this. None of it worked. You were still getting this interference noise. So annoying. So in the end, they agreed that they would come and take out the smart meter and put back in an old-fashioned meter into your property. They came and did that, and thank goodness for that, the annoying noise stopped, didn't it, Leanne?
It did, yes.
And it has continued to stop, which is good. It means that you can now live your life without having that annoying noise all the time. However, there was a bit of an issue. You were saying at the point that they came to swap the meter over, you'd built up a credit on your account. And when you requested that credit from Scottish Power, they said to you, well, because you've now had a new meter put in, I'm afraid it's going to be at least 6 weeks until we can give you that money back, because we will need to see how the new meter works, etc., etc., etc. Well, your argument was, hang on a minute, this is nothing to do with changing the meter. The credit was built up before the meter was swapped over. I want my money, thank you very much indeed. But they weren't prepared to give it to you any quicker than the time frame they'd outlined. So I went off to have another word with them. They came back, they said, we have spoken to Simon and Leanne, we have apologised for the further problems, we've issued the refund of £145, and we've also made a further goodwill payment of £55 by way of an apology. This will be refunded into their bank account within the next 7 days. Well, that was last week that they gave me that information. Leanne, please tell me that money is now showing you in your account.
It is, yep.
Thank goodness for that. Yes. So you're now back in the black, and you have a meter that is not making an annoying noise.
I do, yes. Very happy.
Yes, well, I'm not surprised. Very frustrating problem, but we got there in the end. And as I always say with people who appear on my programme, we will stay with you until we get things resolved. And I'm pleased that we have a happy ending eventually. I will thank Scottish Power. I'll give them the full horn. If you have any other problems, will you please let me know?
I will do, yes. Yep.
All the best. Scottish Power.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, thank you, and thank you to Scottish Power.
Result. If you have a consumer problem, we can do the same for you. The JVS Show. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Russ bought a washing machine, but unfortunately, it would appear it had an electrical fault, and it ended up being very lucky that the outcome was far better than it could have been. You see, it caught fire. It could have burnt down the house. Thankfully, Russ was in the property at the time, so they were able to switch it all off and put out the flames. But, of course, not only did it damage the machine, this fire, but also it set fire to the clothes inside the machine. Well, Russ wasn't very happy when he was told by the retailer that they were not prepared to reimburse him for the cost of those lost clothes. Well, it's ridiculous. I mean, of course they should reimburse him for the lost clothes. If a retailer sells you a product that has a fault with it and you incur costs as a result of that, it's only right and proper that the retailer should get that sorted out and make sure that you're not out of pocket at all. And it's exactly that I went to explain to the retailer on Russ's behalf. He's back on the JVS Show. Hello, Russ.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, the company concerned, they are Curry's PC World. And they said to me, Curry's PC World say, we are very sorry to hear about Russ's experience. Whilst we do not believe it to be the case that we refused to help the customer, the correct process for serious claims such as this is for the customer to speak directly with the manufacturer to arrange for a repair or replacement. We recognise we could have handled this better at the time. We initially offered a goodwill gesture of £50, But in view of Russ's experience, we have offered him the amount he initially requested, £186, which has been accepted. And that was the end of their response, which was great news, Russ. They were prepared to give you the 186 quid. The question is, have you received anything yet?
The answer to that is yes. On Monday, they paid me the full amount of my compensation, £186.
Well, it's not compensation. It's very important we get the terminology right. This is not compensation. This is out-of-pocket expenses.
Right.
The fact is that because that washing machine caught fire, you were out of pocket to the tune of £186 for the clothes that were destroyed in that fire.
That's
so
right.
You're claiming back your out-of-pocket expenses. When you talk about compensation, compensation is normally used to describe a payment made to someone in addition to expenses that they may well have incurred. So
Right.
it's quite important we use the right terminology, and compensation is not something that my programme gets involved in. However, I'm very pleased that you are now back in the black, rather like Leanne and Simon. You've got your money back, and you're not out of pocket as a result of this. And your new washing machine, is that all working perfectly?
Absolutely fantastic.
Good. Lovely.
Yes, perfect.
Do we call this a result then?
I think we do, and thanks very much to you and your team for getting the money for me.
All right, it's a pleasure. I will thank Curry's PC World very much indeed for agreeing to pay you. If you have any other problems, everything without naming any company names, please.
Yes, we 3 adults went to Italy in July for a wedding function, and on a return journey from the airport Bari to Luton, we were unable to do online check-in. The website said that you cannot do online check-in due to disrupted flights. I kept on trying 2 days before departure date. I still didn't get a response, so I emailed the customer service. They still didn't respond, so I contacted the agency where I booked the tickets. So they said, don't worry, you'll be able to, the flight is confirmed and you'll be able to do online check-in at the airport. When we went to Bari Airport, the lady at the check-in said we must pay €105 for the 3 passengers to check in.
What?
I informed the ticket office of the problems and said we have to do online check-in. So we must pay this €105 to get on the flight. So we had no choice. We went to the payment area for the airline. And between themselves, they were also arguing, and I could see that there was kind of similar complaint, even though I didn't understand what they were saying in their own language.
Well, I presume everyone... Chandra, I presume everyone who was trying to get onto that flight, everyone would have been in the same position then?
I'm not sure, because some people did get onto it, but there were some who were not able to.
Right.
So I don't know what the problem was. So when I paid the €105 by credit card, I went to the check-in and I said, what do I do? I've paid this, but I'm not happy because I was unable to do the online check-in. So she said, just to go to the website and put in a formal complaint. So on return of my journey, I contacted the airline customer services, and they said, no, you still have to do a complaint through the website. I did that, and I said, when shall I get a response? They said, within 30 days. The 30 days is 10th of July. So I sent the complaint, filled the complaint form on the 10th of July, but I still haven't received any kind of response.
Right, okay. Now, when you called the airline to say, I'm trying to do the online check-in, and I have been for the last 2 days, and it doesn't seem to be letting me in. I can't do it, and I'm concerned. I want to make sure the flight is going to be there and it's operating on time, but also I would like to check in and make sure that I'm not going to be charged to check in on the day. And this person said, no, that's fine. The airline is the flight is confirmed. Just turn up on the day and check in on the day. Have you got the name of the person that told you that?
Unfortunately, I don't, but I've got the reference number of the agency. So they operate by the code of the airline and my booking reference.
And I presume you got a record of the phone call. It would have been on your mobile, would it?
Yes, I did it on my mobile phone. Yes.
Fine. So it will be showing up on your phone bill that you made that call to the agency. Fine. Yes. Okay. Now, is it the airline that you've been complaining to, or is it the agency that gave you what appears to be the wrong information?
I also contacted the agency, and they said, it's going to be dealt with the airline. So I've contacted both, basically. I've done a formal complaint with the airline by filling their website complaint form.
Yeah, okay.
But
no one's responding to you?
No, nobody.
Well, that's really annoying, isn't it? And it sounds to me as if you've done everything you possibly could at the time. The only thing, and this is just a bit of advice for you and for other people listening to the programme, if ever you are in a situation like that where you're being given information that's quite crucial and a company is agreeing to something, then it's always a good idea just to say, can I just take your name for my records in case there are any problems?
Okay.
And then just keep the name so that you can then, on return, if you're in a situation such as the situation you find yourself in now, you can say, well, on the 1st of July at 3:30 in the afternoon, I called and I spoke to Bob at your company, and Bob told me that everything was going to be fine. You know, it just helps your case a little bit if you're able to name the person you've spoken to. But apart from that, I don't think there's anything more you could have done. So I can't understand why this airline feels it's acceptable to charge you the €105.
Yeah, it's a lot of money just to go have a check-in, and I think the flight itself is not even that much.
Okay, well, look, let me go and have a little word with that airline. Let me see what I can find out for you, see what I can do, and I'll talk to you very soon. Okay, hang on there. She has a big German Shepherd dog called Big Ben. And because he's such a big dog, when they go away on holidays, they were finding difficulty finding hotels that would allow big dogs such as Big Ben to go along. So they thought, do you know what? Best thing to do, let's get a caravan. Then we can have our holidays in the caravan. So they bought a caravan about 6 or 7 years ago. But due to poor health, they've only been able to use this caravan a few times. So they decided to sell it on. They found buyers. The buyers were prepared to pay £8,000. They paid the money and they took it away. Well, Odette said it was in excellent condition, absolutely excellent condition. So she was amazed when the following day this young couple who'd bought the caravan returned with some kind of expert, and they weren't best pleased.
They came back with a caravan and an engineer, and to our utter horror, we found that dampness under the lino, which over the plywood floor, and the plywood floor deteriorated badly. The engineer stated at the time that it was a common problem in this type of caravan and was extremely difficult to repair. They had to dismantle completely the caravan. And they said, obviously, we gave back the buyer his money.
Oh, did you?
Oh, of course. We do not lie. We do not steal. And a case like that, we felt duty-bound. Although we sold it as seen, we found duty-bound. I couldn't have slept if I had robbed those people of £8,000.
Well, the simple fact is Odette didn't need, from a legal perspective, to do what she has done, but Odette is a thoroughly decent person. And she did not want in any way to have taken money from that young couple and sold them a heap of junk, which it would appear, through no fault of her own, she may well have done, because this caravan has such a fundamental problem that unless it's fixed, it's really pretty valueless. Well, Odette came to me and she was in a bit of a situation, really. She's got a caravan that's not covered by any kind of warranty. The company that she purchased the caravan had gone out of business, so there was no one she could take it up with, really. I said to Odette, well, look, I can't give you any guarantees here, because from a legal perspective, you don't have any rights here. But let me go and speak to the manufacturer, and let's see if I can persuade them that from a reputational point of view, it would be advantageous for them to try and get things sorted out. Well, thankfully, I got through to what sounded like a very decent chap, and he was prepared to help. Odette is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Odette.
Oh, good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning to you. So when I spoke to this man, he listened with great interest to the problem that you'd had, and he concluded, and I have to be honest, I was left a little bit open-mouthed. I didn't show that I was open-mouthed. I was obviously extremely grateful to him. But he said, OK, well, he said, if Odette can get the caravan to her nearest local dealer, we will go and collect it. We'll bring it back to our premises and we will repair it properly and we will return it to the dealer, and Odette can then sell it on with a clear conscience, knowing that the problem with it has been sorted out. So even though they didn't have to do that, again, they were doing the honourable thing in terms of trying to get things resolved. So I sent you and your hubby yesterday, Odette, off to go and have a word with that man at the company. Did you manage to get through to him?
Yes, my husband did, Jonathan, and I'll put you through to him or to tell you exactly what has happened.
OK, lovely, thank you.
Hello, Jonathan, it's Ted here.
Hello,
yes,
Ted.
I contacted the gentleman and he was very helpful, and he said if he will arrange for me to take it to our local dealer, and as you say, he will pick it up, take it down to his factory, have it repaired and bring it back up again, and he's going to organise all that for us. It's going to be about next week. Apparently they're closed for holidays or something just now.
Right.
But next week he's going to contact me by about the middle of next week at the latest to organise things.
Phew.
Fantastic. So
well, yeah, I mean, it's
what to carry on.
I'm absolutely delighted, and I think a little bit of luck and a lot of goodwill has come into this, which is
yes, but thanks to you, because I tell you what, we wrote to the company time and time again, and they didn't even bother to answer. I was in utter despair. I mean, we're not rich. We are elderly. We're in our 80s. It was a terrible time for us. And there you come along and you perform a miracle.
Well, we're not there yet,
Odette. We're forever grateful.
We're not there yet. And, I'm obviously very pleased that it seems to have helped. And that's always my intention. But we're not there yet. So until you've got that caravan back and it's all fixed and you're able to then put it back on the market, out of interest, have you contacted the people yet who wanted to buy it previously?
Well, no, because I tell you why. When they bought the caravan, they said they would have to borrow £2,000 from some relatives.
Right.
And they are not rich people. And therefore, they had to borrow money and so forth. And that is one of the reasons I gave them back the whole of the money.
Right. Well,
so I don't know. She said they wanted to buy a caravan quite desperately. So I presume they must have got one, because there's quite a few on the market. But I don't know, because want to...
It might be worth just giving them a shout, just in case they haven't yet found anything as nice as yours. And, there's a chance they might say, oh, well, actually, yeah, we haven't bought anything else, so we would be prepared to wait for it. Alternatively, they might say, oh, no, sorry, we've got something else. But it wouldn't hurt to give them a quick bell. So I wouldn't be adverse to doing that, just to keep them in the picture. But otherwise, hopefully you'll be able to market it and sell it to someone else. Odette,
well, yes, I hope so.
Can you please keep me in the loop?
Absolutely.
Good.
But as I said, I can't describe how grateful I am to you. Well, really, because I was in despair.
Well, I'm pleased that it seems to be working. Odette, we will talk to you very soon, okay?
Yes, I'll be delighted to talk to you at any time, because I owe you so much.
No, you don't owe me anything, but I would like to just be kept up to speed with what's happening. So as soon as you've dropped the caravan back and we know that work has started, we'll get you back on the... Frances came to me. Frances was telling me she purchased a new vacuum cleaner for her daughter, who'd moved into a new house. Well, a few months later, she then purchased a very similar vacuum cleaner from the same maker for her mum. Well, they both had only had the vacuum cleaners for a few months when things started to go wrong.
It's spitting out grit and fluff all over the place. I had a look at the vacuum to ensure there weren't any blockages, that it wasn't dirty, etc. It wasn't. So I said to her, right, I'll take it back. So I brought it back to my home. I was talking to my daughter and saying, Mum's cleaner's not working. And she said, I've got exactly the same problem in mine. I hadn't used it for a couple of months. And I said, well, you should have said something, basically. She said, I've gone back to using my other cleaner. So I said, well, bring it over and I'll have a look at that as well. So I had a look at that, made sure it was all no blockages, filter was clean, etc. So I said, right, I'm going to take them both back.
Well, Francis went back to the shop, but the manager had a look at them and said, no, I think the filters are dirty and there's nothing wrong with them. Well, Francis absolutely disputes that. She says, look, those filters are not blocked. I've cleaned those filters. I know what I'm doing with them. They're clean. The vacuum cleaners are not sucking up properly, but it's nothing to do with me or the way that I'm using them. But apparently this manager just would not hear it, which is why Francis came to me. Well, she's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Francis.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So I went off to have a word with the company that you had purchased these from, Argos. And Argos came back with this response. They said, there seems to have been a bit of a misunderstanding. If a vacuum cleaner from this particular manufacturer develops a fault after 30 days, the Argos customer service team will put the customer in touch with the manufacturer's dedicated aftercare team, which can often help to identify and resolve the issue. Where this isn't possible, we will arrange for an engineer to inspect the product and to arrange to replace or refund the item if necessary. We have apologised to Francis for her experience, and we've arranged a full refund. Well, I know that they have been in contact with you. What's the latest since we last spoke, Francis? Are things getting sorted?
Everything is sorted out as of today. I'm absolutely delighted. I mean, it was the 30th of July when I spoke to you on air. On Tuesday, I had a phone call from the Chief Exec's office. On Thursday, the appliances were collected. Last Saturday, one refund came through. And today, the other refund has landed with us. So we've got the money back. And I'm absolutely delighted. It wouldn't have happened without you. I know everybody says that, but I wasn't getting anywhere. And I'm thoroughly delighted.
Good. Well, if you're delighted, then I'm delighted as well. It's very important that retailers take their responsibility seriously. And it's very important that all of us consumers understand the law and understand our rights. And the simple fact is, and I'm always banging on about this, but I don't apologise because it's good for people just to get it into their heads. When you buy a product, it must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. And if a retailer sells you a product that does not do one of those three things, then you have legal rights, and there is no cut-off after 30 days or 6 months or even a year. There is no cut-off. The law continues to run for a reasonable period of time. Francis, I'm delighted it's sorted. I'll thank Argos. I'll give them my horn. Any other problems, you know where I am.
Morning.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I went on holiday to Turkey. It was a birthday present from my daughter and son-in-law, and they came with me. And on the first day of the holiday, I was wearing brand new flip-flops, which I bought locally. And I've come out of the pool, I've gone back to my sunbed, I bent down to pick up my bag, and the middle bit of the flip-flop came away. The shoe went one way, I went the other. I broke my, I dislocated and broke my shoulder and my neck bone, and I also had stitches in my head which bled profusely.
Oh, good grief.
I've now got a metal plate with about 14 screws in my arm. Obviously, I can't use my arm, which means I cannot drive. Mm-hmm. And nobody will take any responsibility whatsoever because I was unconscious at the time and unable to preserve the shoe. One of the hotel staff threw away while I was being rushed to hospital. So because
can you just... Yeah, can you just explain to me, because I mean, first of all, Helen, it sounds terrible. It sounds like you've been through the wars.
I have.
Yeah, it sounds awful. But how can a flip-flop cause you to end up in this position?
I've no idea. I think because obviously my feet might have been wet from the pool. I'd put the flip-flops on by the side of the pool. I'd walked over to the sunbed, which was about 6 sunbeds away.
Yeah.
And then as I've stood still, I've bent down to pick up my bag so I could move to go under the umbrella because it was so hot. And the flip-flop, the middle bit, as I bent down, has just come away. So I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming that the flip-flop had to be faulty for the middle bit to come out.
Okay, but even if a flip-flop gave way, even if the bit that goes... I presume you're talking about the little kind of bit that goes between your big toe and the next toe.
Exactly, yes.
Even if that gave way, why would that mean you'd fall over and sustain all these injuries?
I have no idea. I mean, I have proof. I have the X-ray photographs. I have the photographs of the operation. I have the proof of the stitches in my head and in my shoulder.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure that that's all absolutely what happened. But how can you blame the flip-flop?
Well, because I felt the flip-flop. I felt the middle bit come out, and then I fell.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's no way that it was just coincidental. Is there?
Well,
there's no way that you.
I'm not unhealthy, so there was no reason for it, and I don't drink.
Yeah.
So and it was 10 o'clock in the morning on the first day of the holiday.
Yeah.
So it definitely wasn't alcohol. So that is all I can think of is because the middle bit came out of the flip-flop that the shoe slipped one way and my foot slipped the other, making me fall onto my right side.
So how much had you spent on these flip-flops?
Oh, not very much. They were quite cheap, but I mean, I only bought them for the holiday. I would not normally wear them indoors. I mean, I'm a pensioner. I don't normally wear flip-flops around the house or down to the city or anything like that.
How much were they?
I think they were only about $2.99 or something.
$2.99, right.
But
okay.
the company have offered me £25 as a goodwill gesture, but said that their legal team said that I don't have a leg to stand on because I don't have the offending shoe.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that you don't have the offending shoe, that may well be a problem. But I think there may also be other problems with this as well, Helen, in terms of how do you prove that it was as a direct result of a faulty flip-flop that you had that fall? How do you prove that it wasn't that you tripped, the pressure of you...
I was standing still, so I couldn't have tripped. I was standing still right by the sunbed and I bent down to pick up my handbag.
Yes, but if you're standing still and a flip-flop breaks... I don't understand how, from that moment, from standing in a stationary position, the flip-flop breaks, and all of a sudden you fall to the extent that you've described, where you end up unconscious in hospital. It doesn't really make sense.
I have no idea. All I know is that I'm injured. It's going to be months and months of physiotherapy. I have a mobility car which I cannot use, which I'm paying for. And I cannot use it because I can't use my right arm.
Right. Which is awful. I mean, I presume you have travel insurance.
Oh, yes, we had travel insurance. Initially, the hotel doctor ordered a private ambulance and took us to a private clinic who, for 5 hours, let me lay there in agony with a dislocated and broken shoulder and wouldn't give me any painkillers until my son-in-law parted with €950. And the doctor kept saying, you will get it back off your insurance. And then he did an X-ray after my son-in-law paid and said I needed an urgent operation and it would be £12,000 plus. And my son-in-law said, well, who goes on holiday for a week with £12,000 in their pocket? And so we phoned the insurance, or he phoned the insurance company, and they told us to get out of there and to go to the state hospital, which we did, which was another £40 in taxi fares to get to the state hospital.
So what are you, just out of interest, Helen, what are you actually looking for?
I'm basically just looking for money for my pain and suffering. I'm not asking for the earth. I'm asking for £1,000 for my pain and suffering and the months that I have to have help around the house because I can't do anything with one hand.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me just kind of lay out my cards where I'm at with this.
Okay.
I don't get involved in compensation claims.
No.
And when you talk about you're looking for money for your pain and suffering, that sounds to me like a compensation claim, which is not something that I would assist you with.
Okay.
My advice to you at that point would be, and I don't know if you've already tried this, have you tried speaking to a lawyer that specialises in personal injury?
I've spoken to the National Accident Helpline. I've done no win, no fee, and I've been to the CAB, and this was my last resort, basically.
So none of those lawyers will assist you.
They said that they need the shoe.
Right. Yeah. I can see that. Do you know what, Helen? I'm going to give you my verdict on this, and I'm going to give you my advice.
Okay.
And I don't think you're going to like it.
Probably not.
But I mean, I don't know if you listen to my program on a regular basis, Helen. What I don't believe in is just kind of stringing people along.
Yeah.
And I just believe in being true to how I feel about cases like this. I mean, absolutely, it sounds dreadful. It sounds as if you've had a horrible experience. It must have ruined your holiday.
Well, I spent the entire week in a hospital and only got released 12 hours before our flight home.
Dreadful. Absolutely, I accept that. Do you have a good chance of being able to pursue a company for the problems that you've encountered? I don't believe you do.
Okay.
I think there are two issues. I think, firstly, the fact that you don't have the shoe. That is a big issue from a legal perspective. And I think the other issue is, even if you do have the shoe, you would still then have to be able to make a clear, distinct connection between that flip-flop breaking and you falling in the way that you did and sustaining the injuries that you did. I'm thinking to myself, if I was standing upright and a flip-flop gave way, would I fall over and have these kinds of injuries? No, I don't think I would.
Probably not, but there again, you're not 66 years old.
No, but you see, in many ways, that doesn't really help you because if, for example, because you're 66, your argument is you're a bit more unsteady on your feet.
No. I mean, it's easier to break a bone at my age.
No,
and obviously longer to heal.
But I think it is questionable whether a flip-flop giving way when you're standing in a stationary position would make you fall over. I think that's questionable. And could it be argued...
It was when the shoe went one way and my foot went the other way that I lost my balance.
Yeah. Well, there may be people listening to the programme, though, who will think maybe you were just a bit unsteady on your feet, and it was because you were unsteady on your feet that you fell, and as you fell, the shoe gave way. Do you see what I mean? It's not a clear-cut case.
Okay.
And therefore, I could sit here now, Helen, and I could, give you all kinds of false hope and say, oh, yeah, I think you've got a really good case, and I think you could sue the company you bought the flip-flop from, and all that. I just don't think you're going to be successful.
No.
And it's very frustrating for you because you're in a situation where your holiday was ruined. You've incurred costs, it sounds as if, through physiotherapy and things like that, which is very frustrating. And I feel terribly sorry for you financially that you are going to be out of pocket as a result of it. But it also sounds as if this may just be one of those things. It's one of those very unfortunate incidents. But, you just have to draw a line under it and say sometimes in life people fall over and hurt themselves and you then have to deal with the consequences of it. And you can't necessarily blame someone or something for it.
Mm. Well, I know one thing. I won't be going abroad again because for them to charge £12,000 plus for an operation is absolutely ludicrous.
Well, I'm afraid, if you go to other countries and you're relying on a private system in another country,
Yeah. We came out of the private hospital to the state hospital.
Yeah, but, It's just very unfortunate. I think, look, my honest advice to you, Helen, is draw a line under it. Focus on getting yourself better. Focus on improving your health and well-being, and draw a line under this as a very bad experience that you've had, but a story that you'll always be able to tell.
Yeah.
The time a flip-flop caused you to fall over and sustain these kinds of injuries.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry, Helen.
That's okay, thank you.
If I thought you had a good case, and if I thought that we could achieve anything for you, I promise you I would take it on, but I don't think we can.
Thank you very much.
All right, Helen. All the best to you, and I wish you a speedy recovery.
Tackling your consumer problems. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Marion travels into London a lot. She has a disability, and she parks in the disabled bay at her local train station. She's been doing this for years. But ever since a new management company's taken over control of the car park, she started receiving fines. Well, when she first came to me, she was saying she was in the process of appealing her 5th fine this year.
When I queried the station manager, he said that the new management company had taken over and they'd erected cameras that showed the cars coming in but didn't actually show the cars that turn off into the blue badge area. So then, of course, there's no record of them having paid, and they're issuing all these fines. But it just carries on. They have a notice up which tells you have to sort of make this phone call, which is about sort of 6 different things you have to do. Press this, press that, press the other. It isn't always the same. It varies. And often you get cut off. So, and obviously I'm worried about missing my train.
Well, Marion was just saying it's just so frustrating. And as a result of all of this, she was starting to think, I'm going to have to go from a different train station instead, because I can't keep having to go through this process every time I park my car, quite legitimately. Well, Marion's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Marion.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you will recall I went off to have a word with the company that owns the car park.
Yes.
And a spokesman for Govia Thameslink Railway said since the introduction of automatic number plate recognition systems at many of our car parks, blue badge holders need to register their vehicle to an account. Then, each time they park, they should enter the location code and send their registration number by text. Marion has not registered her vehicle, although it appears she has called on one occasion but did not send her vehicle number to validate the parking. When it became apparent she was having difficulty registering, she was sent a letter with instructions and 4 penalty notices were cancelled. Since then, she's incurred a further notice. As the letter explained, registration can be done for her if she calls the number given, or if she prefers, a parking manager can contact her to help. Well, when I spoke to you last, you said I was not aware that I needed to register my vehicle. I wasn't aware of that at all. And I said to you, well, would it help if I did get them to give you a bell? And you said, well, yes. So you were going to go away and reread that letter that you'd been sent just to see what that had to say. And I contacted the company and they promised that someone was going to get in touch with you. Now, I gather that has now happened, Mariam.
Yes.
The reason I know that it's happened is I had a further response to say a parking manager has spoken to Marion, established what part of the process she found confusing, and we have explained the correct process. She has now validated her parking successfully this afternoon.
Yes.
And has been given the customer support phone number in case she has any further difficulty.
Yes.
So am I taking it from that response that everything is now sorted?
Well, it is from now on, shall we say. I did do that last week, and it was wonderful to walk about knowing I wasn't doing something illegal at last. But unfortunately, yesterday, I received a 21-page evidence pack from the appeal service, and the last time that the last penalty notice that I got, which I had still appealing against, they have rejected the appeal, saying that I didn't follow the procedure, and they've let me off more time. They've let me off enough times, and this is the last one, and they're not going to accept my appeal. So I've sort of drafted out a letter. I haven't sent it yet. But the situation, I realise what I think is wrong is my mobile phone, because it's quite basic. And when you ring, they actually ask you to text your registration number to this thing. So I have to discontinue the call I'm making in order to send a text. I presume with a more modern phone, you would be able to send a text while you were, during the call you're making. But they've actually said that they've seen where I've actually texted the registration number, but they've got no notice of the location, so they don't know where that registration number, where it relates to.
Okay. Well, let's just break this down into two parts. Firstly, do you now feel comfortable that you know how to work the system?
Yes, because I will ring that number, and in fact, they said I can do it before I even leave home.
Sure. Okay.
So that, then I'll know I've done it and I'm safe. That's
Fine.
the thing.
Fine. So you know now how the system works.
Yes.
And you're confident that you will do everything according to the system in future, so you don't incur any other fines. Yes.
Absolutely. Yes.
Fine. But it does seem to me pretty smelly that the response from the private parking company that manages this car park is, well, we've let you off too many times, so now we're not going to let you off on this last fine.
When I wrote,
hang on a second, Marion. When in fact Govia Thameslink have made very clear in their response to me that they are keen to try and resolve this and to help you work out how the system works. I think they will be very surprised to hear of that response from their private parking company.
Yes.
And I will very much go back to them and raise that with them and hope that they will cancel it.
Oh, well, that would be wonderful if you could. I was feeling so happy, and then this arrived in the post. I actually, in my last letter to them, I did say I'm not going to park at that station anymore, and I think that's upset them.
No, I don't think so. I think what possibly has happened is that there has been a bit of confusion. The private parking company have obviously said to themselves, why does this woman just not realise how the system works? We've written to her, it's out there in writing, she still keeps doing things wrong, so enough is enough, we're going to fine her. But at the same time, Govia Thameslink, who employ that private parking company, they've been much more sympathetic in their response, and they've suggested that what they want to do is to help you find a way of being able to understand how the system works. So let me go back to them and let me ask them if they can please call off the dogs.
Okay, shall I still reply? Shall I still send this? They've given me 14 days to reply to this letter, so do you think I should send it or wait for you to...
I don't think it would do any harm.
No.
If you send the letter, I will call them this afternoon and I will just ask what they have to say. Hopefully they'll just get it cancelled. If not, I'd like to know why not.
Yes.
Leave it with me, Marion. We'll talk again very soon, but at least I'm pleased that you now understand. Hello, Darren.
Morning, how are you doing?
Morning, Darren. I'm good, thank you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, about 4 months ago, we moved house, and you know all the paperwork of guarantees you get for the house when you move, there's a great pile of them, and you have a scout through them, and we noticed that just over 5 years ago, all the windows in the house and doors were changed, and the garage doors, which was fine, not a problem with it. 3 weeks ago, we couldn't undo one of the windows in the upstairs bedroom. It's one where you got a button in the middle of the handle, you press the button, turn it, and you can open the window. Well, it wouldn't open for whatever reason. So I went through the paperwork. It's a local company that manufactured them and fitted them. I rang them up, gave them the invoice number, quote number, etc. Yes, you're fine. It's a 10-year guarantee on the frames, which will cover the handle. Yeah, not a problem. We'll send somebody round. But then I said, well, there's a slight problem. I've just moved in the house, and the guarantee is in the previous owners. Oh, right, okay. If that's the case, then we need to get your name onto the guarantee, which that will be a fee of £85.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, right, okay. And he sent me an email through stating that. and he left it with me, and that was it. It was basically either stump up the £85 or we don't come round. Or they can send somebody round, but obviously we'll get charged. So that's where it's at. And I was telling somebody else about it. It was a window fitter. And he says, well, they can't do that. It's wrong. So, hence, I thought I'd give you a call.
I don't think it is wrong to charge people an administration fee, which I presume is what they're saying that £85 is, to transfer over the warranty into another customer's name. I'll need to check that, Darren. I'll be honest with you. It's a few years since I've dealt with a case along these lines, and I just want to make sure that legislation hasn't changed that would prevent a company being able to do that. But I know historically that has been something that some companies do. They will either not allow a new owner to have a warranty transferred to them, or if they do allow it, they will ask for an administration fee in order to change the names on it.
Yes,
but
I think that's what they're saying. But I mean, if it's £25, yeah, but it's a bit excessive, £85.
Yeah, again, I'll need to go and look into it just to see if there are any kind of rules around it, or whether a company can set their own price in terms of what they will charge to transfer a warranty over. I mean, I absolutely grant you, it sounds a bit smelly.
Yeah.
But then, of course, the company could argue, well, look, we don't have a contract with you. You weren't the ones that paid us the money to have the windows fitted. So if you're looking for a warranty to be transferred into your name, then ultimately you're looking for goodwill from us in allowing that warranty to be transferred over. So it is only then fair for a company to be able to charge you an administration fee to do that. But I think let me go and look into it. I don't want to come down and on one side or the other at this stage, because, as I say, I want to just go and have a look at the legislation and make sure that nothing's changed since I last dealt with something along these lines. So I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll go make some inquiries, okay? 3 years ago, June moved into a bungalow. Well, next door to her was a piece of privately owned waste ground. Everything was fine initially, but now it would appear whoever owns the land next door has decided to start digging it up. Well, June has no idea if the owner of the land has applied for planning permission to put some kind of building on there, whether it be a house or a business. But she was saying the initial work seems to be causing problems to her garage and to her fence.
What I didn't realise was they were going to clear it all out, dig down 2 foot, expose the footings to my garage, and dislodge all my fence posts so that my fence falls down. And I have contacted the council, I have contacted the owner of the property, and all I've asked, we've had bulldozers, we've had diggers, we've had everything going on there, and bonfires, and it's caused a bit of disruption in the area. However, I haven't complained about anything. All I want to do is put my fences back up, please, and make sure my property's secure.
Well, it's not really unreasonable, is it at all? Unfortunately, though, it would appear whoever has purchased the land next door to June is not the most straightforward of people to deal with. Let me explain more, because June's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, June.
Good morning, Jonathan.
We suspect that this land may well have been purchased by some brothers. Because I've spoken to 2 different brothers with the same name. There's also a father involved as well. I've had a look on, obviously, on the map, and I've had a look at where the land is and pictures of the land. And it is very clear that this land next to your property, it is going to be developed on, isn't it, June? That's obvious.
I'm led to believe, rightly or wrongly, I don't know, the car park's being made there.
Maybe. It's definitely, when you look at it, and I presume when you came to look at the property in the first place, you did a bit of a scout about, and I presume you'd clocked the fact there was this area of land next to your house, and that it would very likely be built on at some point.
Yes, and yeah. I have no jurisdiction, I have no concerns about that.
No, as long as it's done properly.
It's damage to my property, and exactly. I just feel that they should put it right.
Absolutely. unfortunately, my attempts to contact the man or men who own this land next door to you have not gone very well. They just keep putting the phone down on me. The last conversation I had was perhaps one of the most constructive conversations. Previously, they just kept putting the phone down and saying, no, nothing to do with us. It's our contractor. But, June needs to take it up with our contractor. They were saying things like that, which is just nonsense. I mean, obviously, if these people own the land and they have employed contractors who have damaged your garage or your fence, they are ultimately responsible for the actions of their contractor. And I have made that very clear to them. The last conversation I had, they said the contractor was going to come back and was going to sort out the problems with your fence. He said the contractor is going to resolve this, but he then said, I'm now going to put the phone down on you because this has got nothing to do with you. And sure enough, he did.
Yeah.
Now, I know that since our last conversation, a contractor has come back to the property and they have had a look at what's going on. What's the latest, June? Bring us all up to speed with where we're at now with this.
Right, well, the chap that was clearing the property next door came round to me. He explained that my fence was old, and I said, I appreciate that, but it was still standing until you decided to take the earth away from the other side of it. Mm-hmm. Anyway, he's told me that he's not going to get paid for the work that he's done until I'm happy with my fence. And he's
okay. Well, that's quite good.
He's quite happy to fix my fence as long as I pay him.
What?
£1,600.
What?
I could do it as a favour to me. I could pay him monthly if I didn't have the money up front.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But he's not going to get paid until I'm happy, so I've got to agree to pay him this money to have the fence rectified.
Yeah.
And but I've other contractors around that have given me estimates which are way in excess of that because they said that there's nothing to attach the post to put another fence up.
Because on the other side of the land, he's just dug the land down right on the border.
Yep.
Which means that your fence, the posts that are holding your fence up, they've given way.
Yeah, because there's nothing the other side to...
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Now, I know that you've also been in touch with the council.
Yes.
And I have seen a letter that the council have given you.
Yes.
It's a bit frustrating, to be honest, because the letter seems to suggest that they, at this stage, do not believe that that there is any particular construction going on that land, and they therefore feel there's no further action that they need to take at this point. It does seem to suggest that there is no planning permission that has been applied for.
Well, there is no planning permission because it's all going through with other sections.
What do you mean it's going through with other sections?
The hospital, the council and these people concerned are working something out between themselves. I don't know what, nobody will tell me. And to be perfectly truthful, I don't care. All I want is for my place to be secure from whatever they put the other side.
Hang on a minute. Are you telling me that the hospital are wanting to use that land for hospital parking?
Yes.
Where have you got that from? I don't want any names, but where have you got that information from?
From the owner of the property.
So the owner of the land has told you that the hospital, they want to use that land as some kind of overflow car park for patients.
What his actual words were, because I said, what are you doing with the property? Because all I'm asking you to do is not to go too tight up to the fence so that my fence falls down. Mm-hmm. And he said, oh, no. He said, the contractors will see to that. So I said, what actually are you going to do with it? Like, I'm being quite friendly and flexible. Mm-hmm. And he said, oh, I'm in conversation with the council and the hospital because parking's a problem around here. Those were his words.
Yeah, but that may well be that what he's trying to do is he's trying to sell the idea to the hospital that, in fact, this is ideally located land for them to use for some car parking.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope he's not planning on putting multi-storey car parking there.
Well, whatever. I can't do anything about that. All I can do is say, please fix my fence. And I don't see why I should have to pay for it.
Have you got the details of the contractor?
Yes, I have.
Right, okay. Well, I'm thinking now, even though the contractor ultimately is working on behalf of the owners of the land, I'm thinking maybe it might be best if I go and speak to that contractor to try and find out what's going on. It would appear the owner of the land has said to him, I'm not going to pay you anything until you get this next door neighbour's fence sorted out because she's moaning at me. But it would appear that doesn't seem sufficient for him to be able to. Because hang on a second, let me just make sure that I understand what you're looking for. And I've seen the photos of your fence, and it's true. I mean, it's an old fence, isn't it?
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah. So I presume you're not looking for the fence to be put in a perfect condition.
No.
What you're looking for, I presume, is that the fence is stable.
Stable, secure, so my land is so my property is secure. That's all.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't understand why he would then suggest that you need to have all new fencing at a cost of £1,600.
That's not all new fencing. That's just down the side where it's gone over.
Yeah.
At the moment, I've got bins and a pallet holding it up.
Right. Well, surely, what would be the most cost-effective way for the contractor? Hang on a second. What would be surely the most effective? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, June. Can you hear me? Hello, June.
Hello.
Right. Okay. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. But I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass you back to my team. I hope June can hear this. I'm going to pass you back to my team. We'll get some detail, and I will go and speak to the contractor this afternoon to try and find out why he has suggested all of this work, when in fact all he needs to do really is just to put the fence panels back up and make sure the posts are properly secured into the ground. It's not rocket science, is it really? 08081 008800, that's the telephone number if you have a consumer problem.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Patricia, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning, Patricia. You have a consumer problem, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Indeed. I recently was on a weekend away with my family at a holiday park within the UK. I've been to this park several times before and enjoyed many a family break there. However, the same can't be said of this experience. We arrived at the said park at 1:50 for a 2 p.m. check-in, and we were told at that time that the keys would not be available until 2 p.m., which is fair enough, but that we could drive up to our allotted lodge and park our cars. On arrival at this lodge, it was immediately clear that this was not going to be suitable. This company in particular...
Why?
Why? Because it's advertised as being in peaceful surroundings, getting back to nature, etc. You could see it was a new lodge. That was the problem, Jonathan. It was actually still in the middle of a construction site.
Right.
So my peaceful surroundings were work still in progress and concrete hard standings, empty, where, they were actually still trying to put them on site. Not exactly what you conjure up. And they describe as back to nature and peaceful surroundings.
Right, and there was no kind of warning given at all that they were still working on the site and therefore you may well experience some building work?
Not at all, not when I booked it.
Okay.
Or on arrival at the site. We were just told to go along to this lodge, park, come back for the keys.
Okay, so when you saw that it wasn't ideal for you and you said, no, I don't want to stay there, did they find somewhere else for you to go?
They did. At that point, I actually went back and said, look, that's not suitable. There's no pathway, no access to this, and my disabled son was with me. There was a large hole at one end of the lodge in the grass where wires were sticking out. I also had my 20-month-old grandson with me. So I went back straight away to reception and said, look, this is not acceptable. It's resembling a building site. You've got large tools, power tools, chainsaws lying around, which they didn't seem to know anything about. No signage, so we're talking public liability here. So in the end, they said, well, we do have another lodge you can go and have a look at, which we did. They did give us the keys. We had a look at the subsequent lodge, and we made a decision as a family. It was difficult to get us all together for this break, that, do we accept it or do we go home, which would have been disappointing for us all, just to be our first little breakaway with our grandson. So we accepted it, but when we got the keys to the second lodge, that clearly hadn't been cleaned properly. We went back to reception. They came out and had a look and agreed it hadn't been cleaned properly. The dishwasher was in an awful state. In fact, the maintenance chap had to come down and take bits of it away. So we actually weren't able to access a lodge until 5 p.m.
Right.
So...
Okay, so what's... I mean, I would hope they did then get things sorted. What is it you're looking for me to help you with? What stage are we at now?
I emailed... Well, when we got home from the holiday, this was a weekend break, when we got home on the Tuesday, I immediately emailed them with my whole list of grievances, talking about the fact that I feel that we've been missold this holiday, that, we were sent to a building site. I don't know how that can be acceptable to anyone, especially with a 20-month-old in the party, with, building construction tools lying around, chainsaw, etc., no signage, other dangerous bits and pieces, steel girders, levelling spikes. How that can be acceptable to sell that to somebody. So I do feel that I've been missold this holiday, Jonathan.
Right, but what are you hoping to achieve? Because obviously you complained at the time and said, I'm not happy about this lodge. They found you a different lodge, albeit you then had some cleaning issues that they had to resolve before you were happy with that lodge. Yes. And it wasn't until 5 p.m. on that day that you finally had accommodation that was suitable. I absolutely accept that that's frustrating. Yes. But I presume you then enjoyed the rest of your experience there?
There were other issues, minor issues, but there were other issues that we did bring to the attention of the reception team.
Such as?
For example, when we arrived, we wanted to get our grandson changed. When we went into the changing rooms at the outdoor pool, which we couldn't use because we couldn't unpack, but, that was broken. The straps were broken. We pointed that out to him, so you couldn't use their changing facilities. The restaurant broke down. The tills broke down, so everything had to be moved into the bar. There weren't any entertainment that was advertised.
How much had you paid for this trip?
This weekend away was £861.
For how many people?
There were 5 adults, 1 child, 20 months old.
Okay. So what are you looking for?
Well, I do feel that I would like a refund for at least the day that I feel that we didn't get. Our holiday should have started at 2 p.m. We planned, to take my grandson swimming, etc. We couldn't do any of that. We were backwards and forwards to reception. Frankly, when you arrive at a holiday site, and, it is just not acceptable to be taken to a lodge for anybody, never mind those with young children. There were lots of dangers, public liability. They really need to inform their staff of exactly what they're sending customers to.
Right. Okay. I mean, yes, I absolutely understand that you would want to get off your chest your concerns you have in terms of how they were expecting you to stay at this lodge in the first place. I absolutely accept that. And you would like them just to say, yeah, you know what, we recognise that, sorry.
Yes.
That absolutely is important. In terms of getting back a day's worth of the money that you paid, I mean, from what you've told me, you were due to check in at 2.
Yes.
And in fact, you ended up in a room that was then ready for you 3 hours later.
Yes.
So why would you expect to have an entire day's worth of money that you'd spent refunded to you?
Because I don't feel it was acceptable, Jonathan. I think we were missold the holiday. If you could see the photographs, which I'm quite happy to email across to you, as I have done to the head office.
Yeah. What have they offered you?
Nothing at all. I've emailed them, as I say, on the Tuesday. I returned home on the Monday night. I've emailed them conclusive email explaining everything, that I feel that they've made mistakes over. I then spoke to the site manager the following week. He did respond to me by telephone saying he'd had receipt of the email. The following week, I spoke to him. He asked me for the photographs to be emailed across, which I did. I confirmed the following day I had receipt of them.
Right, but they haven't offered you any kind of apology or anything?
I had nothing at all. He said that because of the nature of the complaint, he was sending it to the head office.
OK, well, it is the head office that I now need to go and speak to on your behalf. Patricia, leave it with me. Let me go and speak to them. Let me put all of this to them. Let me ask them why they left you in the position that you were in when you first arrived at this holiday park, and let me see what they are prepared to do. I will put to them that you feel you've paid for the first day that you really didn't get because of all of this brouhaha.
Yeah, in May 2017, me and my wife purchased a corner sofa that cost just over £1,800. The other week, we were turning the cushions over, and we noticed that there was a seam that had come apart on the back of one of the cushion covers. So I called up the aftercare service to explain to them what had happened, and they said to me that they would send an engineer out, but it would cost £75. So I said, well, to be honest with you, I said...
Is there any chance, Stephen, you could move a bit? You're not in a great signal area, and I would like to be able to hear you properly.
Sorry.
It's
Can you hear me
okay.
now?
It's not your fault. It's the blooming mobile phone networks that are the bane of my life.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. So one of the seams of the cushion underneath had started to give way, and the company said they wanted £95 to come out and put it right.
No, they said they wanted £75 just to send out an engineer. I said to them, well, I don't think that's really fair. I said, because I only had the settee for just over 2 years. And I said, and I'm still paying the payments on it, which lasts for 5 years. So anyway, she wasn't interested. She said, well, the only way I can actually send anyone out is to be paid £75. So I kind of listened to your show and I explained my consumer rights, how you would say it, and she wasn't interested in that either. And I could kind of get the feeling that the conversation wasn't really going to get anywhere, because I asked if I could speak to a supervisor, which she said, well, there was no one around. So I ended the call and I went down to the actual store to speak to the manager down in the store, thinking I might get, a bit of understanding from him. And after speaking to him, he kind of said exactly the same thing as what the aftercare said. I have to pay the £75. I did explain to him the consumer law, my consumer rights, and he kind of rambled on about there's a grey area in things lasting for a reasonable amount of time. And I kind of switched off for a bit because I knew what he was saying wasn't true. And when he finished, I basically said, well, do you think that it's a reasonable amount of time for a settee to last before it splits? It's 2 years, which, again, he wouldn't really answer me. So I said, OK, well, the next call...
OK, can I just... and again, I don't know if there's any way you can move a bit, but your signal is really patchy, which is such a shame. It's not your fault, Stephen, but it is frustrating. Now, did he say to you that £75 is a charge that they will apply initially, but if when they turn up at your house they find that it is some kind of manufacturing defect or that the furniture has not been made to a reasonable quality, that they will then reimburse that? Did they phrase it that way or not?
No, they just said the only way we can actually send an engineer out is if you pay us £75. And that was how it was phrased.
Non-refundable £75?
Didn't say anything about if it works out that it's a manufacturing defect, then you'll get the money back. If it had said that, then I would have said, that's fine, send them out and I'll pay it, because I would have got it back. But they didn't say that, so I just thought, no, I'm not going to pursue it with the aftercare place. I thought if I speak to a manager...
You see, if they'd said to you, and what would be reasonable for a retailer in this position to say, would be, OK, Stephen, we're hearing what you're saying to us on the phone, but we obviously haven't seen the furniture. So we will send out an engineer to have a look, a technician to have a look. If when the technician arrives, we see that the furniture is in an otherwise good state of repair and that it's very clear that this particular seam has given way because it wasn't stitched properly in the first place, or whatever, the quality of the materials used were not reasonable, then of course we will get it fixed at no cost to you. However, if when we turn up at your house it is evident that you have caused this problem with the seam to come apart, then please be advised there will be a charge. That would be a reasonable position to take. But what is not reasonable is for a company to charge you if you have got a product from them that has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And as you quite rightly suggested, to buy furniture in May 2017 and to have it falling apart 2 years later is completely and utterly unacceptable and unreasonable.
I kind of did say to the guy, the manager, that I said that if I was to kind of pay just for this cover, I said it's not going to cost this company really, it's going to cost them pennies to kind of just, make a replacement. I'll put it on myself because it's zippable at the back.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but you're willing to lose a customer for pennies, basically. But he's just had no interest in it whatsoever. And I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it's £75 what it would cost me if I was to just phone up and say, I've torn could you replace it? And I'll pay for it.
No. So you're absolutely just before I go and speak to them then, because I'm more than happy to do that, Stephen, and it sounds as if I need to have a little chat with them about their policy and whether they are in fact honouring the law with their policy or not. Just to conclude, there's nothing you've done with that furniture that could have caused that seam to come apart.
No, to be fair, I mean, I sit on the corner and my wife sits on not the corner, I sit on the end and my wife sits on the corner bit. So the settee, the part that's kind of torn, is no one really sits there unless I have guests.
Right.
So it's not as if it's being used. I mean, the settee itself is in good condition. And the thing is, the arm where I put my arm, that's kind of gone deflated now. Now, I know that's because my arm has been on it, so I'm not going to say, oh, can you replace the arm? If I had to get it replaced, I'd pay for it, because I know it's because of how I've sat on it that's caused the arm to kind of sag a bit. So it's not a case of me just trying to pull a fast one. It needs to be done because it's not actually a part of the settee that's used a lot, because I sit next to it and my wife sits the other side. So
the one thing I would just urge again, and I've given this advice many times in the past, but I need to do it again. Be aware when you are buying furniture. We've all done it. You go into these lovely, great big showrooms where they've got all sofas everywhere and they look absolutely marvellous. And you think, oh, gosh, that's a good price. Gosh, if I was to buy something like that from a different company, that would cost me a lot more money. And it looks gorgeous. You sit in it. You think, oh, this is comfy. Just ask the crucial questions. Always ask them, what is the frame made of? Get some details about the frame, get some details about the structure underneath, because I've seen the inside of some of this furniture, and they make some of this furniture. It looks lovely on the surface, but underneath it's made with pallet wood, cheapo foam stapled down, and some of the arms of these sofas now are made with hard cardboard.
Oh, exactly. I mean, I'm not under no illusion. I mean, I pay that kind of price out every 5 years because I get bored of the settee after a certain amount of time and I want to kind of change the room. So I don't go out and spend loads and loads of money on settees because I wouldn't want to keep them for 10, 15 years.
And that's a perfectly reasonable position to take. Furniture can go in and out of fashion. And it's perfectly reasonable for people to say, well, do you know what? I just want something for 5 or 6 years. And then I expect to replace it anyway. I guess what I'm saying is, be aware, when you're spending 1,800 quid on a corner sofa, you're not still going to have that sofa in 20 years' time.
No,
it will have fallen apart. It's not designed to last for that amount of time. Unless you're spending thousands on furniture, you should expect it to last for between 5 and 8 years.
Yeah. So I did mention this to the manager, but he said, well, that's where the grey area is.
Well, but the simple fact is 2 years is completely and utterly unacceptable. If you'd gone and bought some kind of 200 quid corner sofa, well, I would be saying to you probably had a reasonable amount of life from it. But for £1,800 for a corner sofa, you would expect quite a few years' life out of it, 5 to 8 years. And it hasn't lasted for that. So I think you're in a very strong position to ask them to come and get this sorted. Can you stay there? And I'm going to pass you back to the team. Tara, welcome back from your holes.
Hello. Hola.
Can we get some detail, please? Why are you speaking
I didn't
in
even
Spanish?
Go there.
You went to the Isle of Wight.
There were lots of Spanish people over there. It was your conversation about the Guardia Civil earlier.
Oh, I see. Can I pass Stephen back to you? Let's get some detail, and I'll go and speak to that company this afternoon.
Yeah.
And give them one of my infamous lectures on the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. Stephen, stay there. I'm passing you back to Tara now.
I know you say
Thank
that,
you.
one of your infamous conversations about the Rights Act, about consumer rights.
Mm.
It's actually really nice. I ought to video it, you on the phone sometime, so that everyone can enjoy it.
Why?
Because it can be quite entertaining.
Well, because I'm on my high horse.
Yes.
Yes.
And that horse can be very high.
It can be very high indeed. Stephen, hang on there. I'm passing you back. Bought a carpet for just over £2,000, and that included the fitting. Well, the carpet was fitted in January, and he was advised before the fitting that there would be one join. The one join would be on the upstairs landing. Well, Justin accepted that. He was perfectly okay with that. But when they did, in fact, start doing the fitting, he was really disappointed that there were more joins than just one.
I was a bit surprised that there would be two joins downstairs. I got an email from them to say that they're willing to refit and resupply me with a brand new carpet. The carpet has come in, and I said, that's good. And then I got a phone call the next day to say that, unfortunately, the carpet that's come in was ordered, and it was the same size as the original carpet. They said that it was out of stock, but it'll be in by the end of May. Now it's going to be the end of June, and I'm starting to panic.
Yes, well, ultimately, if the carpet is the same size on the roll as the last one, then, of course, if they're fitting it in the same area, they're going to have to do the same number of joins. And I would just always give a little bit of a warning. Sometimes carpet companies will tell you that you won't see a join. And there are occasions where that might be the case, depending on where the join is. But in my experience, you can see a join in carpet. And when they say to you, oh, the join will get less noticeable with time, that's not been my experience. So just be aware of the fact that if you're going to have joins in a carpet, you're probably always going to be able to see them. And it's exactly for that reason that Justin was not happy with this carpet, because he did not want and was told he would not get two joins downstairs. Well, Justin's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Justin.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Oh, you sound brighter. Let's find out what's going on, because I know Tara's been speaking to the company, and the company, they did say they'd get it sorted, but it wasn't going to be particularly quickly, was it?
No, and as we just heard from Justin's clip a little bit earlier on, that he was saying that, now they were looking at the end of June. Well, after that initial conversation happened, it was going to be longer than that. And the last time we spoke to you about this, which was just before I went away, and we were talking about the carpet possibly being delivered on the 3rd of July, then that didn't happen. And then you were told that there may be a fault with the fibres and that maybe you should look at another carpet. So although you just wanted the confidence to make sure you were going to get the carpet you originally ordered, it didn't seem to be happening in that direction.
That's right. And didn't you end up having to make a decision, Justin, in terms of whether you would go for a different carpet or whether you would wait to get the carpet that you really wanted?
Yes, they gave me that option. They said to me that I could go along to the store and choose another type of carpet, but it wouldn't match the carpet that we have in the lounge and dining room. So we decided that we'd stay with the carpet that we chose originally.
Right. So what's happened since we last spoke, Justin?
Well, they came out on the 31st of July and they fitted the carpet, and they have done a really fantastic job with the carpet. It all fits and it looks really, really posh and lovely and fantastic.
Well, it's lovely having a new carpet fitted, isn't it?
Yes,
it really is. And if it's done properly and if it's done nicely, it gives a room a bit of a wow factor as well. And does it feel all lovely and squishy?
Yes, it does. It's really nice. I'm really pleased with it. It's fantastic.
And I presume then the reason why they were able to fit it better when they came back this last time was because the roll was a bigger one.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, yes.
And are there any joins in it at all? I mean, is there the join upstairs that they've warned you of?
There is, but as you were saying earlier on about the joins, this join I can't see at all, which they've done a marvellous job with it. So,
really?
Yes.
Well, that is good. You are lucky. Good. Well,
Yeah.
now, so will you now be having a shoes off policy?
Yeah, well, we have that policy anyway.
Oh, do you? Oh.
Yes.
I always find it very annoying when I have to take my shoes off.
Well...
Oh, hang on, I'm getting a roll of the eyes.
You are. You have to take your shoes off in my house. And I don't even have carpets downstairs.
I've never taken my shoes off in your house.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
I'd refuse.
Yes, you have.
I
You've
would
taken
not.
them off.
I would not take my shoes off. I would have gone home.
You blanked it.
I have never taken my shoes off in your house, and I would
You
think
have.
it was. I have not, and
You
I
have.
would find it ridiculous because you have wooden floor and stone.
You are impossible. You have taken your shoes off in my house.
Why would you have a shoes off policy when you haven't even got carpet? How
Just to
rude.
annoy you. Just to annoy you.
How rude, Justin. Not you, Tara.
I'm with you all the way on this one,
Standards,
Justin.
Jonathan.
No,
Yeah.
I don't like. No, you can unless your shoes are caked in mud, you can walk in on my carpet. But I would expect you, if they were caked in mud, to remove them first.
Well, yes.
I'm giving him daggers.
I have never taken my shoes off.
Yes, you have.
Right. Well, I'm never coming again then.
Well, you never invited.
If that's your rule, I'm not coming again. Justin, I'm delighted that it's all sorted out. We will thank the company very much indeed. We will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, please let us know.
Want to say, Jonathan, before you go, I want to thank you and your wonderful team for your help with the matter.
What, Kim and Aggie in there? All right, well, 2015, Libby decided to upgrade her Pampas Green bathroom suite. Well, she purchased a vanity unit for £594.98. That would house her toilet and her basin. But she was saying 4 years later, she really wishes she hadn't bothered.
On the sort of front trim of the side panel, there was sort of a funny mark on it, like it'd been scraped, and there was sort of shavings of paint peeling off. I was fairly annoyed with this, but I'm quite a pedantic person. I thought, just get a grip. It's only a small piece. We'd had a little bit of problem with the bathroom anyway, and at the end of the day, only I could see it, and I thought it's not a major issue. I will live with it. The blistering and puckering marks had come away all over the unit and were forming cracks in the door detailing, and it looked like somebody got a blowtorch to it, basically, or carved it with a knife. So I then approached the manufacturer, who said, oh, yes, it's all under a guarantee, 5-year guarantee.
Why did you not go to the retailer that you bought the stuff from?
Well, that's the problem. The local store has closed down.
Well, that was a bit of a problem because, as I explained to Libby, her contract was with the retailer that she purchased the furniture from. And if they've gone out of business, then theoretically, from a legal perspective, her rights have just gone straight out of the window. She's not really going to be able to do very much about it. Unless, that is, I was able to persuade the manufacturer that there was more they could do to assist Libby. Well, I went off to have a word with them, and thankfully they were fairly receptive to the idea that they should be trying to assist her, considering the warranty on the product. Well, Libby's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Libby.
Hello, how are you?
Good morning, I'm well, thank you. So the manufacturer did say that they were obviously unhappy to hear that one of their products that they had made had failed in this way, seemingly failed in this way. They did put a bit of a caveat in that they said, we would obviously like to come out and try and get things sorted for Libby, but that is based on the fact that the furniture has been used properly and no abrasive chemicals, for example, have been used on it that might have caused the problem. Well, they have been out, haven't they? And things have happened. And I know that last time we spoke, you were feeling much brighter. What's the latest, Libby? What's going on now?
Well, I'm just literally, as we speak, getting the final end panel through the door. I've literally, just as you were talking, had a knock at the door, and the delivery of the last end panel has arrived.
Fantastic.
Literally, I am looking at it this very second. It's very odd that you are ringing me and it's just arrived. It should have come tomorrow. So I have to say the company have been extremely professional, and this is an additional end panel, I hasten to add, which they have again sent. They have been very good. I think the only trouble I've had has been a delivery issue, which has nothing to do with them. And so we've had a completed suite of stuff.
At no cost to you?
At no cost to me, and they have been
extremely kind, patient, have understood when things have been chipped and sent, regards with the delivery people, I'm assuming, and they've then resent stuff. They've been very good, I have to say, very, very impressed.
Good. Well, you've been a bit lucky, to be honest, Libby.
Yes, I think
It could have gone quite the other way, because as I mentioned to you, obviously your contract is with the retailer.
Yes.
And the fact that they had gone could have meant that if the manufacturer didn't want to assist you, you may well have ended up in a situation where there wasn't very much you could do.
No. So I know I've been extremely lucky, and I thank you for your help, because I don't think without your help I wouldn't have got anywhere, to be honest. And I can't tell you how pleased I am with all the stuff that came in, and when I've spoken to the lady at this company, she has been extremely helpful, and nothing's been any problem, and she's just resent things out, and
that's
great. Brilliant.
Well, fingers crossed that now you've got all this replacement furniture. Hopefully it will last for a nice, reasonable amount of time.
Let's hope so, yes.
Before bits and pieces start peeling off it and looking a bit unsightly. Well, shall I thank them? Shall I give them my horn?
Please, yes. Please
Okay,
do so. I'm
good.
very, very impressed with them. Thank you so much, and thank you very much for your help. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Libby, it's an absolute pleasure. To the company, to the manufacturer, thank you. Well, everything was absolutely fine with the house initially, but he was saying that recently a problem has developed with one of the double glazed windows. One of the handles on the windows has stopped working properly. So he started going through all the paperwork that had been left over from the previous owners of the property, and he noticed that the windows and doors had been changed about 5 years ago and came with a 10-year guarantee. Great, he thought. I'll phone the company. But that's where the problem started.
3 weeks ago, we come to undo one of the windows in the upstairs bedroom. It's one where you got a button in the middle of the handle. You press the button, turn it, and you can open the window. Well, it wouldn't open for whatever reason. So I went through the paperwork. It's a local company that manufactured them and fitted them. I rang them up, gave them the invoice number, quote number, etc. Yes, you're fine. It's a 10-year guarantee on the frames, which will cover the handle. Not a problem. We'll send somebody round. But then I said, well, there's a slight problem. I've just moved in the house, and the guarantee is in the previous owners. Oh, right, okay. If that's the case, then we need to get your name onto the guarantee, which that will be a fee of £85. And I was telling somebody else about it. It was a window fitter. Well, they can't do that. It's wrong.
Well, Darren was obviously a bit disgruntled because of this £85 charge. So does he have to pay it? Yes or no? I mean, my gut feeling was, and I was very honest, Darren's back on the JVS show now. Morning to you, Darren.
Morning, how are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm well, thank you. So my initial feeling was, and I was honest with you, I said I haven't dealt with a case like this for a number of years, and it's always worth, with situations like this, just checking the legislation to see if anything has been updated and anything has been changed. My gut feeling was that you would probably find the company are within their rights to charge you, because what they would do is they would justify it as being an administration fee. But I did say, let me just go and look into it. Let me get some legal advice on it to see if the legislation has been updated at all, because if there's any way of you not having to pay it, that would be ideal. And I'm pleased to say that our friend Sean Kirk from Bawtrees Solicitors, who helps us out a lot with consumer cases, is back on my show this morning. Good morning to you, Sean.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, I mean, £85 does seem a bit steep for an admin fee, but are they entitled to charge it?
The problem is it depends on the terms and conditions. The original contract would have been with your listener's seller. So for the warranty to be transferred, then if there's a admin fee set out in the terms and conditions, they can charge that. Warranties, unfortunately, aren't automatically transferable.
Right.
The best way to protect yourself in this type of case is when you're purchasing a property is to ask your seller, your conveyancing solicitor, to ask if there's any guarantees, and for them to check with the seller if they are transferable, and if so, what is the admin fee. The other problem the conveyancing solicitor should identify is whether, if there is any products such as windows which have got warranties, whether the seller has done any work themselves on the windows or whatever, just in case that work would invalidate the warranties.
Right. And I guess if you're doing it at the point of purchasing the property, there's a level of negotiation that could come into play. So, you would say, well, on finding out that it's going to cost £85 to transfer the warranty over, you maybe try and get the person who wants to sell their house to you to either cover the full cost or at least go halves with you.
Exactly.
But is that not something that your solicitor raised, Darren, when you were buying the house? Did your solicitor not inquire as to any warranties that were in place on the property?
No, not at all. No.
Should they have done, Sean, or is it
They
down?
should have done.
Yeah, I would have thought so as well.
They should have done, yes.
I thought, it's been a few years since I've bought a house, but I seem to remember last time. Isn't there something on the form that you have to fill out when you're selling?
There is. It's on the seller's property information. It's called a seller's property information form. And the solicitor should be asking whether there are any guarantees. Certainly, for example, with windows, you'd ask for the Fenza certificates.
Did your... Okay, so, Darren, can you remember when you were buying this house? It should be fairly fresh in your memory. You will have received some paperwork via your solicitor from the seller of the house, and in that paperwork it will have gone through things like fixtures and fittings that they were leaving. They have to declare certain things to you, and it should also have a section in there where it talks about any warranties that are in place on various things in the house.
There might have been, but you automatically think if there's a warranty on it, then it automatically it's covered when you move in.
Well, no, you shouldn't assume that.
No. Well, I realise that now.
Right.
Unfortunately not. With most conveyancing solicitors, unfortunately, their remit, particularly if it's fixed price, is very limited to just doing the investigation as to whether there is any warranties.
Yeah.
You'd have to ask, unfortunately, the specific question to your conveyancing solicitor whether they are transferable. A lot of solicitors, if they are just doing it on a fixed fee basis, would say, yes, there are warranties, here they are, here's the copies.
Yeah, but obviously if you're this is advice for anybody else listening to the programme, if you're in a situation, for example, just thinking off the top of my head, let's say you're buying a property and there is a log burner that is installed in the property, it is worth requesting at that point when you're buying it, if they're planning to leave the log burner, when did they have it installed? Is there any kind of warranty that remains on it? And is that warranty transferable? Make the person selling the house do a bit of work. Make them find out the answers to these kinds of things. And if there are warranties that are there, try and come to some kind of compromise with the seller of the house to get the warranties transferred over at the point that you purchase the property. So, the long and short of it then, Sean, is it that Darren needs to just bite the bullet, pay the 85 quid, get it transferred over to him, and then at least be safe in the knowledge of having another 5 years of warranty on all of those windows and doors in the house?
Yes, I'd recommend he does that.
Right. Okay.
Okay, superb.
Sean, thank you very much indeed for your time, as always. Sean Kirk from Bawtry's Solicitors. Darren, get that 85 quid paid, transfer it over. And
yep.
It is a bit frustrating because it is quite high for an administration fee, but they are within their rights to charge it. So, I think just pay it, move on, and get them to come and sort the handle out. And I think even though it might be cheaper to get someone in to fix the handle problem,
at least the rest of the house is covered for 4.5 years, isn't it? So, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Exactly. If in a couple of months' time something else falls off another window, then if you haven't transferred that warranty over, you're going to kick yourself, really, aren't you? So
yeah. So I'll get it done. Yeah,
frustrating, but at least you get 5 more years worth of warranty cover for those windows in that case. Thank you very much indeed. If you have a consumer problem, if you need some adult children come back to stay, well, it was all fine until David's son slept on the bed for a third time.
He stayed overnight that night, slept in the bed, and then went home. A little while later, we finished the other room, so we bought another bed for my daughter, who comes from South Africa. She's due this week, and we bought another bed very similar. He came up again, assembled it, and slept overnight in the bed, no problem. And away he went. Well, he popped in to see us again on another occasion, and this time when he got in the bed, it collapsed.
Not ideal, really. Well, as far as David is concerned, he feels the bed company is responsible for this bed collapsing because he was saying that there is one rather flimsy leg that goes in the middle of the base of this bed, and it was that one flimsy leg that had given way, causing the whole of the bed to kind of collapse and to sink down. The bed company, however, seemed to have a different take on things. David's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So the company concerned is Benson's for Beds. And you'll recall from our last conversation, they came to me with this response. They said, "We are sorry to hear of David's frustration and discomfort. We arranged for an independent technician to come and inspect David's bed after he reported a fault in June. The inspection took place and we found there was no manufacturing fault on the product. The technician reported that the bars supporting the bed were bent. However, it is not possible for the bars to have bent on their own, particularly if the support legs were in the correct position, as they're designed to stop this happening. The technician relayed to David that the bent bars would have resulted either from excessive force or from support legs being fitted incorrectly from self-assembly. David responded that the legs had been fitted correctly, but did not understand why the bars had bent. Based on this report, we are unable to take further action, as no manufacturing fault was found. However, we have advised David that under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, he is within his rights to take the matter further with a third party if he wishes." Well, we had a conversation, didn't we, David? A frank conversation.
Yeah.
And I explained to you that if you wanted to take things further, what you would need to do is you would need to get an independent expert in beds to come out to your property, to write a formal report, and you would then go back to Benson's for Beds and say, "I'm not happy, here's a report that supports my argument, I want to give you an opportunity to resolve the matter, alternatively I'll take you to the small claims court." And you would also, at that point, if the report comes back in your favour, you would also request that Benson's for Beds reimburses you any costs that you've incurred in proving your case. Now, you and I had the chat and you said, well, it's a risk because, you know, you may well end up paying another 250 quid for someone to come and carry out a report on a, albeit fairly inexpensive bed anyway. And it may well be that it will not conclusively side with you. It might leave some question marks, in which case it wouldn't do you any good anyway. So you said to me, well, look, all I really want, and what I think would solve the problem, is for them to replace the 3 slats, the metal slats under the bed that have bent. If they could do that, then we can probably sort the bed out, repair the bed, and be able to use the bed. And you did say to me that you would be prepared, based on the circumstances and the fact that it would obviously be much more cost effective to do this than to have a report carried out, you would be prepared to pay for those slats. Well, I went off to speak to Benson's for Beds and they've come back to me with a pretty good response. They say, "We are happy to provide David with 3 replacement metal slats for his bed. They will cost a total of £63.50, including postage and packaging. We have contacted David to process payment for this, and his order should be with him within 7 to 10 working days." So I presume you're feeling much happier.
Well, yes and no.
Oh.
What happened after I came off air with you, in the afternoon, my wife received a phone call.
Yeah.
From a young lady in the consumers department, who left me a number and the information you've just given out. And obviously I tried to ring her the following day. The first time I rang, they just put me on hold and then hung up on me. So I repeated the process again, same thing happened, and again the same thing happened. And on the 4th time, after I said to the person that I got hold of, "Please don't put me on hold, because every time you put me on hold, you hang up. Now, I need to speak to this young lady. Can you put me through? They said, we haven't got anyone with that name here.
Oh, what?
I said, well, okay, well, let me speak to the manager. No, the manager won't speak to you. So, you know...
And you were definitely phoning the lady back on the number that she'd left for you to call back on?
I was indeed.
Yeah, because, I mean, I could understand maybe if the lady who called you was from the director's office, she wouldn't be anywhere near customer services. You know, it may well be that the customer services department is in a completely different building in a completely different location. So I can understand that. But if you were phoning back on the number that she'd left you to call back on... Very frustrating. So have you now managed to speak to anyone, David?
Yeah, it goes on. It's quite a long-winded thing. I've sent a note to you by email. Perhaps you'd care to read that. But to make a long story short, they have said that they won't to process the order until I've paid the money. So I said, look, all I need is a piece of paper saying that you're doing this, and I will pay. And they won't do it. No, you pay first. I'm going in to see the manager in the shop this afternoon.
Right.
But I take note that time is ticking on, and you may well want to review what I've sent in the email.
Well, I mean, I think I can understand your position in terms of you feel as if the relationship between you and Benson's for Beds is such that you are not prepared just to take their word for it over the telephone. You want something in writing to say, we are ordering 3 slats for this bed at this price, so that you've got something in writing if anything goes wrong. I absolutely get that. Have they said that that is something they'll be able to facilitate in store?
No. And they also...
Why are you going into the store this afternoon then? Aren't you just wasting your time?
No, because their manager at the store has phoned me and said that he would like to see me so that we can sort it out.
Oh, fine, okay. Well, hopefully then...
But they've also taken exception to the fact that I've got onto you to even get to this stage.
Well, tough. You can do what you like. It's not down to any retailer to start telling you or any other customers who you can and cannot speak to regarding complaints. So tough. I mean, what I would say, just to conclude on a positive note... The fact that they have asked you to come into the store to see the manager, that would seem to suggest to me that they want to try and get it resolved. In the response they've given to me, it sounds as if they'd like to get it resolved as well. Hopefully, when you go in this afternoon, the manager will be able to print off an order form for you so you can see exactly what you've ordered, and you will then feel confident in paying that money to them so they can get those slats ordered and with you so you can get the bed repaired. People are going to get drenched underneath it, but never mind. It's British summer, isn't it? What else do we expect?
Just upper lip.
Now, quite right. Tell me all about the problem you're having without naming any company names, Jackie. Let me see what I can do for you.
Okay, right. Well, this year, at the end of July, it was my husband's 70th birthday, and our daughter decided that she'd like to do something quite rash but special to give him a big birthday treat. So she booked a 4-night package holiday with flights and hotel to Las Vegas, for goodness sake. He's never been to America. He's never been out of Europe, but he's always wanted to see the Grand Canyon. So she thought it would be a very special present, and it was very generous of her.
Yeah.
She booked for 4 people, 2 rooms, herself, her partner, my husband, that's her dad, and myself. She said she'd pay for her dad and herself, and her partner and I were paying for ourselves to, split it up. The holiday was booked from the 1st of November to the 5th of November, but we actually come back on the 6th because of the time difference, and it was purchased through a well-known online travel company, flying with a US-based airline. The total cost of the holiday was £2,232.44, and she paid a deposit of £558.11. That's the cost of one person, to secure the booking. She then received confirmation of the flights, the schedule numbers, and a request of full payment by the 2nd of October.
And we're talking about this year?
This year, yeah.
Right, okay.
So she booked it on the 10th of July.
Does the idea of Las Vegas appeal to you, Jackie?
Not sure. I saw a programme on it the other night and I thought, oh my God.
Yeah. I think you either love it, you love the idea of it, or you hate it. For me, I would hate every minute of it.
Well, I'm in the beautiful countryside of South Wales on the Gower Peninsula right now, and this is my type of holiday. It's so lovely. Walks, fresh air, countryside scenery. But I think it's one of these things, see Vegas and for once, and that's it. But,
never go back, yeah.
Yeah, well, we're willing to give it a go, and we thought, well, while we were there, we'd try and get to the Grand Canyon because, you know, that is something I'd like to see.
That certainly would be worth seeing, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what's the problem then?
Right, well, she received a confirmation email which said, manage your booking simply and easily, view your account, request assistance or change your booking. And she tried to check it out, but there seemed to be an error on the system. So she thought, well, that's okay, I've got my confirmation, everything's fine. Anyway, her dad's birthday came and went on the 26th of July, and then she split up with her partner 2 weeks later.
Oh, no.
Yeah, things hadn't been going brilliantly for a while, and I think it sort of all came to a head, and I think she decided that she couldn't carry on like this anymore. So they actually split up, and he's gone now. So we have this spare place. So she tried to cancel this one place. She called customer service on the 7th of August. It was a 10-minute call, and she asked to cancel one place because she thought she could because she'd only paid the deposit. And the lady said, no, you can't. And when my daughter said, why not? The lady said, it's in the terms and conditions. So my daughter said, well, I haven't seen them as I've only paid a deposit and I haven't received full details of the terms and conditions.
And how had she booked this, on the internet?
Yes.
Right. Well, are you telling me there were no terms and conditions available at any point during the booking procedure?
Now, well, I didn't do it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I would imagine there would have been.
Yeah.
Normally, you will be at least pointed in the direction of where the terms and conditions are, should you wish to read them when you're booking this kind of trip. And it may well be that it is because of the price that was offered. It may well be that, for example, flights are non-transferable, non-cancelable, all those various kinds of things. So they've said to you, well, they've said to your daughter that she cannot cancel her ex's ticket, or what about changing the name into someone else?
Yes, the lady said you might be able to change the name of the person.
Right.
That company, they would request the name change from the airline, and they charge an admin fee for doing it. So I said, well, let's see if we can find somebody rather than waste the ticket. You know, it seemed daft, doesn't it? You know, to pay £500 and something for nothing. And it would also be subject to a fee from the airline. So the lady, my daughter asked the lady how much it would be, and she said she couldn't say. And anyway, I got on the phone and she got on the phone, and we've actually found a sort of a family member who was highly delighted at the thought of going to Las Vegas because she's been before. She's a bit younger than me. Gets on well with my daughter, and she was really delighted. She managed to get the time off work and everything. And we offered it to her at a cheaper rate because we obviously wanted to fill the place. Mm-hmm. So, you know, we were all set. So my daughter called up the company the following day, the 8th of August, and said, if you look on the notes, I've requested a name change, which she'd done. You know, she said, well, we'll see if we can change the name. And she gave the name and date of birth. And they turned around and they said, well, you'll receive an email from the airline in 7 to 10 days' time with their proposed costs. And then we decided, well, 7 to 10 days was rather a long time to wait because it was unfair on the other person whose name we'd given. It was a long time not knowing. So I said to her, well, why don't you phone the airline direct and see if they'd be prepared to do it? So she did, and she said the airline were really horrible. She was just flatly told, no, we don't do that. We're not changing it. Despite it being a November flight, and she said the e-tickets had been printed and said it was in their terms and conditions, but, you know, we haven't seen them because she hasn't paid the full money yet. It's all a bit of a nightmare, really. So now we're in this position of being told we can't cancel one person, and the airline have told her that she can't change the name of one person. And, they're quite happy to charge an admin fee to see if they can try, but, it's not guaranteed. So unless we get it all sorted out, we've got to pay for one person for nothing. So help.
And yeah, well, of course I will try to help, but I need to also be realistic with you. I haven't seen the terms and conditions associated with this booking. And it may well be that it is not possible for you to cancel and get a full refund, or cancel and get a partial refund, or change the name. It may well be that it's just not possible to do that. There are lots of flights that if you want flexibility with the flight, i.e. if you want the ability to be able to cancel it or change it to a different date, you have to pay more in the first place. And the cheaper flights that are often available with these kinds of trips are flights that are absolutely set in stone. This is where you go on this day, at this time, with this airline, in this name. Any change to it, you forfeit all of your money. So I just need to have a look at the terms and conditions. I need to see what they actually say.
Okay.
And I will be more than happy to call the company just to see if there is anything we can do. But I just don't want to get your hopes up. We can definitely get this changed, when there's a chance we may not be able to. Okay?
I mean, we thought there might be a chance when the lady from the booking company said we can approach the airline. That was quite hopeful. But, it's when my daughter actually phoned the airline, and they were quite nasty to her, really. And then I thought, oh, God, we've come up against a brick wall here, and I know you're wonderful. You can sort of make miracles happen. So
well,
that's why I phoned
Well, that's why I need to manage your expectations, because what I don't want you to do is to go away from this conversation saying, oh, that's good, Jonathan will definitely be able to now get us sorted out with this, when in fact, if the airline, if they say, can I refer you to Section 2 or whatever it is in our terms and conditions, it clearly states that these flights are non-transferable, non-cancelable. Therefore, we do not have to do anything. I can't force them. Because
even if we didn't see, sorry to interrupt, but even if we didn't actually see the airline's terms and conditions.
But the terms and conditions will have been available on the website when the booking was made.
Right.
So, just because your daughter didn't read those terms and conditions does not mean that you can say, well, because I didn't read them, that means we don't have to abide by them.
Oh, yeah.
As long as the terms and conditions are classed as fair and reasonable terms and conditions, then obviously they are legally binding. And if the airline wants to, they can dig their heels in and insist that they will not make any kind of changes whatsoever. But let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. Have you ever been to Vegas, Tara?
I have, and I loved it. I had some reservations, a bit like you, Jonathan. But if you want to go somewhere and just absorb yourself into trash done really well, it's fantastic.
I imagine
it's better than that. That makes it sound awful, but it's amazing. The hotels and the fountain displays and everything on offer. It's America with knobs on.
Right. Isn't it like Blackpool? But
no.
Oh,
It's
that's
nothing
all right
like
then.
Blackpool. It's nothing like Blackpool.
Right. Okay, well, look, Jackie, I'm going to pass you back. We will see what we can do to try and help you. Hang on there, and I'm passing you back to Tara now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hang on there, please. 08081 008800. That's the number if you have a consumer problem.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Every Saturday from 12 on BBC Three Counties Radio. Mike Naylor.
Well, Emma has tweeted, oh my goodness, you always pick such good songs to play during Hits and Heads. Definitely ones that you don't hear very often, and it's funny, not heard Camouflage for ages, but I still remember most of the words.
Mike Naylor.
So, our listener-inspired and listener-driven theme today is best driving songs you like to listen to when you're driving in your car on hot summer days on the open road.
The hits and the headlines from St Albans and beyond. Mike Naylor, every Saturday from 12 on BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Ruth's mum passed away at the ripe old age of 91 in June after suffering with a short illness. When Ruth was going through all of her paperwork and bills, she discovered two of the bills were much higher than expected.
The gas bill was over £900 and the telephone bill was over £700, which I found outrageous. So when I looked at the bill. They were both on a business tariff. And
what for your mum?
Yeah, and it's a residential, terraced house. So when we made contact with both companies, they both confirmed that the rate was changed. Well, it's been on that rate and since 2007, which I find amazing. But neither of them were willing to backdate anything because they said that it's my mum's responsibility she should have noticed that she was on a business rate.
Well, it all sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, really? And what made this even more odd was the fact that we're dealing with two separate companies, two completely independent companies that have both classed Ruth's late mother as being some kind of business, which is very strange. What on earth has gone on? Have we managed to get to the bottom of it? Let's find out, because Ruth's back on the JVS show now. Morning, Ruth.
Good morning.
Good morning. So Hannah has been speaking to both companies to try and unravel this and try and find out what's going on. What have they said?
Well, I have a response from one company, and that company is British Gas. They've provided me with a statement. They say that, unfortunately, Mrs. Hamilton's property was listed as a small business premises on our records, and she and her son signed renewal contracts for business rates. They say they're very sorry for any distress that this has caused to the family, and they have reduced their bill by applying residential rates to their last two bills. That's reduced the bill from just over £900 to around £550, but they do still remain to say that, they did sign for business rate contracts.
Ruth.
Hello.
Does this ring any bells that I presume this would be your brother?
Yeah, if it was in the last 4 years or so, then yes, if she transferred the bills into his name. But they're saying that it was it's been on a business rate since 2007, which means it would have been my mum that signed it.
Yeah.
Right,
by herself.
But hang on a second. So has your brother been kind of overseeing your mum's paperwork and bills for the last few years?
Yes, well, some of it.
Or would he not have noticed that your mum was on a business account?
It doesn't seem so.
Right.
Because literally, it was a case of he moved back, so my mum put some of the bills into his name, and then when the bills came, she would take it down to the post office, draw money out, and pay the bill.
And was he wasn't running any kind of business from the house?
No, not at all. No, he was working, but then now he's retired.
Right. Well, it's very strange. I mean, their argument seems to be because this was checked and signed by not just Ruth's 91-year-old mother, but also her son, we therefore consider the contract and the terms of that contract to be reasonable, and it should have been noticed by the customer if there was a problem. It should have been disputed by the customer at the time.
But before my brother moved back to the property, they're saying that it was a business account from 2007, so I'm not sure when would they have re-signed the contract. I didn't realise that it was re-signed at any stage.
I have got a bit of background on this provided from British Gas. They say that, you are right, it was 2007 that they've had this business tariff, and they say that it was clearly marked on their billing as a business contract and was re-signed by Colin Hamilton, who's your brother, in 2016.
Right, okay.
So it sounds as if potentially your brother hasn't realised what he's signed your mum up to.
Yeah.
Probably with the best of intentions, but it sounds as if he may well have signed a contract on her behalf for this business account.
That it was a business.
Not realised it was a business. Although, I mean, it was the first thing you noticed, wasn't it, Ruth?
Yeah, well, it was the amount. I just thought, hang on a minute.
Yeah, but it said on the paperwork, didn't it?
Yeah, but I was just thinking, why is it so much? Once I saw the figure, then I looked across the paperwork and I saw business.
Yeah.
So,
look, let's be realistic about it. It would appear that our argument that we were going to try and make, that British Gas had got a 91-year-old on a completely wrong account, and it was unreasonable for her to have realised what was going on because she was 91. That kind of argument's fallen down because it would appear your brother signed the paperwork in 2016 to say that it is a business account. So they have said that they are prepared to reduce the bill because they're prepared to base the last 2 months on residential rates rather than business rates. Regarding the other company concerned, have we heard anything back at all on this? Are they still investigating, Hannah?
They are still investigating. I've been in contact with them today, and we should have a statement from them within the next couple of days. So it'll be interesting to see if their take is the same or different.
It's very odd. It's so
bizarre.
odd.
It is bizarre. But,
and you're sure your brother wasn't running any kind of business using her address?
No, not at all, because he was electrical engineer and stopped working last year in March on medical grounds. So no, there's never been a business here. Never.
Right. Okay. All right, well, look, at least we've managed to get the bill reduced by a few £100 for the last one. Let's wait and see what the other company has to say, and we'll take it from there.
OK, thanks very much, Jonathan.
Thank you very much indeed, Ruth. It's the JVS show, BBC Three. Nick Coffer, he's here today, wearing a very smart, snazzy new top. He'll be here at 12. Until then, I'm Jonathan Vernon Smith, dealing with your consumer problems. Speaking of which, I must speak to Janet. Do you remember Janet? She was telling me she's 84. And has recently suffered a couple of strokes, a heart attack, and a bleed on the brain. Poor thing. Well, she's recovering, thank goodness. But she wanted a new bed that would be really comfortable. And it was very important she wanted a foam, cotton-filled, insulated mattress. Because she's allergic to wool. She can't have a bed with any wool in it whatsoever. Well, she got someone to take her to the store, because she was in a wheelchair at the time. She explained to the staff exactly what she was looking for, and they said, yeah, that's fine, we haven't got one in the store, but we can get one for you, and it will cost £1,700. So she placed the order. The trouble is, at the time, she admitted she was so unwell, she didn't really read the paperwork that she was given. Well, when the mattress was delivered, she quickly realised it was the wrong one. It was full of wool. But she only realised this when she tried it out. And she couldn't sleep on it because it made her itch.
You know, I'm sleeping in an armchair with a stool for my feet. It's very, very uncomfortable. I implore you, help me. I cannot continue on this chair.
Well, I promised Janet that I would contact the company concerned to see if I could get things sorted out for her. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Janet.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you will recall when I did have a conversation with this company, they are Bensons for Beds. They said, we are really sorry to hear that Janet has had an adverse reaction to one of our bed sets. We have spoken to the store staff, who confirmed that they were not made aware of Janet's allergy when she purchased the product in May. Janet notified us in June about her reaction to the product, and we requested that she provide us with a doctor's note so that a reselection could be processed. This has now been authorised free of charge. Once again, we apologise for the inconvenience this has caused Janet. Well, even though you were insistent that you had told them in the shop, I read that response from them to suggest that the doctor's note they had requested from you was a doctor's note that would explain your allergy. But in fact, what you'd sent them was a doctor's note talking about all of your other health problems. Anyway, to draw a line under that, they had said they were prepared to allow you to reselect a different bed instead. But the trouble is, they do not make the kind of bed that you wanted, and they couldn't get hold of it either. They came back, they said, we've been working closely with Janet to help her resolve her case. We have offered a product reselection free of charge. Given Janet's allergies, we offered her a new mattress from our anti-allergy range. However, she didn't want to accept this option, and she expressed an interest in purchasing a brand that we do not stock. We have offered her a full refund on her bed, which she can use to cover the cost of the new bed that she wishes to buy. So, last time we spoke, things were looking up, Janet. Yes. They had indeed collected the bed, the troublesome bed, to make way for your new bed that is now on order from a different company, but you were waiting for the money back from them. What's the latest, Janet? Because my team tell me you are absolutely tickled pink over this.
They refunded every penny.
Yes, good.
And I checked with the bank, and it has been paid in.
Good.
So hooray.
You've got the money, But you haven't yet got your new bed.
Sorry?
You've got your money, but you haven't yet got your new bed.
No, but it's a week now since I've ordered. Just over a week. It's in the second week.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I would get it within 3 or 4 weeks. They said they normally say it's 4 to cover themselves, but they're sure that I'll get it by 3 weeks.
Oh, lovely.
I can't wait to sleep in my bed, Jonathan. Thanks ever so much.
It's going to be nice, isn't it? You're still in the old armchair then every night, are you?
Yes.
Oh, Janet, it's not ideal, is it?
Oh, dear. Oh, it's awful sleeping in it. My shoulders are going around.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I mean, armchairs are not really designed for sleeping in night after night, are they? Although many of us have had a night in an armchair, normally after 1 or 2 too many glasses of Pinot Grigio. But no, you're not really supposed to sleep in an armchair, so the sooner you can get in a bed, the better.
Of course, because it's not doing me any good health-wise.
No, quite. So what do you want me to do, Janet? Do you want me to give the full horn now, or do you want me to save one final honk for when you have your new bed as well?
Well, shall we finish with them?
Well, it's up to you, Janet.
And I'll let you know when my new bed comes.
Well, I would like to. Yes, I would like. But that's why I feel as if I should maybe just keep one bit of honkage up my sleeve.
Okay.
Does that sound fair? Because,
Jonathan.
Yes.
My bed, the new bed. Oh, it's a dream to lay on it. I can't wait for it to come in.
Well, you haven't tried it yet. How do you know?
I bet I tried it.
Oh, in the shop, in the other shop.
Yes, I took someone with me. They've taken me, and they tried it. I read it. They read it, and the guy said when the bed comes, he'll come around and make sure it's what I wanted.
Lovely. Well, it's going to be nice. You won't ever want to get out of it, Janet.
Oh.
Exactly. You'll become like a teenager again, always in bed.
Oh dear.
Well, look, I'm going to thank the company. I'm going to give them this. Recently went on a weekend away with her family to a holiday park in the UK. The cost of this was £861 for 5 adults and 1 child. But when they arrived, well, it didn't meet their expectations.
It's advertised as being in peaceful surroundings, getting back to nature, etc. You could see it was a new lodge. That was the problem, Jonathan. It was actually still in the middle of a construction site. So my peaceful surroundings were work still in progress and concrete hard standings empty, where they were actually still trying to put them on site. Not exactly what you conjure up.
Well, the holiday company did find Patricia and her family more suitable accommodation, but when they turned up to that accommodation, it was absolutely filthy dirty. So they had to wait for a cleaning team to come in and to get everything spruced up. Well, the long and short of it is, Patricia said that the first day of their weekend trip away, and they were only there for a short period of time, the first day was ruined, really, because they couldn't do anything, because they were waiting to try and get the room sorted. So she really feels, having written to the company to complain afterwards, that they should be offering her some of her money back, because they didn't get what they'd paid for. Well, I've been off to have a word with them. Patricia's back on the JVS show. Good morning to you, Patricia.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right, so I did manage to get through to them. I explained the situation, and I gather they got straight in touch with you. What's going on, Patricia?
I had a phone call from the actual site on the Friday afternoon to tell me that the ops manager had authorised a full refund.
A full refund?
A full refund. The total amount was to be refunded that day.
Of £861?
That's correct, yes.
Good grief.
Yes, so obviously I'm delighted with that result, so I thank you very much for intervening on my behalf. The only thing I would say is that it's strange until that point my email hadn't even been acknowledged. And I'm sure you've seen the email and the photograph that I sent to you. But obviously I'm delighted with the result.
Well, I can imagine you are delighted. I mean, to be honest with you, my jaw has just hit the ground.
I'm Absolutely
To have
delighted.
received a refund of half would have been amazing.
Absolutely.
To get a full refund, so in effect, the weekend that you had was free. I mean,
Indeed.
that is incredible. And I'm absolutely delighted. Has it restored your faith in that company?
It has, because, as I said before, we have had many family holiday there that we've always enjoyed, which is why I returned for this, particular trip with my, grandson for our first trip for him.
Yeah.
But yes, it does. The only point I would make is that I hope that some of the points that I did raise in my email about safety, for consumers on site, they would take those points on board, because I still feel that they're valid. Signage, if a site is still under construction, we weren't told about that at any time, even upon arrival at the site.
Yeah.
So I still feel that there's some valid points to take on board.
Well, let's hope they have taken those on board. You're getting all of your money back. Have they said how long you're going to have to wait for that?
I think it's 3 to 5 days, Jonathan. So I've yet to confirm whether that's there, but I'm sure it will be. I have a good faith.
What would you like me to do then? Would you like me to take a chance on it and give them the full horn, or would you like me to give them half the horn and the other half when you've got the money? I mean, how do you want to play this?
I think you can give them the full horn.
Oh, look at you. You don't care, do you, on a Tuesday morning?
Not at all.
Living on the edge.
I
Okay,
am
well,
always on the edge, Jonathan. Thank
I
you.
will give them the full horn. Any other problems, you know where we are, including her energy supplier. So you can imagine his surprise to suddenly receive a final demand a few weeks later from an energy supplier that, as far as he was concerned, his late mother had never had a contract
I
with.
phoned this energy supplier up. They wouldn't talk to me because I wasn't the account holder and I couldn't pass the security checks. I followed it up with a letter on the same day explaining what had happened, and I'd received this final demand not addressed to my mother, and she didn't have the energy supplied by this company, and never heard no more about it until about the 3rd of January this year, when there was a debt collection agency had called at her property, which has been empty for a year, and they left a notice of intent to apply for a warrant of entry and demanding £1,500 and something pounds as a debt to this energy company that she's never used.
Well, Martin was saying that since then the bill has gone up to £1,867.93, and he's horrified. Well, we've been off to have a word with that company to see what we can find out. Martin's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Martin.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning. So it quickly transpired when we started to look into this that the reason why you'd received this notification from a company that, as far as you were concerned, your mum had never had any kind of contract with, apparently her supplier had gone out of business, and the energy, another company was assigned the task of providing the energy for their customers. And it just so happened that this company was the company that had been assigned the task of giving the energy to all of that previous company's customers, which is why you had never heard of them and you were thinking, well, what's it got to do with them? But they were quite legitimate in terms of having your late mother's details and considering her to have been a customer that would owe some money. But we were trying to get to the bottom of exactly how much you owed, or you as the, I presume that you are the executor of the estate of your late mother's estate, Martin, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So, is there any money outstanding? If so, how much? How have they worked it out? And if there isn't any money outstanding, can they please leave you alone? Tara, what's the latest on this? What have we got to on this?
Well, it all looked as though it was going really well, because what had happened was somebody had unfortunately taken out an account in Martin's late mum's name with this company. So that was where some of the confusion also came in. So although this company was now linked to this particular address, it was under the wrong name, as well as having taken over the control of the company that Martin's mum had previously got her energy from.
What a mess.
So it was a real mess. And it was also a mess that was causing a lot of confusion for the computers at this company that Martin's mum's address was now signed up with. So they had sent out something automatically as well, which caused later confusion. So when they managed to get to the bottom of the fact that Martin's mum's address wasn't linked to this man whose name we're not giving out, they ended up, we'll sort this all out for you. I'm so sorry, Martin, that this has caused a lot of inconvenience for you. They ended up sending a bill to Martin that was for the same amount that this previous customer had owed, which turned out to be about £1,800. £1,700. So although we'd managed to get the company to say, oh yes, it's nothing to do with Martin or his mum, they ended up sending this bill out to Martin, and that was the last time we got the detail.
I feel like my head's about to explode,
spinning?
yeah.
Well, Martin got a letter he didn't like. I got back in touch with the company. They said, look, we have reviewed the account, and any outstanding balance up to June the 25th, 2019, it's been cleared.
Oh.
We're sorry for any upset and inconvenience that this has caused.
Oh.
Well, perfect. That's what we had. We just needed to make sure it was all resolved, and we were going to give them some time to get in touch with Martin, as they said they would.
Please
to
tell
clear
us
everything.
Tell us, Martin, they have now confirmed you don't owe any money, you're a free man, and they will not be hassling you again.
They sent me an email confirming exactly that, and I've received a bill in my name with a balance of £0.
Phew.
Oh, thank
That's
goodness
what we
for that.
wanted. So
Right.
no more £1,800.
And no more debt collectors knocking on the door since.
Good. Okay, lovely. Well, there we go. All's well that ends well. I was concerned as to whether or not we would ever get this company to get to the bottom of what had gone on and sort things out. I'm delighted then. You can go on your way. You don't need to worry about that company. If they do, for some strange reason, start making contact again and start talking about money owing, you can bet your life it will be because of some kind of computer-generated bill. So just come straight back to us and we'll go and speak to them again, because we'll keep everything on file. But hopefully, as far as we're concerned, that's now an end to it. We will thank them. You're a free man and you can go on your way, OK?
That's great. Thank you very much for your help, and to all your team as well. Thank you very much.
Good. All right. Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, sure. I received through the post last week at the beginning a private penalty charge notice. It has my registration on. However, the vehicle in the picture is white and not my vehicle. I wasn't there.
Oh. Was this somewhere local or not?
No, not local to me. I've never been there.
Okay. So what's the problem?
It's a supermarket car park.
Yeah,
so
I
believe
yeah.
the registration, my registration, ends in Golf Victor. But I believe this registration should be Charlie Victor. When I have looked up the registration, it comes back as a white vehicle.
Right. But is there not a photo of it?
Yes, it's not my vehicle.
Yeah, but what about the registration number on
That's
the
my
photo?
Registration.
Right. What colour's your car?
Black.
Okay. Well, I presume, therefore, you've contacted the company to say, look, I'm sorry, but you're pursuing the wrong person. This is not my car.
Yes. I did try and use an email, which I thought was an email address from the back of the notice. However, my nephew came yesterday and he said it was a website address. When I had sent the email address, which I thought was an email address, it sent it back to me. And then I went onto the company name and sent an email to the company name. I still hadn't heard anything. Yesterday, when my nephew put the actual address, the email, it wasn't an email, it's a website address, we were able to challenge the notice. So that was yesterday.
So you have now put in a challenge?
I had yesterday, and I believe it says 14 to 28 days, so I don't know if you can get involved or should I wait?
Well, I think
know how these things can escalate.
But I think it should be, on the face of it, fairly straightforward. And I think we need to wait and see what they come back to you with.
Okay.
I think this is probably a premature conversation because, the simple fact is there's obviously some kind of mistake. Either your car number plate has been cloned. So I would certainly advise you to make contact with the DVLA. Are you certain? You're telling me that there is a photograph on that paperwork of a different car with your number plate on it?
Yes. Well, I believe it's where the screw is on the number plate.
Yeah.
That could easily look like a G, which it should read a C.
Right. And would that make sense if it was?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
Definitely.
Well, in that case, it doesn't sound as if your car number plate has been cloned. It sounds as if the camera, the ANPR camera, the automatic number plate recognition system camera, has misread the number plate because of where that screw is on the other person's number plate.
Yep.
Just out of interest, what was the year of the car?
18.
So it's a fairly new car. So you could potentially have this problem again with the same car.
Possibly. I never thought that, but yeah, possibly.
Well, I wonder whether it might be worth contacting the DVLA just to make them aware of the problem you're having.
Okay.
Because maybe they can write to the other person who owns the car just to explain that either the screw needs to be repositioned, or you can get little caps that go over the screw that make it clear that it's either white or orange, or whether it's black for the lettering.
Oh, okay.
So maybe the person who owns that car needs to take it in and have that done to their number plate to make it easier to read if there's a problem with exactly where the screws have been put. But in terms of with the private parking company, as long as you have now explained to them, this is a case of mistaken identity, this is not my car, you are pursuing me for somebody else's parking infringement, can you please leave me alone? If they come back to you again and they refuse to leave you alone, then of course I'd be more than happy to go and get involved. But I think at this stage, if you've only just made that argument to them, I think it's sensible to give them an opportunity to look into it first.
Yes, I quite agree. Yeah, I can wait 14 days, I believe it says they can reply.
Sure.
So let's hope it don't escalate and they carry it on. But
yes, obviously let's hope, although you don't have anything to worry about.
Yeah.
A private parking company, they don't have any kind of enforcement powers that, for example, a local authority has. So if the worst came to worst, the worst thing this company could do would be to begin action in the small claims court against you, at which point you simply respond to the court proceedings and say, it's not my car, this is my car, please see attached a copy of my logbook for my car, shows my car in my name, you're pursuing me for the wrong vehicle. And to be honest, they would be absolute prize numpties if they took you to court, because they're going to end up incurring extra costs only for you to win the case. So I don't think you have anything to worry about. You know, please don't let this keep you up, give you sleepless nights with the fear of bailiffs turning up at your front door. It's not going to happen. All right.
No, cool, lovely.
Okay, does that at least set your mind at rest a little bit? In terms of the parking company, if they come back to you and say, well, sorry, we're still going to pursue you, even though you say it's not your car, then of course I will go and have a word with them. But let's wait and see what happens in the next 14 days.
Yes, okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Fingers crossed, Sue. Thank you very much indeed. If you have a consumer problem, or if, like Sue, you're going through a situation and you just need some advice, 08081 008800, that's the number to call.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Christopher wanted a nice new armchair, and he found one that he thought was perfect. It was so comfy, it was lovely when he tried it in the store, and it was so comfortable, well, he went ahead and purchased it.
It was absolutely beautiful. I sat in it, I sunk into it, your back sunk into it, and your head was supported. Anyhow, we decided I'll go and pay for it, which is what they want. They want a full payment up front. The delivery man put it together, showed me how it all worked. I sat in the chair and I said, this is hard. I said, it's nothing like the store chair.
Well, Chris thought he'd give this chair a couple of weeks just to see if it softened up with him sitting in it. But he says it hasn't softened up at all. So he rejected the chair. He said to the company, I don't like it. It's not comfy. Doesn't feel the same as the one that I tried in the store at all. He was saying he now has further issues with it as well, but this company will just not allow him to reject the furniture. Well, I've been off to have a word with them. Christopher's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Christopher.
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So you purchased this chair from SCS.
I did indeed.
And they have come back with this response. They have said, the chair was delivered on the 14th of January 2019. Christopher raised concern regarding the comfort some 14 days later, and a qualified technician attended his home on the 31st of January. The report concluded there were no manufacturing defects with the chair, and that, as with all furniture, the interiors do soften over time. This is also noted in the guarantee and care guide given to all customers at the point of sale. The chair is delivered to the exact same specification as the shop floor model, and varying foams are not used by the supplier. Christopher disputed the report in February, and details were given regarding his rights of ADR, which is Alternative Dispute Resolution, together with an independent company should he wish to have a further report. We have had no further communication regarding any further concerns, so we will contact him further to inspect. So have you heard from them since you and I spoke on the programme?
I did indeed.
What have they said to you?
What they've said is they're going to send a technician out again to re-evaluate the chair.
Right. This is because of the other problems you've got, because you mentioned something about you believe the underside of the chair is kind of dropping out of the bottom of it.
It has, yeah. The underlying material has given way, and to be honest with you, the seat of the chair has gone slightly on the slant to the left-hand side. So when you sit in it, you lean into the left-hand side as if something else has given way underneath. I don't know what it is. I'm not into furniture manufacturing, so that's down to them to come up with that.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see when they send out a technician. Have they said when that's going to be?
Yeah, next Friday, the 23rd.
Okay. Fine. Well, I mean, let's hope that when the technician comes out, he concludes that this chair has got some problems with it, and therefore they'll replace it for you. And hopefully the replacement will be softer. It is a bit odd, though, that you have not noticed this chair softening at all.
Well, at the present moment, the softening has happened, but that's what I'm saying to you, it's collapsed onto one side. So whatever's been supporting the foam originally has now given way to a certain degree to allow this to come down.
Yeah. And
it's sort of, you sit on a slant in it, and you're sort of dropping down with your knees up in the air a bit with it now.
Right. Well, I was going to say, I mean, that's the more common story I hear regarding furniture like this. It's that actually it's not about it being too firm. It's that it starts to become too soft and starts to lose its support.
Yeah.
So that is more typical of the kind of complaint that I hear regarding furniture. But let's wait and see what they have to say. I mean, from the description you're giving me, it sounds as if whatever supports the foam underneath the chair has collapsed.
Yeah,
have I been rude to you and asked how big you are, Christopher?
You did ask me, indeed.
Oh, and what did you answer? I can't remember.
14 stone.
Oh, fine, okay.
That's not a heavyweight.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I mean, if you were some, 25 stone bloke sitting in this chair all day long, then the company would probably be within their rights to argue that you'd squash the living daylights out of it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But if you're a 14 stone man, then this furniture should last for a reasonable amount of time. And from your description, it hasn't. Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see what SES conclude when they come out and have a look, aren't we?
Can I just say one thing with what they told you about the foam is the same foam they use?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up because, I mean, they've said very clearly, they said that the chairs are delivered to the exact same specification as the shop floor model.
Well, to me, that's a lie, because when the technician originally come in the first instance, her words to me was, there's 3 types of foams used. There's a soft, a medium, and a hard. And unfortunately, it looks like you got the hard. And she said, I can't do nothing with it.
Yeah, but hang on a second. Hang on. You see, that may not be, as you've described it, a lie. It may well be that the foam that is used in the seat part of the furniture is the firm foam. And the reason they use the firm foam is that it will give support for longer. And it may well be that they use the firm foam in the shop display model as well. It's just that because it's had lots of people sitting in it, it's softened more.
Well, I can appreciate what they're saying and what you're saying there, but at the end of the day, the chair's not come up to the standard that I went to purchase it at, and it's failed even further now. So, and your rights, as far as I'm concerned, are you can reject something under their terms and conditions, which is 9.2 of their conditions, which allows you to do so, but they just weren't interested in taking anything of what was being said about it.
Well, you're only entitled to reject goods if they are faulty. Now, SES are saying that up until this point, they have not deemed there to be any fault with the furniture.
Right, okay.
So that's the crucial part in all of this. They have said they're happy to come out now and have another look at it, because it sounds as if now there might be a fault with it, but they're saying up until this point there has been no fault with it, which is why they're not prepared to allow you to reject it. But they did say that if you don't believe them, if you don't trust their verdict, then of course you can get an independent report carried out and you can go through alternative dispute resolution.
Which I did do.
What, you went through ADR?
I went to another company. I had an independent company come out and...
And what did they conclude?
That's
the first I've heard of this.
No, I did say to you last time that we had someone else, but at the end of the day, I couldn't find the actual paperwork. Since then, the paperwork is now with us, with their report.
And what does the report state?
Hang on, I've got to see if I can find that now.
Well, what's the crux of it? Does it side with you or does it side with SES?
It don't side with anybody. It basically come up with a non-conclusion on it.
Right. Well, that's not going to help then, is it? How much did you have to pay to have that report carried out?
£48.
Right. Well, I think we'll have to wait and see what happens next Friday when they come out and have a look. Can you please, let's book you in to speak to me on the Monday. We'll find out whether they agree with you that there is now a fault with the furniture, and if there is a fault, we'll find out what they're going to do about it, and we'll have to take it from there.
Okay, Jonathan.
But at this stage, it sounds as if, as things stand at present, we can't prove that there's a fault with the furniture. SCS don't believe there is a fault with the furniture, even though you think there is. And at the moment, they are not in a position where they have to do anything until it is established there is a fault with that furniture.
Okay.
Christopher, we'll talk to you very soon.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you very much indeed. It's the JVS show. If you have a concern, he's very much into outdoor activities and cycling. And in June 2017, he bought himself a rather nice new sports watch. Well, this watch has been working perfectly up until July of this year when it went wrong.
2 years, 1 month, 11 days. Since the date of delivery, it just stopped working. I plugged it in overnight, it had been charging, and I was due to go away to Wales on a walking holiday, so I was going to use it while I was away. So off I went on holiday. I was away for kind of a week and a half, I returned on the Sunday, so it was the 4th of August. The manufacturer wasn't available at that time, so I contacted them on the 6th of August, the Tuesday.
The manufacturer, why not the retailer?
Because I thought the manufacturer might be able to run me through a series of troubleshooting procedures just to see whether it could be rebooted and restarted.
Yep.
So I did that. The outcome of that being that the watch was faulty. They said it needed replacing, but they said because the manufacturer's warranty had expired in June 2019, so just a month or so earlier, they offered me a replacement but said I would have to pay £147.50.
Well, Paul doesn't feel that this is reasonable. He doesn't see why he should have to pay that amount of money on top of what the company are offering him towards a new one to replace this watch. I've been off to have a word with the company on his behalf. Let's see what they've had to say, because Paul's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Paul.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company you purchased this watch from is a company called Wiggle.
That's right, yes.
And Wiggle have come back with this response. They say, we were made aware of the escalated customer complaint on the JVS show, and we completely understand his frustration at his watch breaking after 2 or so years. Customer service is paramount to us, and after investigating the situation, we can say with confidence that our customer service procedure was followed correctly in this instance. When the customer called, we suggested he should take up the offer of replacing or repairing his watch to the value of £147.50 provided by the manufacturer, and that it was a great offer considering the watch was no longer under warranty. Unfortunately, this did not satisfy the customer, and he asked for the CEO's contact details, which were given to him. In the emailed response, it again reiterated that we had followed company procedure, but we would like to be treating our customers fairly in all cases, and suggested that offering the offer of fixing it for £147.50 was a fair resolution. However, as a goodwill gesture from our CEO, we would also like to offer the customer a further £150 to spend with us. We hope that he is satisfied with this outcome. So I work out then that their offer now on the table is £147.50 from the manufacturer and then £150 from Wiggle themselves. How do you feel about that offer, Paul?
That sounds fantastic, Jonathan. I mean, I really, all I was expecting was £147 to pay for the cost of a replacement, but the £150 on top is a real bonus, so that's fantastic.
Have you heard anything from them yet? Because, I can ask them to give you a call and to organise to get that sorted.
No, I've not heard anything yet. The first I heard was, the phone call from you yesterday.
Fine. OK. Well, I'll drop them a line this afternoon. I'll just say that you're delighted and would happily accept that further offer on top of the £147.50 that the manufacturer has offered you. And fingers crossed you can get yourself a nice new watch without having to put very much into it at all yourself.
That is fantastic, Jonathan. I really appreciate everything you've done, you and your team.
Well, it sounds good on the face of it, and I'm going to give Wiggle this half of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your nice new watch and you confirm it's working perfectly. Although, to be honest with you, Paul, on a day like today,
I know.
Isn't it?
The weather is not good. Everything's good apart from the weather today.
It's just awful out there. I'm looking out now. I'm thinking, does my dog really need a walk today?
Yeah, I've got a dog sat looking at me, thinking she might want to go out, but it's not going to happen just yet.
No, exactly. Well, there we go. Paul, listen, we'll speak very soon. I'll let Wiggle know that you would like a call from them just to get that all sorted out, and we'll take it from there.
Lovely. That is brilliant. Thank you, Jonathan.
OK. All the best.
And, a friend of mine asked me if I could have a friend of his pay some money into my account, which I agreed to because he hasn't got a bank account. Because he wanted to send some money off to his girlfriend.
Right, hang on a second. Your friend wanted you to pay some money into his account because he doesn't have a bank account?
No, he wanted a friend of his, because my friend didn't have a bank account, his friend wanted to lend him some money. So what he did, his friend paid it into my account.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, I passed it across to him.
Oh. Right. Okay. That already sounds a bit dodgy to me.
Well,
that's raising one or two alarm bells.
We learn the hard way, don't we?
So hang on. I don't want names, obviously, but this friend of yours who said, "Can I transfer you some money for you to transfer to someone else?" Is this a friend you know well?
Yes. Well, I know him well. Yes, and.
So this friend who doesn't have... Why doesn't your friend have a bank account?
Apparently he can't get one.
Why?
I have no idea.
Right, well, already I would be saying to myself, I'm not getting involved in this, because why is my friend not allowed to have a bank account? What's going on with my friend's financial situation, and why do I want to be brought into it?
Yes, well, as I say, we all learn the hard way, don't we? And basically what's happened now is my account has been blocked by the payee's account, bank, and my bank doesn't seem to want to be doing anything to help me understand what is actually going on.
Well, I presume, the first thing that springs to mind is this just sounds like money laundering. This is the instant feeling that I get that there's some money laundering going on here. Right. So why did your friend want you to pay money to someone else? What was the money for?
It was for his girlfriend.
It was for his girlfriend?
She's abroad and she needed some money, so...
Why is she abroad?
Well, she's been staying out somewhere in Ghana for some course of some kind.
So your friend has got a girlfriend in Ghana that he wanted to send some money to.
Yes.
Right. Okay. None of this sounded a bit fishy to you.
Well, not at the time, because to say, I've known this guy for quite some time. And,
where did he meet his girlfriend in Ghana?
Well, she lives in England here, but she's out there studying some kind of course of some kind.
Right. So he met her in the UK, did he?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So, and how long has he been together with this girlfriend?
About 6 months before she went out there. It's a bit longer than that now.
Right. Okay. So your friend meets a girl in the UK from Ghana who's gone back to Ghana to study, and your friend wanted to send this girl that he's known for 6 months some money. How much money?
£200.
And he said to you, I don't have a bank account, so can I give you £200 in cash and you transfer the money to my girlfriend in Ghana?
Yeah, basically.
And as a consequence, your bank account's been frozen?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, really. So what's your bank saying to you? Because very often, I mean, the frustrating problem in situations like this where there is a suspicion of money laundering is that the banks take a long time to get to the bottom of it, and in the meantime they don't tend to tell their customers very much because they are in the middle of investigating. So have the bank given you any information at all as to what stage they're at in terms of investigating this?
None at all. None at all. All I know is they're waiting for the payee's bank to contact them, and that's as far as I can find out.
Do you think your friend might, by any chance, be the victim of a scam here?
To be honest with you, there's so many things going through my head at the moment about the whole thing.
Well, can we talk frankly? Can we be frank about it? All right. How old's your friend?
He's 35.
He's 35. And how old's his girlfriend in Ghana?
I think she's about 32.
Right. Okay. And he's definitely met her?
Yes.
Right.
Well, yes, I hope so.
Well, I hope so as well. Mm-hmm. And you have no idea why your friend doesn't have a bank account at 35?
No.
I mean, that's not normal.
Well, this is what I said to him. I said, why haven't you, and he said, I can't get one. And that's all he keeps saying.
Well, does he realise the predicament he's now put you in?
Oh, yes. Undoubtedly he does. But the person the payee who sent the money across, it's his bank that's obviously investigating it, I presume.
Hang on a minute. What do you mean, his bank?
Right. Let me start this again. Right, it's a friend of mine, and he's got a friend in I think it's Manchester, who was going to send him some money to send to his girlfriend. So the payee sent the money to my account.
So hang on a second. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at how ridiculous this is. So your friend is expecting to get the money from someone else?
Yes. Yeah.
Why is that?
Apparently, he was borrowing this money from his mate in Manchester to pay his girlfriend to get to his girlfriend, and then they were going to sort it out from there.
So he's sending his girlfriend in Ghana that he's known for 6 months money that he doesn't actually have, that he's having to borrow from a friend?
Yes.
Well, he's a bit of a wally, isn't he?
Well, I'm a bigger wally, I think.
Well, no. I mean, you may well have found yourself caught in this trap, but you don't start sending money to a girlfriend you've known for 6 months who lives in another country. You don't start sending her money that you don't have and you're having to borrow from a mate up in Manchester. I mean, you just don't do this. Why didn't the friend in Manchester send the girlfriend in Ghana the money directly? Why did you have to become involved in this?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, that's a question that I keep asking myself. Why did I do this when his friend could have sent it direct to Ghana from there? And really, I've just got no answer for that.
Right. And what does your friend have to say about why he wanted the money to come from his friend in Manchester to you, for you to then transfer to Ghana?
Well, he said it was because his girlfriend needed some money to help to get her through, and for food and what have you, and to help. Can you help me out and get it and get it so we can send it off.
Yeah, but
that's all I know.
Yes, but surely you've said, well, why couldn't your friend in Manchester just give her the money directly? Why did you need the money to be paid into my account? Why have you involved me in all of this?
I said, sorry, yes, I did say that to him, and he said, well, his friend doesn't know how to send it over to Ghana. And I said to him, well, why can't you look on the internet like I would have had to? I've had to.
So hang on a minute. So when the money came into your account from his friend in Manchester,
yes,
how did you then send it to Ghana?
By Small World.
What's that? Some kind of payment company that you can make foreign transactions with?
Yes, sorry, I should have mentioned that, yeah.
Right, so you used a third-party company to then send that money over to Ghana, and has the girlfriend received it?
Yes.
So she's got the money. How do you know she's got the money?
Because they text me and say it's been collected.
Right, by her in Ghana. But in the meantime, your bank account is completely frozen. You can't make any payments, and they're treating you as if you're involved in some kind of money laundering.
Well, that's what I'm assuming.
Well, I mean, I would imagine in some ways your bank may well be trying to protect you in all of this, Graham, because it sounds to me, and this is just my gut feeling about it, but it sounds to me as if you have become embroiled in some kind of scam. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but this sounds like a bit of a scam to me.
Yeah.
And it sounds as if somehow you've known this friend of yours who's 35. You've known him for years.
I've known him for quite some time. It's a couple of years.
Right. Well, okay. And what does he do for a living?
I think he's unemployed now at the moment.
Right. But he still thought he'd borrow money from a friend in Manchester that he doesn't have to pay a girl who he met 6 months ago in Ghana to help her with her studies.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm more than happy to try and get to the bottom of what's going on. I'm going to pass you back to my team. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word with your bank and see if they can shed any light on why they have closed your account, how long it's going to be closed for. How much money do you have in the account, Graham?
Just under £2,000.
Right, and all of that money at the moment is frozen.
Yes.
Okay.
And I did say to my I can't talk to my bank on the phone. It's all secure messages over the app or online. So I can't actually speak to them by telephone. And I did say to them that why can't you just take another £200, put it aside, and allow me to get to the rest of my money? And they say no, they can't do that.
Well, money laundering is a criminal offence.
Yes.
And the banks have a duty to report money laundering to the authorities. And as soon as a report of money laundering is reported to the authorities, the bank will be told that they must freeze the account concerned until the authorities have had the opportunity to look into it. Right. Now, that may well take a long time. But if there are concerns of money laundering, then the bank will be told that they must freeze the account. They will have a duty to everyone concerned to freeze the account. Now, you must admit, based on this story, when you take a step back from this all sounds incredibly dodgy.
Yes.
You've got money coming into an account from somewhere unknown. You've got money going out of an account over to Ghana. The whole thing would ring alarm bells with your bank in terms of what is going on here. And it may well be that they have been told by the authorities that they must freeze your account. No one is allowed access to it until it has been fully accessed by the authorities and they've been able to investigate. But I think what they need to do is to be open and honest with you and tell you what stage you're at. Because do you have direct debit set up in your account?
I did have, but they haven't been paid. So I've got a friend who's helping me out by clearing the arrears on the direct debits, and that's the way it's going at the moment.
Well, can I just ask you, Graham? I of course will do everything I can to try and get to the bottom of what's going on here. But you've got to. You don't. Can I ask how old you are, Graham?
69.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be getting involved with things like this. Mm-hmm. If people start asking you to make payments and can I pay money into your account and you pay it out, that should always ring an alarm bell. Why is this person asking me to do this? Why has a 35-year-old not got a bank account? If the 35-year-old is considered by all of the banks to be untrustworthy enough to not give him an account, why would I want to start getting financially involved with this person? It should ring alarm bells because, you know, if we do manage to get this account unlocked, I don't want you to start falling for this kind of thing again. I'm gonna pass you back to my team and we'll go and have a word and I'll see what I can find out from them, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Donovan.
All right, thank you very much. Max in Bedford texts to say he needs to be really careful. It sounds very much as if this is some kind of form of scam. Has this man contacted his friend through different ways? If they're contacting over email, his friend could have been hacked, says Max. There's certainly more to this. And any regular listeners to my programme know that I will get to... I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do. I got a dishwasher back in this January, on the 11th. And it stopped working on the 3rd of August. So I called the company up on the 4th of August, on the Sunday, and they arranged for an engineer to come out on the 7th of August. Between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m, but nobody arrived.
Hang on a second. So how much did you spend on this dishwasher?
It was £180.
Freestanding?
Yes.
Okay, fine. And so they made an appointment to come out when?
On the 7th of August.
7th, okay. But they didn't turn up?
No, they didn't.
How frustrating.
Yes, very.
Okay,
so
what happened next?
I called the company the next day. The lady was very apologetic and said they'd taken down the phone number wrong and they had tried to call me. So she said she was going to email the engineers and they would get back to me. So I waited a few days, tried to call a few times, but after waiting in the queue for 15 minutes, I was giving up. So finally got back hold of them on the 13th of August and they said again somebody would call me. And I asked, it's definitely somebody going to call me this time because I've been waiting since Thursday. And the lady just said, yeah, they should do, which didn't really fill me with much confidence. And I've still not heard anything.
You're joking?
No.
So still no one has bothered to call you back and get someone out to have a look at this?
No.
Well, how ridiculous.
I'm just a bit stuck. So I thought you was my last port of call, really.
Oh, gosh, right. Well, I'm sure I'll be able to help you out with this. I have no idea. I don't want any details that will identify the retailer, but I have no idea who they are. But I'll be very interested to go and speak to them and find out why they seem to be treating a customer who has clearly purchased a product that has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, why they're treating you so badly. What is the actual problem with the dishwasher? Is it just not turning on at all? Or does
it just won't come on or anything, no lights. I tried to change the fuse, so I was just hoping it'd be something small, but that didn't work. So,
right.
It just won't come on or anything.
Is it the first dishwasher you've ever had?
No, second. I had the last one for quite a while. So.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if I had to save any of my kitchen appliances in a fire, I think the dishwasher would be the first one I'd save.
Yeah, same for me.
Oh, I can't understand how people can't have a dishwasher.
I know, all that washing up. Oh, it's awful.
I just can't bear washing. I hate washing up everything. I put everything, even stuff that can't go in the dishwasher. I put it all in the dishwasher.
Yeah, give it a go, don't you?
I can't be bothered to do washing up. I hate washing up. Right, let's see what we can do to try and get this sorted out, because I can't bear to think of you having to stand at the kitchen sink doing all that scrubbing.
Oh, thank you. At least I get sympathy off somebody.
And me. I love my dishwasher.
I love it. Seriously, my dishwasher goes on all the time. I'm about to have a
Especially
blooming
with a teenager
They're going to fit a water meter in my house, and I'm dreading it because I know my water bills are going to go up because I put the dishwasher on all the time.
It won't stop you from dishwashering, though,
No, it will not.
No.
We're here for a very short period of time in the grand scheme of things, and I'm not going to spend the short amount of time I'm on this earth, standing at the sink with marigolds on, scrubbing.
That's also why I don't iron anything, for that exact reason.
You don't iron anything?
No.
No.
Life's too short to iron.
Oh, you slob. Oh, Tara.
I never come in and you go, oh, you're looking creasy today.
Oh, good grief. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, back to the dishwasher.
Right, Nikki, I'm going to pass you back to old creased up in there. We'll go and get some detail. We're going to have a word with that company and try and get things sorted out,
Thanks,
okay?
Jonathan. Thanks a lot.
Hang on. Do you not even iron your bedding?
No.
Oh, you put
You sound like my mother. She was iron her bedding.
You put wrinkled sheets on the bed?
They're not wrinkled.
Of course they're wrinkled.
They're not wrinkled.
Oh,
Jonathan, do you iron your reusable shopping bags, though?
No, I do fold them, though.
Oh, my
I
mother
fold
irons
them
hers.
neatly into... Your mother... she's got fabric ones.
Yeah.
I was going to say, my shopping bags are plastic, so if I
They would melt.
just melt. But I do fold them lately. But tea towels, they're ironed.
Oh.
No, I don't tend to iron socks. Sometimes a pant or two might go through. What do you mean?
There's not enough time in the world to iron all these things.
But you're not enjoying the wonderful sensation of getting into freshly washed and ironed sheets in the bed. It's lovely. It makes them feel different if you iron them.
Well, I'm not prepared
Okay,
to
I'll
try
find
it.
someone to iron them and then I'll try.
Gosh.
I'm always amazed that people can make a business out of ironing. But then, of
Yes.
course, they can, because people like you,
Yeah.
weirdly, need everything ironing.
Well, it's not weird, is it? I mean, what am I supposed to do with my Stay Creased action slacks?
Well, stay creased. Yeah, exactly. They'll stay creased.
But they still need a whiz over with the iron.
Put them between a book.
I think this is part of the problem with Britain nowadays. This country's going right down the pan because of things like this. Leave this to me, Nikki. I will go and call that company this afternoon. Now, Tina has lived in her house for the last 18.5 years, and over those years she's made all kinds of improvements to her property. Most recently, she had some new UPVC triple glazed windows installed. She had them put in February of last year, and she spent £12,500 on them. But she was saying, ever since she's had the windows put in, she's really disappointed with them.
During the summer last year, the first thing I noticed was how noisy it was, literally with the volume of traffic going past the house. Also, I can hear people talking out the front. And the other thing is when I'm sort of upstairs in the centre of the house, the volume, which I still can't get over, of the birds tweeting from all the trees outside is very, very clear. It's as if I have the windows open. So it was the noise that I first sort of realised was the issue until it got to the winter, at which point, obviously, I literally have froze the entire winter, had the heating on 2 degrees higher than I've ever had my heating on, even so that the heating provider has notified me that my heating is 1.9 degrees higher than anyone else around this local area.
Well, Tina just thinks, why on earth have I bothered? If these windows are going to actually make my house colder and more noisy, what was the point of having them put in the first place? And I'm inclined to agree with her. If that is indeed what she's experiencing in her property. The company seem to have a slightly different version of events, but Tina's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Tina.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Your argument is that the windows have been made too small for the holes.
Yes.
So, in effect, what they've done is they've made the windows too small, they've then put them into the holes in the wall, and they've then left a gap all the way around the outside, and that's what's letting the noise and the cold air through. The company, Anglian Home Improvements, seem to agree that at least one of the windows needs to be remade, but in terms of the rest of the windows, they think that some remedial work to the fitting of those windows will be sufficient. You'll recall that when I first went off to have a word with Anglian Home Improvements, they said on the 12th of March 2019 we were made aware of Tina's concerns about her windows, which were installed in November 2017. We responded to the customer's complaint the next day. We arranged for a service call and inspection of the installation on the 25th of March. The inspection found that the overall installation was within the 10mm tolerance specified by British Standard 8123-4, which is the code of practice for the survey and installation of windows and external door sets. During the inspection, some remedial works were identified by the service engineer and discussed with the customer. We're currently awaiting for the customer, blah, blah, blah. So things have continued. Now, I know that the last offer that they made, which was to send out a new team of fitters, they were going to come and refit one of the windows, remake it and refit it, and they were going to do some work on some of the other windows. But you're not happy with that because you don't feel that it's going to properly solve the issue. You think that most, if not all of the windows, need to be remade. Now, I know that last time we spoke, you were at a point where you were going to notify Anglian Home Improvements that you're now going to have your own survey carried out to assess the windows and to see which ones do fulfil the acceptable tolerances and which ones do not. Now, you've been copying me into lots of correspondence, as indeed are Anglian Home Improvements. Tina, bring us up to where we are at the moment. What's going on now?
So I notified Anglian of the actual surveyor that I have found to carry out the independent survey.
Yes.
They responded with 4 conditions, and those conditions are that the surveyor has to be fenestration, with fenestration experience, and registered, in order for them to acknowledge that he's an expert witness, which he is.
Good.
They also have requested, which I've said no, to the fact that when the survey takes place, the report does not include any of the items that Anglian have already identified. And I've said, no, I'm sorry, this is a full survey and the report will be inclusive of everything. And obviously we can highlight where there is anything that Anglian Windows have also identified, so that you can see the similarities but then any differences. The third point is that they want me to, or both parties to agree, the purpose of the survey is only to assess the sizing of the apertures and the windows to make sure they're the right size. And again, I've said no. The request I made to Anglian the whole way through this is I want a full survey from Anglian, and I want all the strips removed so you can see the gaps, and then we can assess not only the size of those gaps, but also how they've been installed, the problems that they're actually causing. If they're arguing at the moment these windows are not too small, then obviously the strips need to be removed so you can see actually what is the problem if they think the windows are not too small. So I've said no to that. It has to be a full inspection on installation as well as all the sizing. And then the last thing is they want me to agree, obviously, the actual findings of the survey, that we both agree to those findings, which, of course, that's the whole purpose of the survey. So whatever comes out of it, comes out of it, and then whatever remediation needs to take place is what has to be agreed. That's the purpose for independent survey.
Now, something very important at this stage. Have you established how much this report, this independent survey, is going to cost you?
Yes. So the chap charges £225 an hour. He believes it will take around 4 hours to conduct. Blimey. And that's if Anglian Windows agree to send one of their fitters to remove all the strips, internal and external. Now, I have literally, just before we spoke, received Anglian Windows' response, of which I'm very, very upset, to be honest, because now they're changing the terms of the agreement. So they're saying that they do not agree that it's necessary for the commission of the independent expert. However, if I wish to proceed, then they're now going to put an additional request in, and that is that I have to find somebody who is now a GGF-approved expert, which they say is, glass and glazing expert.
Federation, yeah.
Yeah. So, and And obviously they're saying that they will not send anybody now to actually undertake to take off all the strips,
Well, look, I mean, it is not really down to Anglian Home Improvements to dictate the terms. Anglian Home Improvements, of course, can put to you certain things that they would request that you do. But at the end of the day, as long as you have a survey that has been carried out by someone who has the qualifications to be able to do that survey and to conclude things properly and effectively, then whether Anglian Home Improvements are happy about that or not, I mean, it really doesn't matter, because if the worst comes to the worst, you would then sue them for recovery of the money that it has cost you to have that report carried out and for any remedial works subsequently.
Yes.
So I think as long as you are being reasonable in terms of as long as the surveyor that you've got is being reasonable, why, just out of interest though, why will it take, is that 4 hours work in total? So 4 hours including the survey and then writing up the report? He's not planning to be at your house for 4 hours, is he?
I don't know. He just said the whole thing would take 4 hours, so I assumed it's for the report as well.
Yes, I would imagine so, because I can't quite understand why he would need to be there for 4 hours.
No, although taking all these strips off, that's and that's why he's requested Anglian Windows to do that. He said that obviously, number one, he would prefer them to do it to ensure that the warranties remain in place by Anglian Windows. And number two, obviously, it will speed things up and not cost either myself or Anglian Windows so much money, because obviously he'll be able to do all these things faster. So, I want Anglian Windows to take the responsibility of removing the strips. They had agreed in their findings that all strips need to be removed because every window needs to be sealed. So obviously they've recognised that these windows are not sealed. Otherwise they wouldn't suggest that in the remedial works. So they need to do this anyway, and that's why I'd like the fitter from Anglian Windows to remove the strips.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine if it was left to your surveyor to do that, that's going to take some time, which will obviously put up his bill.
Yes.
And as we have talked about throughout all of this, if this could go one of two ways as a consequence of the survey. At the moment, the surveyor has not seen the job that Anglian Windows have done.
No.
Now, it may well be that surveyor will turn up and will disappoint you hugely.
And that could happen, absolutely.
Because he may well turn up and have a look at the job. He may well look at the way that it's been fitted and say, I think this is acceptable. I think that you're being fussy. At which point you then have wasted £900
exactly
by having him out there and writing this survey. But on the flip side to that, it may well be that he comes out and conclusively says that this installation is not up to scratch. He's able to outline exactly all of the problems with it, and then Anglian Windows will be in a position where they are responsible for putting everything right, or certainly covering the cost of putting everything right, and you will also be perfectly within your rights to expect them to pay the £900 that it has cost you to prove your case.
I think my issue right now with why I'd like to move forward with the independent survey is every time I've had somebody from Anglian Windows either on the phone or attend my property, they've told me something different every single time, whether it's about, the size of the gaps or how the double glazing works, it's always been a different story. And now they're suggesting, okay, they will remove all the strips and they will fill all the gaps, and there's only one window, which is too small, even though I dispute that, because two other windows you visually can see outside that they're too small. But I just feel right now, because I was asked, would I just allow Anglian Windows to come and do two windows to see if it makes a difference? Well, I don't want to see if it makes a difference. I want these sorted out properly for once and for all.
Yeah.
Because it's getting near winter, I'm getting extremely nervous, and I do not want to go through this.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and have a word with them this afternoon, and I will ask why they seem to be moving the goalposts again for who does this survey. You've already got someone lined up to do it.
Yeah.
He seems to be qualified. Certainly his qualifications fulfil their previous requirements. Why are they now asking you that he is also a member of the Glass and Glazing Federation as well? I don't quite understand why that would be necessary for someone to make a judgment on whether windows have been fitted properly or not. Let me go and put that to them. And she placed an order for a lovely summer house. And unfortunately, this is where the good news ends.
The delivery was like something out of a cartoon, a comedy. The driver arrived and my shed pieces, what I can only describe as chucked in the back of a van, they were clonking against all the other customers' sheds. And I had two professional men say it's the worst shed they've ever put up because nothing was aligned and there was lumps missing, there was cut-out bits missing, it wasn't mitered. The front of it, which is windowed, it's got 3 windows on it and the bits are falling off already. My tradesmen had to use their own nails because they said the nails that were sent were inferior quality.
Well, Tracy's very upset with this summer house. She says it has now been put up in her garden, but it's not the quality really that she was hoping for at all, and she's rather aggrieved that having spent all of this money, she's left with a summer house that looks somewhat shoddy. Well, I promised her I would contact the company on her behalf and try and get an explanation from them. To be honest with you, it's been like pulling teeth, and I'll explain why. Tracy's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Tracy.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Tracy, how on earth did you come across this company on the internet?
Through a Google search.
Oh, right. Well, you see, I went on to the company's website. The company's website is www.gardenbuildingsdirect.co.uk.
That's correct, yep.
Yeah, so I went onto their website, and there is a section on the website that suggests that if you are a member of the press and you need to speak to them, that they have someone in their press office who is able to deal with it. So I contacted her and had no response. Contacted her again. No response. I tried calling to explain that I wasn't getting any response and I was promised that someone would call me back. No response. In the end, I finally did receive a response from someone at the parent company because it would appear that gardenbuildingsdirect.co.uk is part of a company called Kybotech. Kybotech appear to be based in Worksop. And the response I received was as follows. They said, "Dear Jonathan, we are sorry that you've not received a reply to your email. The lady that you've been contacting is no longer with the company. Can you confirm where you found this email address?" Well, from your own website, that's where. If you haven't updated your website to accurately have the contact details of whoever deals with press inquiries, that's your fault, not mine. And I should just point out, Tracy, I've just checked, and she's still listed as the person you contact. They then went on to say, "We have been in contact with Tracy for some further details. The photographs received are of the rough sawn timber used on the framing of the building. At the moment, we cannot investigate this until we have received some further information." So what have they said to you since my contact to them?
They sent me an email but just said, could I send them a photograph of the shed from a distance, which I haven't done yet.
Right.
But they didn't say this was in connection with anything. They dealt with it as a new complaint, so I don't think they hand over to each other. I think there's so many customer service agents that I think that every time I send it back, they don't connect it to the right person.
Well, I have no idea. So they've now requested a photograph of the building from a distance.
Yes.
Well, I don't quite understand why they'd want it from a distance. Is that just to get a view as to whether, generally, if you're standing far away from this, the shed looks okay?
I've no idea.
Well, I mean, how far away are you supposed to stand for it to look okay? In the next town?
Exactly, and the whole thing was, Jonathan, it was all the holes everywhere, wasn't it? It was not, they'd not even mentioned the holes everywhere and the gaps in the door and all the other I sent at least 10 photographs to them, which I know you've seen copies of.
Right, well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do.
Yes.
I would like you to respond. Is the email that you've had, I don't want any names on air, but the email that you've received, is it from the customer care manager at Kybotech?
It is from Kybotech, yes.
But is it from the customer care manager?
I don't know. Would you like me to quickly look?
No, don't worry about it. What I'll do is I'll give you a bell after the programme.
Yeah.
And what I'd like you to do is to email her. Email her a photograph of the summer house, from a reasonable distance, just to show how it looks from a distance. But then I think what you then need to say is, when you look closely at the shed, you will see the problems, the significant problems that still exist, i.e. warped wood, door that doesn't fit properly, gaps, etc. Please see photographs. And I would look forward to hearing your responses to the quality of this product. And what I would like you to do is to copy me into that email.
Yes.
So that I can try and oversee them communicating with you. I'm not saying it's going to be easy because, as I say, it's been like pulling teeth trying to get any kind of response from them whatsoever. And even after my email back to them, where I pointed out that the contact details on their website were wrong, they've not acknowledged that. They've not changed the website, so I have no idea whether you're actually going to get any kind of decent response from this company or not. And I would just urge everybody listening to the programme, just be very careful. There are times when we can all go onto the internet and look for new garden furniture, garden sheds, barbecues, this, that and the next thing. And we can find some company selling it cheaper than our good local garden centre can in our town or near our town. And we can think, well, let's get it from there instead. Always do your homework. Make sure that you're buying from a company that has lots of happy customers and has a very good reputation. Because otherwise you can find that you're buying from a company that, if you have problems with it, are a nightmare to deal with. And certainly at the moment it would...
Company is.
Say again?
As this company is.
Well,
John.
as you have found them to be, and as I have also found them to be, since my attempts to contact them began some time ago. It was back in July when I started making contact with this company, and here we are, 15th of August, and still things haven't been sorted. But look, let's get the email sent over and let's take it from there, okay?
Yes.
Sofas for his living room. Well, he was very pleased with them. But after a while, he noticed they weren't quite as comfortable as they used to be.
It was sinking definitely in one corner. We'd already realised. Then we started to realise in two other corners it was actually sinking, and your bottom was sitting lower than your knees, sort of thing. You're sinking down into the seat. The same guy came out who fixed it, and he said the cushions, these three cushions, have sunk. The settee's sunk in these three corners. He said it's a recliner, and that's what happens to recliners. I said not in 2 years, surely. And he said, well, I know, he said, what they'll say is it's £50 a cushion and we'll fit them for free. Now, maybe what my question is, am I being unreasonable to not say, OK, we'll pay the £150 for the cushions if they fit them free?
Well, Steve has only had this sofa for 2 years, and he really feels as if the cushions have lost their support in an unreasonable amount of time. I promised him that I would contact the company to see what I could persuade them to do. Let's find out what they've responded with. Steve's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Steve.
Morning.
Morning. So the company concerned is DFS.
That's right.
And we've had a response from them. They say, at DFS, we take customer complaints extremely seriously. When Steve contacted his local store to inform them of the issue, we sent an experienced service upholsterer to examine Steve's sofa. Upon completion of the visit, we explained to Steve that the sofa was not faulty, but had naturally softened in line with 3 years of use. While the product was not faulty, as a gesture of goodwill, Steve has been offered replacement cushion fillings at cost price and free of charge labour for the fitting. We have also offered to send our quality manager for a second opinion. So have they been in touch with you about sending this quality manager out to have a look?
They have, yeah, but I wanted to speak to you first. They come in later on today.
Oh, right, OK.
Oh, somebody's coming out later on today. They rang earlier in the week, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and said someone could come round, but we was actually going out anyway. And they said, oh, he lives quite local to you, so it won't take a minute to pop round. I said, well, you've already sent somebody round once that's looked at it, and she said, oh, we would like to have another look at it.
Well,
but,
I don't.
Speak to you before
I don't think it's in any way problematic. In fact, I think it's a positive thing that they want to send someone else out just to give a second opinion on it, and I presume that they are doing so in an honourable way because they want to just double check, just to make sure that their suggested solution to you is fair and reasonable. I think
this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it will be down to you to explain to whoever it comes out and to ask them just to demonstrate to you why they feel the loss of support from those cushions is reasonable. Because, I mean, you said to me that it's very extreme, the amount of support that you've lost in those cushions. So you're sinking all the way down into it.
No, you're not sitting on the floor, but you're sinking a long way down. And I say my point would have been that we'd had a recliner before that I sold to somebody at work. She's still using it, and it's still perfectly good. It was just, my wife just fancied changing the suite.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's not leather; it's suede. Sorry, I got my wrist slapped. It's a suede suite, apparently. So.
Okay. Well, the way that they will judge it is normally to sit nice and firmly at the back of the suite where you should have your bottom. So on the bottom cushion, they will sit there, and what they will do is they will measure the drop between the cushion that they're sitting on and the next cushion. And if they're doing it properly, there is a level of tolerance that they will suggest is reasonable and a level of tolerance that there isn't, that is not reasonable. So if it goes down too low, if that gap that opens up is too big, then at that point they will say, okay, this is unreasonable, the amount this is sunk down. So would you say that gap between the sofa you're sitting on, the cushion you're sitting on, and the cushion next to you, is that quite big?
Yeah, it's big enough to be a problem. It gives me backache. I can't sit on the three corners now. They've all sunk so badly. I mean, as I say, you're not on the floor, but it is low enough to give you backache.
Yeah.
And, the three-seater has got like a normal not recliner in the middle of it, if you follow what I mean. And that sits lovely and high. I can sit on that fine. But that's how they all were at one time. But now the corners have sunk. And I think a reasonable person would say that is not really acceptable. I can't sit on that settee anymore. If they don't do something about it, and if I wasn't prepared to, if I have to, I'll pay the 150. But I'd have to throw it away because it's just too damned uncomfortable. I mean, the one that went first is really uncomfortable. I just can't sit in that. You have to put a cushion underneath you or something.
Well, do you know what I think I would also be inclined to ask them when they come out to have a look this afternoon? Ask them to show you the inside of the furniture. Ask them to show you the structure of the furniture and what the frame is made of.
I'll probably be shocked, won't I?
Well, you might be. I don't know what the furniture is like. But, as I've mentioned on my programme before, some furniture that can look really super in the showroom, when you actually look at what it's made out of, you'd be pretty horrified because it does look like a whole load of old pallets all banged together with some foam glued to the top of it, and then they put nice leather or nice fabric over. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case with this sofa, but I think I would certainly be inclined to say to the person, my concern is that this is more than just a cushion that has softened. There is something structural underneath that has given way, and is therefore that's why it's no longer giving the support, and that's why it's so uncomfortable. Can you show me what is underneath this cushion? Because I'd like to see it. It's a perfectly reasonable thing for you to request, and if they are nervous about showing you that, I would ask why. Yeah. So, well, let's wait and see what happens this afternoon. Shall we have a catch-up tomorrow and find out what needs to happen, and if they're going to get things sorted, or if indeed I need to go and have another conversation with them?
That'd be brilliant. Yeah, I'll see what he says this afternoon.
Good luck, Steve. I'll speak to you soon.
Tackling your consumer problems. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now to Marion. Marion travels into London quite a lot, and she has a disability. So she parks in disabled bays at her local train station. Well, she's been doing this for a number of years. But ever since a new management company has taken over control of the car park, she said she's been receiving fines. She's now appealing her 5th fine this year. And she's had enough of it. She's absolutely had enough of it. Well, I promised Marion I would try and get things sorted out. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Marion.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, you will recall when I went to have a word with the company, that they came back with this response. They are Govia Thameslink Railway. They said, since the introduction of automatic number plate recognition systems at many of our car parks, blue badge holders need to register their vehicle to an account. Then, each time they park, they should enter the location code and send their registration number by text. Marion has not registered her vehicle, although it appears that she has called on one occasion but did not send her vehicle number to validate the parking. When it became apparent that she was having difficulty registering, she was sent a letter with instructions, and 4 penalty notices were cancelled. Since then, she has incurred a further notice. As the letter explained, registration can be done for her if she calls the number given, or if she prefers, a parking manager can contact her to help. Fine. Well, that was reasonable, wasn't it? They seem to suggest that there was a procedure that they recognised for whatever reason you were not getting the hang of. So they were more than happy to run through it with you and to get you all set up so that this stopped being an issue. And indeed, last time you and I spoke, you'd spoken to someone from the parking company and they'd run through it with you and you were much clearer, weren't you, in terms of what needed to be done?
Yes.
But there was one outstanding and frustrating issue. You said that you had received a notification from the private parking company who are operating this car park for Govia Thameslink, and they had said that they were rejecting your last appeal. They felt as if they had been lenient enough with you. You'd had enough opportunities to get your head around how to get your car properly parked in this car park to comply with the terms and conditions that they had set out. And because you'd failed to do it on so many occasions, now they were going to fine you.
Yes.
Well, that seemed a bit smelly, Marion, really, didn't it? Because the previous response from them had given the impression that they were very, very keen on trying to make you a happy person. So I went back to them again, and they have come back with this response. Jonathan, with further apologies for the delay, I can confirm that the outstanding penalty notice issued to Marion has been cancelled.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay?
I can't believe it.
You're free.
That's fantastic.
Okay, so...
Yes, thanks ever so much. I just can't believe it.
Well, hopefully that's now an end to it. Hopefully you won't hear any more from them. If you do, of course, come straight back to me, because I've got this all on file.
Yes.
But hopefully now that's an end to it. You now know how to use the car park without getting a fine, and hopefully no more problems.
Oh, well, I'm so grateful, Jonathan. Thanks ever so much.
Names, please.
Okay, that's fine. So I got married in May.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We put the deposit down on our venue in 2017, so we've been planning for quite a while. When it comes down to planning, we were quite happy to pay for a barbecue package that the venue offered. It gave all the usual canapes, wedding breakfast, evening buffet, decorations and what have you, and we paid a little bit extra for some extra decorations that they offered.
I like the idea of a barbecue package.
Yeah, we thought we had fussy guests. It would be easier to do that. It'd be nice and easy.
Did you say fussy or fatty?
Fussy.
I'm still not quite sure. Fussy, yeah?
Yeah, fussy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the barbecue package, so what does that mean? Your guests would choose what they wanted to be barbecued for them, like a burger or a sausage or something like that?
Yeah, well, sort of. They had sort of like a buffet of barbecue food. So it was your usual chicken, burgers, sausages, chips, salads and things like that.
Lovely. Perfect.
Yeah, so nice and easy, so we thought. So we asked for a trial meal when we initially started planning, and we were told that because it was a barbecue package, they don't actually do trials.
Okay. They weren't prepared to fire up the old Barbie just for the two of you?
No, not at all. So having eaten there before, we knew their food was good, so we just sort of accepted that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the day came around. So when my husband actually got there in the morning, so about half an hour before the guests were due to arrive, he went into the toilets and found vomit all over the toilets from something they'd had the night before.
Hang on, there was vomit all over the toilets?
In the toilets, the main toilets that we used for our day. So they did clear that up once it was asked of them, 30 minutes before the guests were due to arrive.
Okay.
But as you can imagine, the smell sort of lingered around all day, which wasn't nice.
Well, didn't they have any air freshener or something? Bit of bleach? Or...
No idea. I don't know what happened. I wasn't aware of this until after, but the wedding party and a few guests and that had mentioned it.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously the venue, they can't help it that someone threw up in there the night before, but they should have really cleaned it before it became apparent to your husband. And
exactly.
I would have thought it's not beyond the realms of possibility for them to clean it in a way that the toilets no longer smell of sick.
Yeah, exactly. So that was just sort of the first thing that we thought, oh, that's it, and we can sort of deal with that. But it came to the ceremony where the music had been given to them previously. That wasn't actually played in the right places where we'd asked them to have it. And then it got to when I came in and the registrars began to speak and the music was still playing, so our guests couldn't actually hear them.
Right. So hang on a second. So you appear at the end of the aisle to walk down the aisle.
Yeah, I'm sort of walking down. I get to my husband. And
what music were you walking down to?
Benny King, Stand By Me.
Right. And so you get to the front and they didn't fade the music down, so
no.
all the speech was drowned out by Benny King, Stand By Me.
Yeah, which is a fabulous song, but it's a little bit off-putting.
But didn't the person...
You're already nervous.
But didn't the person conducting the wedding, rather, didn't they kind of say, can we turn the music down now?
Eventually, yeah. But not for a good... minute or so, which is obviously quite a long time when you're sort of waiting for something.
Right.
So yeah, then the ceremony is sort of going ahead. I come to walk out, and they again play the wrong song that I've asked for.
What did they play when you walked out?
I can't remember what the song was that they played, but I asked for Jack Johnson, Better Together, and that definitely wasn't played. Until I've actually got a video of myself saying, this is the wrong song, and then they change it. So all the videos that I have got have sort of been...
So it was a bit amateurish, really.
Yeah, so obviously if it was just those little bits, it would have been fine. But then we came to the wedding breakfast, which again obviously was a barbecue.
Yes.
I might add that I had 17 children attend the day of my wedding, or of all ages. When the food arrived at the table for me and my husband, we looked at the food, his food in particular because I'm vegetarian, and the chicken and the burger, they just didn't look cooked. The burger was pink. The chicken, they tried to tell us when we said that we weren't happy with it, was a vein. But other parts of the chicken they just looked pink. It wasn't. To us, it didn't look to what we'd had previously while we've been there.
Right. What cut of chicken did you have?
He had a leg.
Right.
But there was one part that he cut into, which it may have been a vein. I'm not sure now to the day, but in other parts of the chicken, it didn't look cooked. And then we asked them to actually take that away and not serve the guests for a minute, just while we were sorting this out. They did continue to do so, and then our guests began to turn to us and say, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I don't think this is cooked. I don't want to complain because it's your day and what have you."
Oh dear.
So yeah, and most of the parents of the children actually said, "Oh, don't eat that. Just have the chips and the rice or what have you."
How embarrassing.
Very, and it really wasn't nice to have to deal with.
The only thing I would say is, I mean, I've done, because I've got a new barbecue and I'm obsessed with it, to be honest with you, Stacey. I'm barbecuing left, right and centre. And I did buy some chicken thighs the other day that had a marinade, kind of Chinese marinade on them, and I did those. And because the marinade had soaked all the way through into the meat, the meat inside was quite pink, even though they were fully cooked. Because
it didn't have any marinade on it.
There's no marinade. Okay, fine.
No, it was just chicken, just sort of seasoned chicken.
Okay, so they tried to serve you raw chicken then, or certainly chicken that had not been properly cooked.
Yeah, that's what we sort of said on the day. So we said to them, like, please don't serve that. Please can you continue to serve the chips and the rice and the salad and things, just so that the rest of the guests were eating at least something. And we had paid for those, so they may as well have used them. We went out into the main part of the venue, and our wedding coordinator was there, and she could see how upset we were, and she actually herself began to cry and said, I'm so sorry, this has never happened before. She's never had to deal with anything like this. She's really sorry.
Did she accept that things were going wrong on your wedding? Is that why she was crying?
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Right.
So, we thought it would be sort of an easy, after the wedding, be nice and easy to sort out and what have you.
Well, surely you wanted them to sort it out there and then on the wedding day.
Well, yeah, obviously, but for after, to sort of help us. So we had a good thing to say about the venue, just something that we could come to an arrangement of some sort. I don't know, a discount, a refund even, somewhere, or just the acknowledgement that actually it didn't go to plan.
Okay, so how much had you paid to this venue in total?
In total, just short of £10,000.
So £10,000.
Yeah.
And when you complained to them afterwards about the whole host of problems, the fact that the toilets had sick in them, they mucked up the ceremony by playing the wrong music at the wrong time and drowning you out. Then they tried to serve you up with raw chicken. What were you asking for out of the £10,000?
We didn't actually say a price. I sent them a 4-page letter of all our complaints, because not only did all that happen, our wedding guests arrived in the evening and we'd practiced a dance, and they actually played the wrong music to a dance that we'd practiced. So there was so many things.
What were you supposed to be dancing to?
It was The Temptations' My Girl.
Right. What did they play?
They played it, but they played the instrumental version, and we actually learnt to the version with all the words, so we knew where we were at what point in the song and what have you.
Oh. So they played a kind of karaoke version?
Yeah.
Right.
So, so when I sent the 4-page letter, I just outlined every complaint that we had and just sort of said how disappointed we were. We just wanted them to sort of see what they came back with. We gave them the offer to come back to us with something.
Okay, and what have they said to you in response?
Absolutely nothing.
What, they've ignored you?
They've completely ignored us.
Are you sure they received the letter?
I've had it signed, sealed, delivered, and I've got proof of signature from...
And when did you send it to them?
This was in June.
And they still haven't responded?
No, nothing.
Well, that's appalling. I mean, the least that they could do really is just to address your complaint and to respond to it.
Exactly. But, I mean, even the day after the wedding, we actually received an email, an hour after we'd actually been to the venue to collect our belongings from the day, the table planning, etc. An email from them to say that they had complaints from some guests that they were feeling unwell, and that they believed there was people drinking their own alcohol. I've asked for proof of this because they had door staff on. They again have not replied to this. They've not responded with anything.
Ah, right. So this is quite useful for me to know now. So are they likely to give me a different version of events? Are they likely to suggest to me that your wedding party were a bit of a nightmare?
I mean, I hope not, but it's very possible.
Right. Because
I mean,
for them to have written to you to accuse you of having guests at your wedding that were bringing their own alcohol, are they suggesting that the guests were so drunk they were making themselves sick?
I don't believe so, no. I think they were just saying that their staff had seen one person and that they'd spoken to our best man about the situation. We've actually spoke to him, and they said that they spoke to him multiple times. He's adamant that it was once, and that it was sorted there and then. It was, found that there was no one to be drinking.
Well, hang on a second. So are you saying then that the best man accepted that people had brought their own drink?
No, he said to them, I'll help you find out what was going on. And he actually assisted them in trying to find this person they thought was drinking.
Right.
And when he said to them, can you please point out who it was, they couldn't. They couldn't see the person they were trying to say.
Well, it seems a very odd thing to allege, doesn't it?
Yeah, really, really odd. And it just, the day after, because they'd had complaints, me and my husband just felt like it was sort of an attack on us to sort of try and get out of what they'd already messed up the day before.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, the long and short of it is they still owe you a response to your letter. Yeah. And even if they want to also get off their chest one or two concerns that they have, they should have used that letter as an opportunity to do that rather than just ignoring you. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara, who didn't invite me to her wedding, but I'm not bitter.
I didn't really know you back then.
How long ago was it?
Oh, 17 years.
No, that's true. I didn't know you, so you're forgiven. But we can get some detail, and we'll go and have a word and see what we can find out. Okay. Stacey, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now, and we'll get some detail, okay? Do you remember Steve? Steve was telling me he purchased 2 new recliner sofas for his living room. He was very pleased with them. But after a while, he noticed that they weren't as comfortable as they used to be.
It was sinking definitely in one corner. We'd already realised. Then we started to realise in 2 other corners it was actually sinking, and your bottom was sitting lower than your knees, sort of thing. You're sinking down into the seat. The same guy came out who fixed it, and he said the cushions, these 3 cushions have sunk. The settee's sunk in these 3 corners. He said it's a recliner, and that's what happens to recliners. I said not in 2 years, surely. And he said, well, I know, he said, what they'll say is it's £50 a cushion and we'll fit them for free. Now, maybe what my question is, am I being unreasonable to not say, OK, we'll pay the £150 for the cushions if they fit them free?
Well, it all depends really on whether the cushions have, as the company has alleged to me, behaved in a normal way considering usage and they have just naturally softened, or whether, as Steve feels, the sofas have actually collapsed in some way. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Steve.
Morning.
Good morning. So, you will recall that when I went off to have a word with the company, they are DFS, they said, we take customer complaints extremely seriously. When Steve contacted his local store to inform them of the issue, we sent an experienced service upholsterer to examine Steve's sofa. Upon completion of the visit, we explained to Steve that the sofa was not faulty, but had naturally softened in line with 3 years of use. While the product was not faulty as a gesture of goodwill, he was offered replacement cushion fillings at cost price and free of charge labour for the fitting. We've also offered to send our quality manager for a second opinion. Now, if my memory serves me correct, the quality manager was due to go out yesterday. Did he turn up, Steve?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And what did he say? You don't sound very happy.
No, it's fine. I'm a bit miffed that they say this is normal usage after 3 years, because it's still not 3 years even yet.
Yeah, quite.
But anyway, no, they sent out their head of quality from their head office, apparently. Very nice, very polite chap. Mm-hmm. And he did give it a good thorough once over, because I didn't have to ask him if I could look inside. I helped him drag them out, and he turned them over and had a good look inside, took photographs, took measurements, and it was very thorough. And he said...
what was just out of interest, when you looked at the inside, did it all look good and stable and strong?
To be honest, it wasn't as bad as I thought it could be. I mean, there's not a lot to a suite, really, is there? But it was pretty good quality, I suppose. It didn't look too shabby.
Okay, fine.
I mean, where it was, I suppose, where bits were stapled on was literally what you'd staple a piece of paper with. It looked like, that looked a bit sort of cheap, but the actual structure didn't look too sort of poorly made. Mm-hmm. But he said he felt that it was more than just the cushions, and he thinks it may be a structural problem.
Ah.
And he said he'll personally look into it, and he took photographs, measurements, and he agreed totally that it had sunk in those three corners.
Right.
And he said, I think it's not so much the cushions. He said, I think there was a structural problem in here. And he said, leave it with me, he said, and I'll look into it personally, and I'll get back to you. He said, it might take a little while, he said, but bear with me, he said, because I'll sort this out personally.
Right, well, that all sounds very positive, doesn't it?
Well, it does. It sounds good, doesn't it? We'll see what they come back with.
Well, quite. But having given you the impression that actually this is not just about cushions, this is about something structural with the sofa, it would be very odd if they then suddenly came back to you and said, oh, no, actually, we don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, that would be a complete change of direction, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah,
well, I tell you what I will do. I will just go back to DFS and I will say you and I have had the conversation and you're pleased and you feel relieved that the member of staff seems to recognise that there is a more fundamental problem with this furniture than just the cushions having naturally softened, and that you're obviously very anxious to hear what they're going to do to resolve the problem. I mean, did he give you any indication as to whether his idea of a solution was likely to be a repair or a replacement?
No, he didn't really. He was very thorough, and he said it's not just the cushions here that's the problem. He said there's something structurally not right. So he said, and he took these photographs, and he was just totally thorough. I can't fault him there. And he didn't rush it. He was polite. He was courteous. So what more can you ask for? And I'm just hoping that that they find what the fault is and sort it all out.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll drop them that line. I'll let you know if I hear anything. And can you do the same?
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant. I can't thank you enough. You've really, what's been an absolute nightmare year is suddenly seeing the light at the end of the tunnel again.
It was Jackie's husband's 70th birthday. As a special treat, their daughter decided to book them a 4-night package holiday to Las Vegas. Well, the trip was booked for the start of November of this year, and it cost just over £2,200 for Jackie, her husband, her daughter, and her daughter's partner. Well, she paid a deposit of £558 and received a confirmation of the holiday. However, Jackie's daughter now has a pretty big problem.
Her dad's birthday came and went on the 26th of July, and then she split up with her partner 2 weeks later.
Oh, no.
Yeah, things hadn't been going brilliantly for a while, and I think it sort of all came to a head, and I think she decided that she couldn't carry on like this anymore. So they actually split up, and he's gone now. So we have this spare place. So she tried to cancel this one place. She called customer service on the 7th of August. It was a 10-minute call, and she asked to cancel one place because she thought she could because she'd only paid the deposit. And the lady said, no, you can't.
Well, Jackie's daughter has contacted the holiday company to see if she can take a family friend instead, or another member of the family, and just change the name. But the company said that that's not going to be possible, not without having to pay an awful lot of money. Well, Jackie is very unhappy about this. She asked if there was anything we could try and do to get things sorted out. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right, now I know Tara has been speaking to... Well, I know you've been in contact with two companies. You've been in contact with the booking company that the holiday was booked through, and also I think you're in touch with the airline as well. What's going on? What have you managed to find out, Tara?
That is correct, Jonathan. And the first company I did contact was the booking company, and I do have a statement from them. And we talked about the name change issue that obviously Jackie's daughter wanted to be able to do to make this as simple as possible. Because in theory, the holiday is some time away. She thought we've got time to sort this out.
Yeah.
The company says name change is quite a frequent request in the travel industry. At lastminute.com, the company that she booked through, we always advise our customers to be extremely cautious when doing a booking, as the airline procedures are quite strict. It is important to note that in regards to flight booking changes, customers are subject to the rules and policies of the individual airlines.
Okay.
To which we are also bound as the online travel agent. As such, amendments, rules and policies will differ from airline to airline. As requested by the customer, we contacted the airline. However, unfortunately, due to the rules and policies which applied to the booking, the airline is unable to amend the name on the ticket. It was at that stage that I got in touch with the airline, and before I did, I had a look at their terms and conditions. And it was quite clear, looking at those terms and conditions, that they do not change the name of seats. So I said to them, given that there were difficult circumstances associated with the request as to why this needed to be changed, that I hope they might be able to help Jackie's daughter in some way, and whether or not it was possible that they could see their way to allowing her a refund, enabling her to rebook the ticket in a new name.
More of a goodwill gesture, really.
More of a goodwill gesture, absolutely. Yeah. That was what I was sort of hoping for. I got a response back from this particular airline, which started, thanks for reaching out to this particular airline's media relations team. A very lovely email. We have looked into the booking, and as stated in the fare rules, a named passenger cannot be transferred to another passenger, I'm afraid. And I've looked at lots of sites that link to this airline, and they all say categorically they do not do that. However, they did ask their customer relations team to look into it, and they have advised the customer, so Jackie's daughter, to speak to the agent, so to go back to lastminute.com that she made the booking with. They can advise lastminute.com that what type of ticket has been booked and whether or not it's changeable. And if changes are permitted, the customer could ask to divide the booking. Now, this was something we didn't really discuss with Jackie when she first came on, and that would mean, really, that both individuals, Jackie's daughter and her former partner, could travel on separate dates within a year of the ticket being issued, but charge fees would probably apply, and that these changes would have to be made by lastminute.com at their discretion, as they own the reservation, not the airline. So you can see why Jackie came to us originally saying, well, it seems as though they've passed it on to them and they've passed it back to them and we don't seem to be getting anywhere. So I did go back to them. I went back to lastminute.com and I said, look, many thanks for your response, but I've been in touch with the airline, and although they confirmed that you can't change the name, they have made that following suggestion that I've just read out to you. And I said, is that something that you might be able to offer Jackie's daughter? And if not, as the ticket name can't be changed and Last Minute own the reservation, is it possible that they could cancel the one ticket and get a refund? Now, that's where I left it with them, and then I got an email response, and in a nutshell, it says that they don't normally do that kind of thing.
Oh, hang on, I'm starting to feel a bit positive.
Well, don't yet.
Oh.
They don't normally do that kind of thing, but they were going to contact the customer and go through what could be done. So That's where we are at the moment.
So have you heard anything, Jackie?
No, I haven't, and I don't think my daughter has either as yet. She's just outside the car. We're actually sitting in a car park in Mumbles, overlooking a grey sea at the moment. She's outside. She's actually listening on headphones, and I can't see any response, so it doesn't look as though she has heard anything yet.
No.
Well, it was that response that I got from Last Minute yesterday, just before midday.
I guess, I mean, okay, let's just manage everyone's expectations then. So I think we need to work on the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is that they are going to turn around to you and say, no, sorry, nothing that we can do. The holiday, the flights were sold, the terms and conditions there, you can't go changing names, and the circumstances in which the name change is necessary do not fall into any kind of exceptional circumstances that maybe they would offer, for example, if someone had died. But it sounds as if there is the potential for the door to be slightly open to them trying to do something to help. You know, they're not closing the door, are they? Unless that last response to us was just procrastination, it sounds as if they are, you know, the fact they don't normally do this, but they will contact you, suggests to me that they might be open to the idea of trying to do something.
Yeah, well, my daughter has been, sorry, I was just going to say, my daughter's been using them for the last 10 years, so she is a good customer. And she said, even a voucher or a credit on her account would be okay because she uses this company all the time.
Well, they have said, as of just before midday yesterday, that they will speak to your daughter and go through the options. But I suppose what they're doing at the moment, if they've been slightly delayed, they need to look at what options are acceptable to them as well.
Yeah, well, I just wonder whether it might be worth getting in touch with them now and just responding to them to say, we've obviously spoken to Jackie, and Jackie's daughter absolutely understands the predicament. However, it should be noted, Jackie's daughter is a very loyal customer of lastminute.com. She's used your company for the last 10 years. She said that she would be very happy to accept a voucher instead of a refund or cancellation. Is that something that they could possibly facilitate? Why don't we put the ball in their court and give them that option of doing the goodwill gesture for a loyal customer?
If she could get a refund on it, that would be option number one. That would be absolutely amazing. That's what.
Yeah, but I think the chances are very slim.
I think one of the difficulties is that it's a package, and they have to look at splitting the package, which is difficult for them.
Yes, I mean, the other thing that is worth bearing in mind as well is sometimes there will be a single supplement charge for a hotel.
Yeah.
Now,
yes.
I don't know whether this will have a knock-on impact in terms of the accommodation in Las Vegas as well, if your daughter's going to be there on her own.
The hotel, that's the weird thing. The hotel, there's been no mention of that. I mean, it's just 2 rooms booked.
Yeah.
Boom. And I suspect that's part of the package. But the interesting thing is that Last Minute must use this airline a lot. And if you read through their terms and conditions, there's nothing that categorically states that if you are going to make this booking with this airline, you cannot change the name. Basically, the booking company knows that this airline won't change their bookings should they be put in this situation.
No, but I think the terms and conditions you're referring to are the terms and conditions where lastminute.com will advise you that it's down to the individual airline, and you should consult with them and read their terms and conditions. And I know Tara has done that, and it is very clear on the airline's terms and conditions that they do state that they will not allow name changes on tickets.
Absolutely.
So
that's quite clear in their T's and C's.
I know there is a desire, Jackie, to try and find a way of, finding things that weren't expressly written in the terms and conditions. I don't think that's going to work. I think this is purely down to some goodwill. Look, how do you want us to play this? We can either go to them and put that suggestion in their mind about a voucher instead and play the loyalty card.
Yes.
Or we can just wait and see what they come back to your daughter with. I mean, it's up to you what you want us to do.
Well, she's talking about taking another holiday later in the year. I mean, if they could sort of cancel the place, that would probably be the best. But if they say categorically no, maybe then go for the voucher or the loyalty thing.
Yeah, yes, Jackie, but we're not in a position of power here.
Yes, difficult to pick and choose.
This is not a negotiation of two equal sides. You're in a position where the company don't have to do anything at all. They can simply turn around to you and say, sorry, but you got that price based on the terms of this ticket at the time. Can't change the name. Sorry. End of story.
Right. I've just been hand signalled from outside the car, and she said, "Go for the voucher, anything." She said, "Anything that they can do whatsoever."
I think the chances of them offering you a refund are next to nothing. But I think there might be an opportunity where they may look at some kind of goodwill gesture based on the fact that they're not closing the door in that statement to us. And let's see what they have to say.
As I say, she has been a loyal customer for a long time. She's always going off on holidays with them, and it's always the first place she goes to for a bargain holiday. So,
we'll try that. We'll try and push that one, but there's no guarantee, Jackie. Someone has texted in here. Ask the boyfriend to pay.
Big joke. He's gone. Oh dear, no. He never had any money anyway. And originally, she paid for him sort of in the hope that he might give her some money for it. But no, he's one of these boyfriends. Really, this is part of the problem. He never had any money. Never wanted to go anywhere and do anything. Well, I won't say too much more. I don't want to, you know.
Quite. Okay. All right. Jackie, listen, we will go back. We'll just put that to them. No guarantees, but we'll try.
No guarantees. And also, the original cost of each individual ticket was about £500 and something, wasn't it, Jackie?
Yes.
You know, this particular company, if they ever did a flight split off or anything like that, it would be subject to change fees. And they might be, you know, in excess of £150. So you'd be looking at around £350, maybe less than that, or whatever it might be.
If anything at all. Yeah. Jackie, we'll try. We'll go, but we're not in a position to be able to demand anything. No. It's really just, you know, playing the loyalty card and saying, is there anything, given the exceptional circumstances, anything you could do? She is a loyal customer and a voucher would be great. Jackie, leave it with us. We'll try and we'll talk to you soon. Years ago, well, as part of this kitchen, he had some nice new vinyl tiles put down on the floor. Trouble is, these tiles have started to move.
But when they came to do it, they actually put the tiles on top of the original tiles. Basically, ever since they've done it, they've moved. They keep moving, and this time it's got quite bad. Got quite a few of them are moved. Well, originally they said, mumble. They come back and did it. So then it's all moved again.
Yeah, well, Brian's not happy about this, and I've been off to have a word with the company that fitted this kitchen and fitted the floor for him to try and get things sorted out. Let's find out what the latest is, because Brian's back on the JVS show. Hello, Brian!
Hello!
Morning, Brian. Now, when I went off to have a word with the company that did your kitchen for you, they are Wickes. You will recall that when Wickes first responded, they said ensuring customers are happy with their kitchen experience is important to us. We were sorry to learn that Brian was not satisfied with the service he received, and we can confirm we are in contact with him to resolve the matter. Well, to cut a very long story short, they had concluded with you that what they were going to do was they were going to organise for another flooring company, not associated with Wickes. They were going to organise for another flooring company to come and redo the floor for you. Now, it's going to be a slight change because the other company were not going to put down tiles. They were going to put down lino instead. But you were reasonably happy with that. You were able to go and select a type of flooring that you were happy with from this third-party company, and all was set for it to start, apart from one issue. You were saying the third-party company were not prepared to come and remove the previous tiles. We're not quite sure why they were not prepared to remove the previous tiles, but they said that was not something they were prepared to do. So I went back to Wickes again and put this to them. In the end, they concluded with you told me on the programme, that they were prepared to get their own fitters out to come and sort the floor. And then the other company would come and fit the new lino. Well, great. Trouble is, I know when you and I last spoke, Brian, that had not happened, had it?
No, nothing.
So I went back to Wickes again just to ask what is going on with this, what is happening. And they've come back with this response, and I wanted to just touch base with you before we end this week, because I'm just trying to work out the best way of proceeding with this now. Wickes have come back to me and have said Carpetright, the third-party company who are going to do the flooring, they are going to board over the existing floor. When Wickes spoke to Carpetright in June, this was confirmed and the customer needed to pay for the order. The customer needed to let Wickes know when the work was being done so they could arrange for the plinths to be removed and trimmed on completion. The customer was sent a cheque which covers the cost of the material and the fitting. The customer service team have tried to get in contact with the customer to rectify this situation. They will continue to try and get hold of him and to sort the problem out. So have you heard anything since I went off to have a word with them?
Yes, well, actually, I've received a cheque from Wickes.
When did you get the cheque?
This morning, actually, came through today's post.
Oh, so when this email came through last week, suggesting to me that you'd already had the cheque, that wasn't right?
No, not last week. No, it was actually today. Literally today.
Right. Okay. So you've got the cheque now to cover the cost of the flooring. And have they agreed when they're going to send someone out to come and cut the plinths so that the new flooring will fit properly under the kitchen units?
No, what I've agreed with Wicks is that they give the money to do it, and I will find someone else to do it, even if my friend and I don't lift the tiles. Because at the moment it's going to be raised to an awkward level for me.
Right.
Not really for me, but for the wife, because she's disabled.
Okay.
And we have to use a wheelchair.
Okay.
So it's thinking not another bump to go over.
I see. So have they...
I've agreed. Just we'll do, and perhaps at a later stage, we might have it all changed again.
Right,
We're
okay.
not totally sure what's going to
So
happen.
hang on a second, Brian, just so I'm confident then. So the money they've sent you today, how much have they sent you?
They've sent me £400.
£400, and that's enough to cover the removal and replacement of the flooring?
Yeah, he said you can do what you like.
Okay, and are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Brilliant.